from doing. Steve Frank, the leader of LACC Viva, received a letter of commendation from President Nixon and briefly became a right-wing media star. The BSU later presented its own award to Frank when a member punched him in the jaw. 34. On Wednesday evening a striking student was murdered. The setting was ordinary. A group of Washington High students went to Pepperdine College to play basketball in the college gym, as they had many times before. Pepperdine, whose founder had made a fortune in the auto parts business, was a conservative Christian school whose campus at 79th and Vermont was originally surrounded by neighborhoods full of fundamentalist whites from southwestern states. After the 1965 rebellion, Pepperdine's board decided to relocate the college far away from the inner city. Malibu was the ultimate choice, and in the interim they added security to protect its majority white student body. 15-year-old Larry Kimmons, noted for his mild manner, was one of the kids from Washington, and he and his friends, finding the gym locked, were leaving campus when a security guard stopped them. He tried to handcuff Kimmons, but the agile youngster broke free. The guard, inexplicably it seemed to the others, blasted him with a shotgun. Many were convinced the school would burn, but behind the doors negotiations between Pepperdine's president and community leaders lowered the temperature. In November, after a travesty of a manslaughter trial, the guard was sentenced to probation without jail time and ordered to pay a $500 fine. Such was the value set on Kimmons's life. 35. By the end of the week, though the walkout remained almost total at Carver and Jefferson, elsewhere students were trickling back to classes. The BSU/BSA leadership began to debate an exit strategy. According to Lil Joe Johnson, a Compton-based activist whose erudition impressed everyone who met him, the most compelling argument was made by Franklin Alexander. Che Lumumba's organizers at Southwest were experienced, disciplined and smart strategists, Johnson later said. As the student strike approached its climax, Franklin recognized that the strikes were nearing a transitional stage where they would either peter out with a whimper or set up for a bang by the police. In either case it would be designated a failure by the media. So Alexander argued at a community/student meeting that the protesters must take the moment in their own hands by culminating the strike of their own accord. 36. There was also a desire to declare victory before U.S. and the Panthers renewed open warfare. Outside a BSU meeting at Victory Baptist Church on Friday night, 4 U.S. members shot 24-year-old Ronald Freeman, a leading Panther. He was badly wounded but survived, thanks, he claimed, to the little red book in his pocket that stopped one of the bullets. According to Lil Joe, this hugely increased the popularity of Mao's volume of aphorisms. At the same time, the right was furious over school administrators' inability to repress the BSUs and restore order to their campuses. A combined LAPD/DID task force was set up to marshal evidence that the strike was a carefully planned criminal conspiracy. Addressing the City Council on Friday, March 14, Chief Redden made the bizarre charge that funds are being channeled into the disruptive elements in Los Angeles through the Chinese Communists, the National Council of Churches sources and others. 37. He also revealed that Dorothy Healy, the Red Nemesis, had been seen at a BSU meeting the previous Tuesday agitating for a march on City Hall. Interviewed by the press, Healy just chuckled. "That's good news. I happened to be at home watching TV last night. Obviously Chief Redden doesn't know any more about what I'm doing than what the students are doing." She went on to reassure reporters, however, that communist youth were just where they were supposed to be, in the thick of the struggle. 38. In the event, the BSUs took Alexander's advice and declared victory on Friday, March 21. At Carver, however, students and parents, led by Reverend Arthur Peters of Victory Baptist, continued to picket for several more days. 39. Peters, renowned in the gospel music community, had made his church, just 2 blocks from Carver, the staging area for the struggle and continued afterward to sponsor events for the Black Panthers and other Black Power groups. In 1975 he was found tortured to death, a victim of a serial killer in a case never solved. Aftershocks. The impressive demonstrations of student power on Los Angeles campuses inspired similar protests in nearby cities with black minorities. A week after the conclusion of the law's strike, an attempt to organize a BSU chapter at Duarte High School led to 2 days of clashes between black and white students in the San Gabriel Valley suburb. In the meantime, administrators in Pasadena, site of an endless battle over school integration, had primed campuses for trouble. Black students at local high schools had been incensed by the exclusion of any girls of color from the song leader selections. After brief sit-ins at 5 schools, the administration included one black teenager. She was suddenly disqualified in April. Simultaneously, a racist pamphlet was circulated on the Pasadena High School campus: "We must do something about the continual movement of Negroes toward becoming the dominant race at PHS." In fact, blacks were barely 10% of the student body. An altercation between black girls and their white PE instructors on April 30 led to arrests and the expulsion of 17 black students. Blacks immediately went on strike at Pasadena, Muir, and Blair High Schools, as well as at Washington Junior High. 40. In Long Beach a few weeks later, a similar racist pamphlet at Poly High incited attacks on blacks, who responded with a boycott. 2 days later, with black students rumored to be returning to campus, a large crowd of white teenagers assembled at a nearby park and marched to the school. More than 200 white students, reported the Times, shouting "Get the niggers," charged onto campus en masse Thursday morning. 41 But black parents, warned of the ambush, had diverted their kids to the Martin Luther King Recreation Center, 6 blocks away. Chicano students showed up to express their solidarity, and the subsequent alliance between the two minorities quelled further mob attacks. But in San Bernardino that fall, white violence on campus led to a student strike followed by 4 days of rioting on the Black West Side. The trouble started in the second week of October when black students arriving at San Bernardino High School were stoned by a large group of white students. In the resultant melee, which involved hundreds of kids, there were a number of injuries, and the campus was shut down. Although whites had been the instigators, blacks were targeted for arrest and expulsion. A month later, after weeks of further skirmishes on campus, the police made a controversial arrest on the city's west side that brought hundreds of youth onto the streets. Mayor Al Ballard, a politician with a disturbing mafia connection, ordered a dusk-to-dawn curfew, armed firefighters with shotguns, and authorized the use of tear gas. 42 Similar confrontations would recur in the city throughout the 1970s. The major backlash to the BSU strikes, however, was electoral. In addition to the defeat of Tom Bradley that fall, the far right seized control of the new 7-member LA Junior College Board in late May. Joseph Orozco, Reagan's former chief political representative in Southern California, led a victorious slate that included Mike Antonovich, a 29-year-old reserve cop who would eventually spend decades on the Board of Supervisors. They won on a platform that stressed 3 policies: kicking BSU and similar groups off campus, deploying police at the first sign of struggle, and, most importantly, no tax increase to hire more faculty or expand facilities at campuses like Southwest. At their inauguration, a chief supporter, Mrs. Floyd Wakefield, declared that the image of higher ed has been damaged by a few militants who are hell-bent on revolution, and it's time to make clear to all that higher education is a privilege. 43 As a result of their fiscal stance in face of a growing budget deficit, 6,000 students were turned away at the beginning of the fall semester, and conditions continued to deteriorate at overcrowded campuses such as LACC. The victory of URD and the right of Reagan Republicans ended, at least for several years, any hope of liberal reform in city and school politics. With the doors slammed in their faces, young people of color and their white allies looked toward the revolution advocated by the Black Panther Party. Part 6. There is only the gun. 24. A Movement Crusade, Bradley. For Mayor, 1969. One weekend in May 1969, a parade of convertibles filled with black people drove down Ventura Boulevard, the main drag of the all-white and politically conservative San Fernando Valley. They gave the Black Power salute, the clenched fist, to passers-by, and their cars carried banners reading "Black is beautiful" and "Bradley for mayor." It was 3 days before Election Day, the day L.A. including the Valley would choose between the incumbent mayor, Sam Yurdi, and the first black challenger, city council member and former cop Tom Bradley. Don Rothenberg, in charge of field operations for the Bradley campaign, reported that a couple of days earlier, he had gotten a call from an individual in the black community who said that Yurdi's campaign had offered him $5,000 to organize a Black Power car caravan through the Valley, and he would consider turning down the offer if we could come up with some more money. The Bradley campaign declined the offer. In the election that next week, Yurdi won, 53 to 47%. The Yurdi vote in the Valley was overwhelming. 4 years later, Bradley would be elected with 54% of the vote, a historic event in a city where blacks made up only 18% of the population. But while Bradley's 1973 victory marked a turning point in LA history, his 1969 campaign was remarkable and in many ways unique. The leading historian of that era, Raphael Sonnenschein, concluded it was closer to a movement and crusade than it was to a traditional political campaign. The primary, in particular, was marked by a powerful spirit of unity and purpose, and the director of field operations estimated that the campaign had 15,000 volunteers. The effort resulted in a stunning success. In April, Bradley had beaten Yurdi in a four-way primary involving Democrats and Republicans, 42 to 26%, leading to their head-to-head runoff in May. LA had never seen anything like it and never would again. Bradley's 1973 campaign was run in a more traditional and professional way with big money and big media. LA in 1969 was, like much of the rest of the country, recovering from the political traumas of the previous year: the April murder of Martin Luther King, the June assassination of Robert Kennedy, the police riot in August at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and of course, Nixon's victory in November. Los Angeles County seemed to mirror a national shift rightward. In 1964 LBJ had easily carried the county with 57% of the vote, but after the Watts Rebellion, the defeated Goldwater forces regrouped around Governor Reagan, who won with the same percentage of the vote in 1966 that LBJ had gotten just 2 years earlier. Nixon, who had been resoundingly defeated by Pat Brown in the statewide election in 1962, turned the tables in 1968, winning the county by 46%, 2 points ahead of Hubert Humphrey. Peace and Freedom, as we saw earlier, won less than 1%. George Wallace, on the other hand, got 6%, and in some white working-class communities his percentage was in double digits. Thus, when Tom Bradley decided to run in 1969, the odds and recent history were against him. Bradley, as we have seen, was a complete contrast to his histrionic opponent. He was dignified, smart, and always stayed calm and cool, a persona that worked well in debates and with the news media. Although proud of his career in the LAPD, Bradley was strongly liberal. He had supported Bobby Kennedy in '68 opposing LBJ and the war in Vietnam, and had been a Kennedy delegate to the Democratic Convention in Chicago. After the LAPD attacks on anti-war marchers at Century City in '67, when the city council took up a resolution to support the police action, Bradley had been one of the few to vote no. He was also in command of a coalition of black, Japanese American and liberal white, mainly Jewish, activists that had made his 10th district a laboratory for progressive multiracial politics. Exceptional levels of volunteer activism sustained the Bradley camp, but few City Hall veterans believed that this model could be repeated on a city-wide scale. But the campaign, drawing on its support among black churches and California Democratic clubs, CDCs, ultimately mobilized that army of 15,000 volunteers. An unprecedented effort, it enabled the campaign to mount a door-to-door canvassing blitz in every part of the city. To coordinate canvassing and recruitment, nearly 40 campaign offices were opened, 10 in South LA, 10 more in the white neighborhoods of West LA, Venice, Westwood, and the Jewish neighborhoods of Fairfax and Beverlywood, 7 in Latino East LA, 4 in Hollywood, and a surprising 8 in the San Fernando Valley, Yurdi's base of support. The campaign infrastructure, meanwhile, was reinforced by support from Californians for liberal representation. Founded in 1962, the CLR regrouped local veterans of Henry Wallace's Third Party movement in 1948 and the Stevenson campaigns of the 1950s. In several aspects it was a revival of the L.A.'s old Popular Front alliance of liberal New Dealers and leftists, including some Communist Party people. Its leadership included Art Carstens, a visionary UCLA professor and industrial relations expert, Jack Berman and Eleanor Wagner, former organizers for the Independent Progressive Party, the California sequel to the Wallace campaign, and Maury Wiener, a brilliant political tactician who became the brain of the Bradley camp. Steve Allen, the comedian and TV star, was its emissary to the Hollywood left, while the chief fundraiser was Gifford Phillips, a McLaughlin steel heir and art collector who had been Gene McCarthy's campaign treasurer in California in 1968. Both the CDC and CLR played key roles in bringing Kennedy and McCarthy Democrats together behind Bradley. The campaign had an ambitious but straightforward strategy that combined grassroots energy with endorsements from a stellar list of celebrities, ministers, and popular politicians. The campaign assumed that Bradley would get every black vote, so their effort in black precincts focused on turnout. The biggest effort, after black turnout, was to win the Jewish vote, centered on the West Side, especially in the Beverly and Fairfax neighborhoods, which the campaign saw as a counter to the expected white backlash in the Valley. The Jewish support group's events included a Sunday rally outside Cantor's Deli on Fairfax. The invitation came from a rabbi, and was co-signed by James Roosevelt, eldest son of FDR, who had been elected to the House from LA and then had run against Yurdi, and lost. In 1965, he later joined Democrats for Nixon, opposing McGovern in 1972. The invitation was also signed by Victor Carter, who had founded the home improvement chain Builders Emporium and then devoted himself to the United Jewish Welfare Fund, the State of Israel Bond Organization, and the American Friends of Tel Aviv University. Jewish committee activists included Henry Waxman, at the time an assembly member in Sacramento, who would go on to spend 40 years as a leading liberal in Congress. The statement from Jewish leaders declared that they supported Bradley as a member of a minority group who understands the dangers of discrimination, and emphasized his outspoken defense and deep sympathy for Israel's valiant struggle which, they said, had led the previous year to an invitation from the Israeli government. 3. The Fairfax field office distributed a leaflet, "Jewish Leaders Respond to the Ugly Smear," in which several dozen prominent figures, including 6 rabbis, declared that Bradley is not a militant of any sort, which was certainly true. They also distributed a Times article, "Black Anti-Semitism Assailed by Bradley," and an article from the B'nai B'rith record by an official of the Anti-Defamation League declaring that black anti-Semitism in quotes was a galloping myth whose hardest riders are, regrettably, Jews who ought to know better. He quoted Bradley as saying, "The black anti-Semite does not represent the views of the overwhelming majority of American black people." 4. The campaign also worked hard to win white votes in the Valley, where Bradley took every speaking opportunity he could. TV comedian Carl Reiner hosted dessert and coffee at a Q&A with Bradley at a restaurant in Sherman Oaks. A Saturday Valley rally exceeded all expectations when 500 people came to a sidewalk event outside the Studio City campaign office, where Bradley was introduced by Times columnist Art Seidenbaum, Republican Congressman Alfonso Bell, and the cast of Star Trek. 5. The volunteer canvassers did the bulk of the work of the election, but the campaign had many other parts. They had Women for Bradley and Young Professionals for Bradley organizations, and a Youth for Bradley group, headed by 28-year-old Howard Berman, who would go on to serve 30 years in the House, representing the San Fernando Valley. There was an Insurance Agents for Bradley organization whose fundraising gala, at the Black Fox Supper Club in South LA, featured Billy Eckstein and Hugh Masekela. 6 More unexpected was the group Street Racers for Bradley, an integrated group of drag racers, men and women, headed by Big Willie, who were working long hours in headquarters in their blue embroidered logo jackets. Street racing is their thing, according to the Bradley Beat, the campaign newsletter, but they want to show the world that there can be a new breed of brotherhood. Their duties included arranging Bradley's motorcades, recruiting students, working security, and walking precincts. One campaign worker later recalled that, since we couldn't get reliable police protection, we had Big Willie and the street racers on the inside to protect us. The street racers had one demand: a raceway in the Sepulveda Basin, which would include a dance pavilion, a car show arena, a restaurant, and a place where young people can just get together. Most important, at the raceway, there will be no LAPD needed to enforce law and order. The street racers will provide their own security and will maintain the entire operation themselves. 7. The Bradley campaign was also supported by a who's who of show business liberals. The Hollywood for Bradley organization was headed by Robert Wise, who had recently won Academy Awards for directing West Side Story and The Sound of Music. The Cock Airmen were Burt Lancaster, Olympic track medalist Rafer Johnson, and Gene Barry, star of War of the Worlds, an appropriate metaphor for the battle between the Bradley forces and the Yurdi supporters. The steering committee included black celebrities Diane Carroll and Bill Cosby, plus movie stars Peter Lawford, Shirley MacLaine, and Shelley Winters. The rest of the group included comedians Milton Berle and Sid Caesar, musicians Herb Alpert, Burt Bacharach, Eddie Fisher, and all 10 of the New Christie Minstrels, a white bread folk group whose recording of This Land Is Your Land had made the pop charts in 1962. The white stars supporting Bradley in 1969 included Tony Curtis, Angie Dickinson, Janet Leigh, Jack Lemmon, Gregory Peck, Debbie Reynolds, and Dinah Shore. Of course, the black elite was there: Sidney Poitier, Sammy Davis Jr., Richard Pryor, Lou Rawls, Dionne Warwick, Roosevelt Grier, The Fifth Dimension, known for Stone Soul Picnic, and James Brown, who had just released his first album, Please, 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 with the hit single that could have been Bradley's campaign theme, Try Me. It wasn't. Other members of Hollywood for Bradley included Cass Elliot and John Phillips from the Mamas and the Papas, and also Hugh Hefner, Barbra Streisand, and Frank Sinatra. Hollywood for Bradley's big event was a Sunday night gala all-star rally at the Hollywood Palladium on Sunset Boulevard, featuring music by Quincy Jones and Henry Mancini. Tickets, $1.50.8. Yurdi hoped to pit Latinos against blacks and argued that Bradley, if elected, would ignore Latino needs. It's true that La Raza for Bradley was not an impressive group headed by Ramon Ponce, a film industry exec who failed to leave a mark on Latino politics in LA in subsequent years. In addition to precinct canvassing in East LA, the campaign ran events like a Cinco de Mayo celebration sponsored by Viva Bradley. It featured Bradley with Mrs. Cesar Chavez along with Mad Magazine cartoonist Sergio Aragonés, not exactly a high-profile political figure, and, from Star Trek, Leonard Nimoy, who was Jewish, and George Takei, who was Japanese American. It also included 2 stars of TV's all-white Peyton Place, one of whom, Joyce Gilson, said in 1988 that she was the astrologer to Nancy Reagan. The Reagans denied it. That lineup suggests a certain weakness in the Latino campaign, not to mention that the event was held in Marina del Rey, a far cry from East L.A.9. Red baiting Bradley. The smear campaign went into gear shortly after Bradley's stunning surprise victory in the primary, when the Hearst-owned Herald-Examiner ran a screaming headline, "Top Communist Backs Bradley 10." A local TV news show also played a tape of a meeting where the Puce's Gus Hall said the party in LA should have a total focus on electing Bradley, to which Bradley replied that he was opposed to communism. Then, the Yurdi campaign revealed that Don Rothenberg had once been a member of the Communist Party. Bradley replied that Rothenberg had left the party in 1956, after the Soviet repression of the Hungarian uprising. That wasn't enough for Yurdi, who asked, "How did he quit? Did he go to the FBI and help us ferret out those subversives?" "Oh, no, his record is getting longer and longer in the left-wing causes." 11. All that, of course, was true. Rothenberg had recently worked in the victorious campaign that made Carl Stokes the first black mayor of Cleveland. Unlike the Gus Hall story, the report on Rothenberg was devastating for many campaign workers, according to Sonnenschein, and stunned the organization. It created a big problem for Bradley, whether to fire Rothenberg, as many in his campaign suggested. To his credit, Bradley steadfastly refused. Years later, asked about the effect of the Rothenberg revelation on his defeat, Bradley replied, "I don't think that many people were persuaded to change their votes or their position just because of Don Rothenberg. The report," he said, "merely gave opponents another reason for doing what they would have done anyway." 12. The Yurdi campaign, apparently, felt differently. They kept up the red baiting. Yurdi brought up Hall's support for Bradley at a speech to the Sherman Oaks Highlands Association, a neighborhood group in the valley, but young people in the audience of 250 laughed. "Yeah, see who laughs," he said. "I feel sorry for 'em. Little kids. I went through this in 39 and 40 when I tried to tell 'em that Hitler was a menace." 13. At another event, LA Police Chief Tom Redden warned that Bradley was supported by the New Left, which was out to destroy the government of the United States. For his part, Bradley denied any attempt to destroy the government, the Times reported, and called the charge absolutely the most idiotic, insane statement I have ever heard. 14. The Yurdi campaign tried again 2 days later when a city council member, Art Snyder, in the words of the headline, "Link Ed 2 in Bradley camp to Reds." The story described a pro-Bradley flyer distributed in East LA by a group called the Committee of 100, which included 2 people who in the mid-50s had been named as CP members in testimony before HUAC. Again, Bradley shrugged off the allegations, "There are thousands and thousands of volunteers in my campaign. I do not intend to check the backgrounds of each and every one of them." 15. Bradley was almost certainly right that the red baiting didn't turn many potential supporters against him after all. This was 1969, not the mid-50s. Be that as it may, the Yurdi campaign's efforts to link him to Black Power radicals almost certainly played a decisive role in his defeat. 16. Yurdi pounded away at the black radical imagery. He declared that Bradley's election would bring to power a coalition of Black Power advocates and left-wing militants, an alliance that could somehow gain the support of more than half of the LA electorate. The Yurdi forces also produced a bumper sticker with the Black Power fist and the message "Bradley Power." It was attached overnight to cars parked in the San Fernando Valley. But what about the fact that the streets of LA were quiet and peaceful and free of rioters? That was just more evidence, Yurdi said, that the black militants don't want to jeopardize Mr. Bradley's chances. 17. Endorsements and invasions. As the general election approached, the Bradley campaign gained a key source of support, and a surprising one, the Los Angeles Times. The paper had supported one of Bradley's rivals in the primary, but late in the campaign the editorial page expressed outrage over Yurdi's turn to the ugliest lines possible in this troubled day and age: racism, guilt by twisted association, and stark fear, arguments that were absurd, dangerous, and vicious nonsense. 18. 2 days before the general election, the Times endorsed Bradley. And there was another surprise source of support for Bradley as the general election approached: 17 leading industrialists and business figures, many of them well-known supporters of Nixon and Reagan, who repudiated Yurdi and endorsed Bradley. They called themselves Businessmen for Bradley. 19. Another impressive Bradley initiative came as the general election approached: the formation of the Law Enforcement Committee for Bradley, which included 117 retired LA cops, DOS, and U.S. attorneys. They tried to counter Yurdi's charge that Bradley was anti-police. A leaflet on Bradley's work for the police pointed out that he favored a pay raise for cops, which Yurdi had vetoed, agreed with Chief Tom Redden on creating a crime task force, and supported the creation of new police divisions and stations in the Valley and West LA. In the closing weeks of the campaign, Bradley concentrated most of his efforts in the Valley. Instead of giving speeches at campaign events, he invited questions, which, The Times reported, inevitably led him into a denunciation of protest violence and into a pledge to use force, where necessary, to put down lawlessness. In particular, he invited questions about the race issue, which he answered by talking about his rise through the Depression era, then college, then up through the ranks of the police force, and into public life which, he would say, set an example for others to follow. If it can happen to a Tom Bradley, he would say, implicitly referring to young black men, there's hope for them too. The message his campaign tried to convey to white voters was that Bradley was calm and dignified, a former cop who could reassure the law and order types, a liberal and a Robert F. Kennedy supporter who, they said, could win support from conservative backers of Reagan. 10 days before the general election, 2 polls showed Bradley ahead. 20. The weekend before the election, the Yurdi campaign turned the volume of its racist campaign all the way up. In addition to the Black Power car caravan through the valley, they ran full-page newspaper ads with the headline, "Will your family be safe?" Next to it was a picture of a very black-looking Tom Bradley. Bradley's record, anti-police, the ad continued. It said Bradley had voted against an ordinance that was designed to help the police control mob violence. 21. Another full-page ad, in the Times, declared, "Women civic leaders are supporting Sam Yurdi for mayor," and gave their reasons, because Mayor Sam Yurdi is not beholden to those who advocate militancy. He represents all the people. The ad displayed the names of 80 women, including Mrs. Henry Salvatori, whose oilman husband was a Republican kingmaker and ran Yurdi's campaign, 3 members of the Doheny oil family, and Mrs. Walt Disney. 22. The message was an old one: white women should be afraid of the black man. In the last days before the runoff, the papers were full of news about disruptions of white church services by black militants, demanding reparations of $500 million to be paid by the Christian churches and the Jewish synagogues. Their manifesto had been issued by the National Black Economic Development Council, headed by James Foreman. 23. The church disruptions came the 2 Sundays before Election Day, as militants demanded that they be allowed to read their manifesto from the pulpit. L.A.'s First Methodist Church was one of the targets for what it termed an invasion. At one Episcopal Church Sunday service, militants demanded a list of all the parish's assets and donation of 60% of the parish's endowment funds to the reparations campaign. The Episcopal bishop said his church would continue to support the poor, but he warned that the disruptions can only hamper or even destroy commitments made by the diocese. 24. The head of the Lutheran Church in Southern California protested that we must insist on the right of assembly and religious worship without disruption and harassment. The Yurdi campaign publicized those stories widely. 2 days before the general election, the Hollywood Citizen News ran a 6-column headline, "Siege of the City, Yurdi emphasizes danger." LA was under siege, Yurdi said, threatened by the Black Panthers and Third World Liberation, along with SDS, who are not fooling when they say they intend to destroy the social order. They quoted the Black Reparations Manifesto demanding $500 million from the Christian churches and the Jewish synagogues. What did any of this have to do with Bradley? He has surrounded himself with people openly sympathetic to the movements and organizations which disrupt our campuses and make our streets unsafe, the Yurdi campaign said. Next to this news story, the paper recommended a vote for Yurdi. 25. Bradley got 96,000 more votes than he did in the primary, but in the end, he still lost the general election. They did an effective job of scaring the hell out of people, Bradley later said. 26. Yurdi got 263,000 more votes in the general than he had in the primary. 27. The turnout was unprecedented, the highest in the history of the city. Bradley lost not just because of white opposition in the valley, but also because he didn't do well with Latino voters. In fact, Yurdi won 2/3 of the Latino vote. Bradley's only real non-black base, Sonnenschein concluded, was among Jews. Jews were 20 points more pro-Bradley than either white Gentiles or Latinos. 28. But Bradley didn't win among all Jews. He carried 80 to 90% of those with college educations and higher incomes, but only 50 to 60% of the rest. Yurdi got 68% of white Gentiles' votes. Nevertheless, Bradley had won by far the highest percentage of the white vote of any first-time big-city black mayoral candidate in the country. In large cities, it remained a record for decades. 29. Later, Bradley recalled feeling a sense of conviction after the returns showed he had lost. I decided that night that I was going to run again 4 years later. I would work 12 hours a day in every section of the city, so that people were unlikely to become victims of that kind of campaign strategy again. 34 years later, with more money, more establishment support from downtown business leaders, and with white Gentiles tiring of Sam Yurdi's antics, he did win and served for 20 years, longer than any mayor before or since. 25. Living in the Lion's Mouth. The UCLA Murders, 1968–69. As the third anniversary of the Watts Rebellion approached in August 1968, the newly formed Panther chapter in Los Angeles and its mother organization in Oakland faced multiple crises. Huey Newton was on trial in Oakland for the murder of Officer John Frey, leaving Eldridge Cleaver, Minister of Information and best-selling author, to define both the rhetoric and political direction of the party. Cleaver's bombastic eloquence made him a favorite on campuses and among reporters looking for sound bites. Newton was a poor speaker, but his incessant advocacy of the power of the gun and calls to off the pigs was a gift to the FBI and local police departments, who used such hyperbole to justify their harassment, arrest, and sometimes murder of rank-and-file Panthers. Bobby Seale, who later emerged as a voice of sanity, was largely immobilized in 1968–69 by high-profile trials, in Chicago and New Haven, so it was David Hilliard, the chief of staff, who became the main rival to Cleaver. But Hilliard's authoritarian style was widely disliked by the Panther rank and file, and he seldom electrified a crowd. 1 Meanwhile, the party's major initiative to create black unity, an alliance with SNCC, had floundered, thanks in part to the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, which had poisoned relations by releasing forged documents, anonymous accusations, and a storm of scurrilous rumors. Among other dirty tricks, the FBI had terrified Stokely Carmichael's mother with a phone warning that the Panthers were going to kill her, too. Locally, the Southern California chapter was robustly recruiting under the leadership of Bunchy Carter, the former prison comrade of Cleaver, but even the veteran gang leader had trouble maintaining discipline over a membership that included many tough street people with previous vocations in the criminal arts. 3 Veterans of the LA chapter have testified in their memoirs to the drastic lack of political education in this period, as well as the conundrum that the local party faced from Oakland's decision to create a parallel underground organization whose membership and purpose were only known to the leadership. In LA, the underground members, the so-called wolves, according to Elaine Brown, were largely ex-Slawsons fiercely loyal to Carter. Few people knew their real names or their complete names, and none of us knew where they lived, she later wrote. Everybody above ground had heard of them. Only Bunch knew all of them. For the lack of a real firewall between the chapter's open and clandestine activities, between serving the people and carrying out robberies and shootings, bedeviled it with problems throughout its brief history. Moreover, the rivalry with U.S. exacerbated, as we saw earlier, by the dispute over funds raised from the February Free Huey rally at the sports arena had become more dangerous. Both U.S. and the Panthers were now competing for influence within the BSA and individual campus BSUs. In any showdown, Carter recognized, his armed membership, both public and clandestine, was no real match for us more numerous and better trained Simbas, whom the Panthers liked to deride as Kerngatangs. He regularly lectured his members, sometimes threateningly, on the need to avoid conflict with other black groups, and he met with Karenga several times to discuss how to keep the peace, which was not easy, with so many younger and wilder members in both groups nursing non-political grudges against each other. 5 Each organization had its particular advantages. For the Panthers, that was a national notoriety easily convertible into street celebrity. U.S., on the other hand, enjoyed relative immunity from police persecution, and Karenga had recently burnished his connections with the white establishment by taking credit for preventing rioting in April after King's assassination. The Panthers, however, were squarely in the crosshairs of massive campaigns by both the FBI and the LAPD to literally annihilate them. The Black Ford. Chief Tom Redden's racist cops needed little encouragement to carry out a comprehensive campaign of harassment against Huey Newton's people in LA. Individual members could expect to be pulled over, searched and questioned and arrested or beaten, almost by whim. Party notables, particularly if traveling together, faced possible police ambush. Thus, shortly before the THIRD-WORLDISM festival, Panther Captain Franco Diggs lent his black 1955 Ford to 4 younger Panthers. Diggs, an ex-con who had served 12 years in Sing Sing for murder, was Carter's enforcer as well as head of the chapter's clandestine activities. Party members frequently used his car to transport arms and carry out assignments. 6 The squad, whatever its errand, consisted of Robert Lawrence, 22, Stephen Bartholomew, 21, his younger brother Anthony, 20, and Tommy Lewis, 18. Later Redden would portray the quartet as either in charge of or in great degree responsible for the organization of the local party. 7 This was more or less true. Steve Bartholomew, who had been one of Carter's first young recruits, was the second-ranking captain in local hierarchy and was carrying an attaché case that contained names, addresses, and organizational details of the chapter. Lawrence, a lieutenant, was a Vietnam combat veteran, one of the first of a number of recently discharged or active-duty black Marines who gravitated to the party and gave it an entree to an underground Black Power movement at Camp Pendleton. Lewis, Monkey Man, a former baby Slauson who never learned to read but nonetheless diligently attended political education meetings, was a rising star and chapter favorite. Anthony, Ozzy, Bartholomew, according to his father, simply worshipped the ground that his brother Steve walked on. 8. The Black Ford was headed west along Adams when a squad car began to follow it. The 2 officers later testified that occupants were acting suspiciously, meaning that they appeared nervous. The LAPD would also allege that the Ford resembled a car used in a robbery, but everyone on the street knew this was just a cop euphemism for black men in a ride. As the Panthers approached Crenshaw, they pulled into a gas station and parked next to a pump. Steve Bartholomew got out and lifted the hood. There were multiple accounts of what happened next, vexing reporters and, later, jurors in the trial of the surviving Panther, Anthony Bartholomew. The LAPD initially claimed that the Panthers came out shooting, then revised the story, saying the 4 had obeyed instructions to leave the car and place their hands palms down on the trunk of the police cruiser, while officers standing on each side questioned them. In this version, one of the Panthers whirled around shooting and gravely wounded both officers before they returned fire, with deadly results. In either case, the police insisted that both officers were wounded before they could return fire. 9. But journalists and black leaders found it difficult to believe that with 7 life-threatening wounds among them, the cops were able to unholster their guns and kill 3 of their assailants. It made more sense to assume that the cops had fired first. Earl Anthony, the Panthers' deputy minister of information, had rushed to the scene with some other members after hearing that 3 black youth had been shot by the police, not knowing if they were Panthers or not. At the gas station, a reporter gave him the bad news, while a youth who had been across the street at Johnny's pastrami stand reported what he had seen. 10 In an interview with the Freep, Anthony recounted what the witness had told him. After killing the first brother who was out checking up under the hood, the pig with the shotgun turned and fired on the other brothers getting out of the car, leaving the 2 other brothers no alternative but to attempt to defend themselves. Tommy Lewis, a young brother 18 years old, was able to get from the car and return the fire. He was apparently shot from the other side of the pig department car. He was wounded and not killed. The eyewitness said the pig approached the brother Steve Bartholomew and said a few words to him to the effect of "You dirty nigger, you should be dead," and then fired 4 rounds from his service revolver into the head of the man already laying on the ground. The 18-year-old Tommy Lewis was wounded. They handcuffed his hands behind his back and began to stomp and kick him. These reports came directly from eyewitnesses that were there on the scene. 11. Anthony, who in fact was the FBI's most highly placed informant inside the party, did not clarify how two seriously wounded cops, one of whom was shot in the groin and the other in each thigh, were able to stomp Lewis. Like the competing testimonies being given in Huey Newton's trial up north, there was hopeless confusion not only between but within the proffered scenarios. The only person who might straighten all this out was Ozzie, who at that moment was the most hunted fugitive in California. His mother told the press that the LAPD had threatened that if he didn't immediately turn himself in, he would be tracked down and killed. The NAACP implored Bartholomew to surrender himself and promised to arrange a safe procedure, but Panther chairman Bobby Seale scoffed at the offer. "They are bootlicking niggers, the Black Panthers will never give up one of its own to the murdering racist pigs." 12. Governor Reagan, meanwhile, was at the Republican National Convention in Miami Beach, garnering favorite son votes for the presidential nomination and flirting with the national press, when word reached him of the deadly gun battle in LA. Fearing it might spark another riot, he immediately sent Lieutenant Governor Robert Finch to investigate the situation. Yurdi was apoplectic at the unwanted interference and accused Reagan of arousing false rumors and fears. Such rumors and fears are just the things that spark trouble. De Evely Younger added that there is absolutely no reason to anticipate a major disturbance or any organized violence in Los Angeles at the present time. Seals King of the NAACP, in contrast, warned reporters, "I have never seen this community any tenser. If anyone thinks this is a placid community that can't blow up, they're watching cowboy movies at night." 13. 5 days later, at the end of the What's Festival, the LAPD attacked the crowd in Will Rogers Park in South Central, provoking the Third What's riot and 3 deaths. Many people believed that the police rage was driven by the earlier shooting of the 2 officers. Bartholomew, meanwhile, had surrendered and was put on trial. The jurors, unable to resolve the disparities in the police version, and finding no evidence that Ozzie was armed or participated in the shooting, freed him after brief deliberations. In a separate incident before the August shootings, Bunchy Carter's brother Glenn, who acted as his bodyguard and advisor, had been ambushed and killed in Compton. He was the first Panther to die, and nothing in the published literature illuminates the reason for his murder or the identity of his assassins. According to Earl Anthony, the new chapter was deeply shaken, and Bunchy was left without a reliable right-hand. 14. That slot, however, was soon filled with the recruitment of Elmer Geronimo Pratt, a highly decorated veteran of 2 tours in Vietnam who was studying political science at UCLA. He brought to the chapter the kind of military expertise and understanding of discipline that had made Ngao Damua, another former Army sergeant, such an effective trainer of Karenga Simbas. Geronimo, or G as he was known inside the party, was a Louisianan, like Carter, and soon became his inseparable companion and leading pupil. Decades later he recalled one of their early conversations. "The hair stood up on my neck when Bunchy read me a line from Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, 'Live with your head in the lion's mouth,' Bunchy said. Even better, be the fucking lion." 15 lions indeed were needed as the party geared up to launch ambitious community programs, while at the same time preparing to defend itself against lethal attacks from all sides. True conspiracies. The President's National Advisory Committee on Civil Disorders, best known as the Kerner Commission, after its chairman, Governor Otto Kerner of Illinois, was established during the 1967 Detroit Rebellion to probe the causes of urban uprisings and make recommendations about their prevention or containment. The Commission's report, released in February 1968, shared the rare distinction with the Warren Commission report of becoming a popular bestseller, selling 2 million copies. Even 50 years later, its famous judgment that our nation is moving toward 2 societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal, and its pinpointing of blame on white racism are still widely quoted as a rare moment of truth in American racial discourse. But the Commission's major work, its recommendations in different policy areas, have largely been forgotten. One of the most significant task forces, on which LA Police Chief Tom Redden was a major participant, addressed the control of civil disorder and emphasized the importance of comprehensive riot response plans. Thus, at the same time that the report was released from the government printing office, a secret 150-page model civil control plan, written by LAPD Inspector and future Chief Daryl Gates, was circulating. It was formally presented by Redden to 45 other police chiefs, including those of Washington, Baltimore, and Miami, at a secret meeting on the Cal Poly Pomona campus at the end of September 16. But the secrecy around the report was quickly breached by the media, and Redden ended up on the cover of Time magazine, lauded as the country's most innovative cop. 17 His LAPD had become the flagship for a national experiment in the militarization of law enforcement. Although Time had focused on the new priority that the LAPD supposedly assigned to community relations, what riveted the attention of other cops and the public in general was its deployment of 15 four-man Special Weapons Attack Teams, SWAT. 18 The prototype had been unveiled in 1967, the brainchild of an ex-Marine turned patrol officer named John Nelson who, according to an account in Police magazine, had been inspired by a visit to the Delano Police Department in the San Joaquin Valley. These guard dogs for the big growers had created a special tactical unit to control farm worker protests and strikes. Inspector Gates, the former driver for Chief Parker, then championed the proposal to the top brass. SWAT made its debut during the Century City Massacre in November 1967 and was subsequently retailed by Redden to other big city PDs. 19 In the 1968 Civil Control Plan, each SWAT unit was basically a sniper team, a rifleman whose weapon has telescopic sights, a spotter, and 2 officers with shotguns and handguns to provide cover fire. In a riot or rather, urban battlefield situation, SWAT would operate under the instructions of a field commander and his military-style staff, housed in a mobile command post, with a separate communications trailer containing state-of-the-art radio equipment. Shotguns, walkie-talkies, and tear gas grenades were stocked as standard issue to the troops, while, to protect themselves from flying bottles and rocks, officers will use fiber shields similar in appearance to those carried by the Crusaders. Redden reassured the Times, however, that mass destruction weapons such as machine guns and tanks would never be used against rioters. The plan's budget also provided for 2 armored cars and 2 additional helicopters, the LAPD's Cavalry and Air Force. 20 But the cornerstone of the plan remained the LAPD's largely illegal intelligence system of undercover cops, informers, tapped phones, and the notorious archive of files on persons of all kinds that Redden inherited from Parker and regularly updated. 21 Although built around a riot scenario, the LAPD's plan was soon amended to include a showdown with the Black Panthers. Well aware that the party was recruiting skilled veterans such as Geronimo and had found access to military weapons through its Marine sympathizers, the department began thinking about how it could use its SWAT teams and new technology to concentrate overwhelming firepower against the Panthers in an ultimate battle. At the beginning of 1969, Redden created a criminal conspiracy section to coordinate the department's intelligence efforts against the Panthers and related radical groups. As the LAPD plotted the destruction of the party from the outside, the FBI had begun efforts to destroy the Panthers from the inside. 22 Thanks to an intrepid group of anti-war activists in Media, Pennsylvania, who in 1971 stole the records of a local FBI office and then shared them with the world, a special Senate committee headed by Frank Church and including Barry Goldwater launched a 3-year investigation of the FBI covert action campaign against domestic dissent. COINTELPRO. While ordinary FBI agents routinely spied on protest movements and radical organizations, COINTELPRO, in the words of the Church Committee, went beyond the collection of intelligence to secret action designed to disrupt and neutralize target groups and individuals. The techniques were adopted wholesale from wartime counterintelligence. In essence, the Bureau took the law into its own hands, conducting a sophisticated vigilante operation against domestic enemies. William Sullivan, the head of the Domestic Intelligence Division and number 3 in the FBI's hierarchy, confirmed that COINTELPRO was indeed the Cold War brought home. No holds were barred, he told the committee. We have used these methods against Soviet agents. They have used them against us. The same techniques were brought home against any organization against which we were targeted. We did not differentiate. This is a rough, tough business. 23. Set up in 1956, COINTELPRO originally targeted the Communist Party and anyone who could be remotely connected to it. In the 60s, it focused intense effort on undermining the reputation and personal life of Martin Luther King and inflaming the Nation of Islam against Malcolm X, before turning attention to undermining SDS, the SWP, because of its important role in the anti-war movement, and SNCC. For 2 years Stokely Carmichael was the presumptive black messiah whom Hoover believed had to be stopped at all costs. Only with the formation of the Los Angeles chapter did the Black Panther Party really register itself as a COINTELPRO target under the jurisdiction of the Black Nationalist Program supervised by the Racial Intelligence Section. In September 1968 Hoover labeled the party as the greatest threat to the internal security of the country coming from any black group. According to the Church Committee, a letter to certain field offices with BPP activity dated November 25, 1968, ordered recipient offices to submit imaginative and hard-hitting counterintelligence measures aimed at crippling the BPP. Proposals were to be received every 2 weeks. Particular attention was to be given to capitalizing upon the differences between the BPP and U.S. Incorporated. Ron Karenga's group, which had reached such proportions that it is taking on the aura of gang warfare with attendant threats of murder and reprisals. 24. Equally important was letting the party know that it was being infiltrated by government and then focusing internal suspicion upon individual members. According to committee investigators, the snitch jacket is a particularly nasty technique even when used in peaceful groups. It gains an added dimension of danger when it is used as, indeed, it was in groups known to have murdered informers. For instance, a Black Panther leader was arrested by the local police with 4 other members of the BPP. The others were released, but the leader remained in custody. Headquarters authorized the field office to circulate the rumor that the leader is the last to be released because he is cooperating with and has made a deal with the Los Angeles Police Department to furnish them information concerning the BPP. 25. Who was this Panther leader? One of the most mysterious events in the LA chapter history was the murder of Captain Frank Diggs, on New Year's Day 1969. He had been shot 3 times in the head and his body dumped in the harbor area. Wayne Farr, one of the party's most courageous and idealistic activists, would explain years later how Diggs had come under suspicion of being an FBI plant. Shortly before his death, Captain Franco had been arrested for armed robbery after leading the police on a high-speed chase. Shortly after the arrest, he was mysteriously released without charges being filed, which led some Panthers to say that he had snitched. How else could he have just walked away from that kind of situation with no consequences? It was hard for comrades to accept. 26. The LAPD, following a tip that Franco was executed by the party, arrested Geronimo and other Panthers but released them for lack of evidence. Later, after a raid on the Panther headquarters at 41st and Central, an automatic was recovered that the police said matched with the bullets that killed Franco. Farr was not surprised. Some of the comrades were stunned, while others believed that the police had planted the bullets or just lied. But for me it wasn't a head twister at all. I had already concluded that the police had not killed Captain Franco. It was an inside job, and I felt it was a dirty deed. I wasn't sure who had given the order, nor did I know how high up the chain of command the matter had gone. Was it a directive from the leadership of the Southern California chapter, or was the Central Committee in Oakland involved? 27. The congruence between the FBI memo quoted in the Church Committee report and Farr's memo is more than striking. Frank Diggs was almost certainly the first of at least a dozen Panthers who would die because of FBI snitch jacketing or the Bureau's incitement of the party's enemies. Diggs was barely in the ground before the Los Angeles COINTELPRO operation chalked up the rest of the trio that had constituted the chapter's top leadership, Bunchy Carter and John Huggins. The UCLA murders. Although the high school and junior college BSUs were the soul of the Black Power movement in Los Angeles, they had little influence over the kind of power resources that adult groups craved. At the outside, the high school protests opened up some opportunities for black administrators and teachers, while BSUs in the junior colleges won a few student elections and were able to dispense small budgets, perhaps even sway a few hiring decisions, but little more. At state college and university campuses, however, the stakes were much higher. At San Francisco and Valley State colleges, for example, Black and Chicano students were fighting for the creation of new departments with substantial budgets, autonomy in hiring, special student recruitment programs, and the ability to generate research and policy for their oppressed communities. In the context of the times, there was little apprehension that the long march into the institutions might lead to the absorption and dilution of militancy. On the contrary, there was enormous confidence that if such battles could be won, then campuses might become permanent bases of resistances, training movement professionals who would return to the grassroots. 28. The big prize in Southern California was, of course, UCLA, Berkeley with mothers according to disgruntled radicals, which was in the midst of an extraordinary faculty expansion and building boom. Great things were happening in its laboratories and classrooms, including in 1969 the invention of the Internet. 29 But the campus enrolled a ludicrously small number of black students, a scandalous situation that many feared would ultimately produce a San Francisco state-like explosion. UCLA's 36-year-old chancellor, Charles Young, who one day would be regarded by his peers as the ablest campus administrator of the 60s, sought to defuse the inevitable unrest in 1969 by setting up a special admissions program to recruit talented minority students. 30 Through this high potential, HP, program gateway, which waived many of the traditional prerequisites, the Panther leadership went back to school. Carter enrolled first, meeting and recruiting Pratt, who was already studying political science on the GI Bill. Later, Huggins, Brown and others joined them. Their interest in academic content, all accounts testify to the thirst for knowledge among young Panthers, was authentic but at the same time secondary to the strategic consideration of influencing program resources on such an affluent public campus. US had the same idea, perhaps earlier, and a number of its leading members, such as Larry and George Steiner, former Gladiators and now Simbas, also entered the university through HP. A BSU quickly formed on campus out of an existing black student group, although its membership was regarded by Elaine Brown as at best half-hearted. Even the poorer black students, the others in the high potential program, wanted to break their bonds with the ghetto. All of them wanted to avoid issues and relax in the sunshine of Westwood. 31 In this regard, UCLA was different from other campuses where the BSUs had produced their own strong leadership, or where third parties, like Che Lumumba or the regional BSA, enforced coalitional peace. At UCLA it was just US and Panther Cotter glaring across the table at one another, an enmity that quickly poisoned the atmosphere at Campbell Hall, the headquarters of High Potential. The proximate cause was a Black Studies program that Young had endorsed as one of his preemptive reforms. A community advisory committee had been created that allied Karenga, a UCLA alumnus, and Walter Bremond of the Black Congress with psychiatrists Alfred Cannon and Hiawatha Harris, who were sympathetic to US cultural nationalism. Karenga, of course, was the most outspoken, and Young freely accepted his leadership in the project, possibly because of a favorable recommendation from Karenga's powerful friend Otis Chandler. Young's predecessor, Franklin Murphy, had left UCLA to become the Times' CEO. In any event, Charles Thomas, a psychologist who worked out of the Watts Health Center, was nominated as the program's director. Although he would later be denounced as a Karenga lackey by the Panthers, Dr. Thomas was in fact a veteran civil rights activist and a pioneer in community medicine, sometimes honored as the father of black psychology. His credentials were genuinely impressive, but many of the students still felt that they were being steamrolled by the Community Advisory Committee and that they should be the ones to vote on a director. They complained to Huggins that they had been intimidated from speaking out by armed Simbas who attended every meeting, and they asked the campus Panthers to provide security as they attempted to take control of the program. The clutch meeting on January 15 was predictably tempestuous as non-aligned BSU members, opposed to the appointment of Thomas, clashed with Karenga and, according to Brown, eventually expelled him from the meeting. If the Panther presence reassured the dissenting students, it also brazenly threw down a gauntlet on territory that Karenga believed rightly belonged to him. At a Black Studies rally the next evening, Geronimo Pratt recalled, fistfights broke out. You couldn't hear the speakers over the booze. 32 The follow-up meeting the next day in the cafeteria of Campbell Hall was equally rancorous. Karenga was out of town, but the usual group of armed U.S. supporters was present, along with a similar contingent of Panthers with concealed weapons. Huggins reputedly packed a huge .44 Magnum. The discussion ended in a tense stalemate. As it broke up, Elaine Brown was accosted by Harold Tuwela Jones, a Simba whom she knew well from earlier days at the Black Congress. You need to watch what you say, Sister 33. She immediately complained to Bunchy and Huggins and then left to go upstairs. 34 According to J. Daniel Johnson, the chair of the meeting and the founder of the BSU chapter, there were 13 or 15 people left in the room when Huggins confronted Jones, who hurled obscenities back at him. Huggins then pulled out his gun. Another Simba, 21-year-old Claude Chuck Essa Hubert, immediately shot Huggins in the back. The hollow point bullet did catastrophic damage, but before Huggins collapsed he got off a few wild rounds, one of which hit Larry Steiner in the shoulder. Then, says Johnson, who was standing only a few feet away, Bunchy tried to take cover behind a chair and Chuck Essa shot through the chair and killed him instantly. 35 There was panic in Campbell Hall, and fleeing students trampled the bodies of the two Panthers. In the melee, all the Simbas managed to escape. Hubert, the shooter, and Jones disappeared forever, reputedly to the Caribbean. Years later there was an unsuccessful attempt to extradite Hubert from Guyana. Distorted accounts of the shootings, depicting the event as a carefully planned assassination carried out by an elite team of Simbas, have been so widely reproduced over the years that they constitute the standard version. Yet these descriptions often err in the simplest details. Ward Churchill, for example, has written in different places that Carter and Huggins were duly shot to death by a team of 5 ostensible U.S. members, or that the murderers were the brothers George and Joseph Steiner and a man named Claude Hubert. Floyd Hayes and Francis Keene, two well-known Black Studies professors, repeat the charge that the trio killed them and add that Hubert was convicted with the Steiners at a subsequent murder trial. Joshua Bloom and Waldo Martin, in their otherwise excellent history of the party, claim that ranking members of the U.S. organization fired guns at Los Angeles Black Panther leaders. 36 Even Angela Davis, in her autobiography, charges that 2 members of Ron Karenga's US organization were the ones who actually pulled the trigger. 37 In fact, only Hubert and Huggins fired weapons, and the former, while indicted, never came to trial because he was never apprehended. Moreover, the Simbas who eventually went on trial, the Steiners, along with 18-year-old Donald Hawkins, were never accused by the Panthers or the DA of being shooters, they were tried instead as conspirators and accessories. Media and police accounts undoubtedly abetted confusion about who shot whom and in what order. The Black Panther paper, while typically hyperbolic, was not wrong to observe, as always, when our people are the victims of rape, robbery, or murder, a cloud of mystery and racist press misinformation descends on the black ghetto like a horde of starving locusts. 38 Wayne Farr, the president of BSU at Harbor College and a new party member, first heard about the murders on CBS, 3 members of U.S., after a BSU meeting, around 2:40 this afternoon, shot Al Prentice Carter and John Huggins. Later, Long John Washington, one of Bunchy's chief lieutenants, confidentially explained to Farr and others that Huggins had in fact pulled out his gun first and had been shot, along with Carter, by Hubert. 39, the LAPD were still claiming that Carter and Huggins were unarmed, 40 Whether or not the killings were spontaneous or resulted from a conspiracy was not self-evident from these bare facts. What did appear to be prolonged was the reaction of the LAPD. In the chaotic hours that followed the shootings, several hundred LAPD officers hit the Panthers like a tornado, vacuuming up every individual and as much Panther property as could be found, while daring members to resist. As Jack Olson put it in his book on Geronimo Pratt, across Central Avenue from Panther headquarters, police emerged from behind a building facade and arrested every African American in sight. They confiscated ammunition, medical supplies, Panther literature and propaganda, gas masks, address books and marijuana. By midnight nearly 100 Panthers had been herded into paddy wagons, driven to Los Angeles County Jail, booked, fingerprinted, run through showers, sprayed for bugs and locked into 7 by 8 foot maximum security cells. Police confiscated party files and poured over boxes of information, driver's licenses and license plate numbers, unlisted phone numbers, names and addresses of financial supporters like the actresses Jane Fonda and Jean Seberg, who used the code name Aretha on her checks, and prominent Hollywood citizens. 41. U.S. was spared such raids and mass arrests. Since Hubert and Jones had rather miraculously, and suspiciously in the eyes of most, fled the country, the LAPD's haul consisted of the Steiners, who surrendered themselves in late January, and then, arrested at his UCLA dormitory in February, 18-year-old U.S. member Donald Hawkins. The brothers were easy targets since they were out on bail at the time of the shootings, charged with robbing and shooting up a bar in Santa Ana. Before their trial in August for conspiracy to murder and second-degree murder, they were convicted by an all-white Orange County jury of the robbery and sentenced to 15 years in prison, making them less than sympathetic figures to the UCLA jury. According to one defense attorney, their huge afros didn't help either. 42 Instead of going through a preliminary hearing, which would have slowed down the proceedings, the three were indicted by the grand jury after it heard graphic testimony from Elaine Brown and other Panthers. 43 That the party eagerly collaborated with the DA's office against 3 other black activists is a topic usually avoided in memoirs and accounts of the shootings. Deputy DA Stephen Trott's case for conspiracy to murder, a death penalty offense, was entirely circumstantial. The judge facilitated this by an unusual decision to allow hearsay evidence to be presented to the jury. 44 The defense team contended that the shooting was spontaneous, that there was no conspiracy to kill or intimidate anyone, and that their clients were only innocent bystanders. They also charged that Huggins started the gun battle by pulling a weapon on Jones. 45 Trott counterattacked not by presenting any actual evidence of a conspiracy, reports from informers, wiretaps, incriminating notes, and the like, but by mesmerizing the jury with the Panther claims of a diabolical U.S. plot. 46 Despite vigorous efforts by the defense to debunk the unsupported conspiracy theory, the Steiners were convicted and received life in prison on top of their previous 15-year sentences. Hawkins, almost an afterthought in the trial, was committed to the Youth Authority, where he served 7 years. U.S. did not lift a finger in their defense. Was there actually a U.S. conspiracy? At the time, it was easy to discern a plot involving U.S. and the FBI and/or the LAPD. The Panthers, confronted with attacks from every side, were realistic to be paranoid. Immediately after the shootings, Shermont Banks, Carter's de facto replacement as leader of the chapter, told a news conference with great certainty that Karenga was personally responsible for the deaths of his comrades. The Wall Street Journal, the year before, had already revealed the U.S. leader's history of secret meetings with Reagan, Redden, and Yurdi. And in 1971-72, the FBI files liberated by the media Pennsylvania, burglary that helped spur the Church Committee's massive investigation of COINTELPRO, in turn, revealed the Bureau's program to foment conflict between U.S. and the Panthers. Although the FBI documents reviewed by Church did not explicitly discuss collusion with U.S. leadership, a seeming smoking gun was produced in later years by ex-FBI agent Wesley Swearingen when he claimed knowledge that the Bureau's LA office arranged for U.S. members to kill Carter and Huggins. For most friends of the Panthers and later students of the events, the case for conspiracy has always seemed overwhelming. But there are good reasons to be skeptical. To begin with, it's doubtful that Karenga had foreknowledge of any assassination. He was in Harlem on the 17th, waiting to speak at an event organized by Amory Baraka's Committee for a United Newark, when he received a call from the West Coast. According to Baraka, Karenga was frozen by what he had heard on the phone. He was scheduled to speak very shortly and it was obvious he could not. His eyes seemed to dart around in his head, glassy with fear. He said he wouldn't speak, but I began to try to convince him that he must speak, that all the people sitting out front were waiting for him. But he was extremely paranoid, thinking that perhaps the word had already reached East about what had happened. He thought maybe Panther sharpshooters were sitting in the audience. Finally, he did go out to speak, surrounded on all sides by the security, the LA brothers, and our own people. 47. If he wasn't personally involved, might not FBI plans have instigated Simbas to go rogue? Certainly, but one cannot rely on Agent Swearingen's 1995 book. An expert in black bag break-ins, he was assigned to the Los Angeles Bureau in May 1970 to pursue local links to the Weather Underground. See below. 48. At some point he heard a rumor that Agent Nick Galt had arranged for Galt's informers in the United Slaves to assassinate Al Prentice Carter, the Panthers' Los Angeles Minister of Defense, and John Huggins, the Deputy Minister of Information. Following Galt's instruction, informants George Steiner and Larry Steiner shot them to death on the UCLA campus. Such ignorance of the facts of the case makes one skeptical of Swearingen's claim to have later found files proving that the Steiners were FBI informers. For the most part he draws his account, as did Huey Newton in his 1980 PhD thesis on the repression of the Panthers, from the lurid revelations of Dart Hard Perry alias Ed Riggs, code name Othello 49. Perry's illustrious career as an FBI asset included sabotaging the Watts Writers' Workshop after he was hired there. He systematically stole or damaged its equipment and ultimately burned down its new theater, bankrupting the collective. As for the UCLA killings, he claimed that his handlers, Agents Cleary and Heaton, had ordered him to attend the January 17 meeting at UCLA. For some reason, he took a break and went out to a parking lot, where he heard shots from Campbell Hall. Those familiar with the campus know that 5-story-high Rolfe Hall stands between Campbell Hall and Parking Lot 5. Would Perry really have been able to hear the gunfire? Rather than rushing toward the scene, he remained in the parking lot, where he fortuitously saw George Steiner, Larry Steiner, and Claude Hubert, also known as Chuck Essa, jump into a 1967 or 1968 light tan or white, four-door Chevrolet driven by Brandon Cleary of the FBI. He immediately took a bus to the FBI headquarters. I went to the building and met with my supervising agent, Will Heaton. While in his company, I observed George Steiner, Larry Steiner, and Claude Hubert in the company of Brandon Cleary. I asked Cleary what was happening and was told that there had been a fuck-up, no one was to be killed by our people. I also learned that it was Claude Hubert who fired the shot that killed John Jerome Huggins and the same Claude Hubert who fired the shot that killed Al Prentice Bunchy Carter and not George or Larry Steiner. 50. This is a perplexing account in several respects, including the fact that Steiner had been shot in the shoulder at Campbell Hall yet was wandering around the FBI building an hour later. But it is also fascinating that Perry labels the Steiners as informers while simultaneously rebutting the idea of a murder conspiracy. If it was a fuck-up, then the deaths of Carter and Huggins may not have been an FBI assassination in any literal sense. Nevertheless, the Bureau was fully responsible for spreading the rumors and anonymous denunciations that led to the confrontation. It is curious, however, that the Steiners, if they were informers, were so casually thrown to the wolves by the Bureau and ended up with life sentences. Why in their defense did they not expose their FBI roles? What did they have to lose? In any case, it is hard not to agree with their attorneys, including Loren Miller Jr., later a distinguished judge, that they were railroaded to San Quentin by an outrageous verdict based on hearsay and influenced by a biased judge. 51. Killer cartoons. The UCLA killings inflicted wounds on the entire Black Power movement. The first casualty was the Black Congress, which was now branded by the Panthers as a front for U.S. conspiracies. The Panthers had earlier split from the Congress in opposition to its peacekeeping role after the assassination of Martin Luther King. Walter Bramond, who had allowed U.S. to borrow a Congress car to take the Simbas to the campus, resigned 2 weeks after the deaths of Carter and Huggins. He had already been accused of financial malfeasance by Margaret Wright and a handful of activists who wanted to replace the Congress with something called the Black Alternative. That never got off the ground, but Wright's calumnies, along with the perception that he had conspired with Karenga at UCLA, put him under threat from the pro-Panther forces in the community. On the other hand, disputes over poverty funding, Bramond was the head of the Brotherhood Crusade, aggravated relations with U.S. In October his home was firebombed and the Sentinel reported widespread speculation that it had been ordered by Karenga. 52 Meanwhile, the memory rapidly faded of what the Congress had achieved in the days when operational unity was a dynamic reality. Karenga was the chief unifier, and members of U.S., the Panthers, and SNCC easily socialized together. For Karenga, Campbell Hall was simply a catastrophe. If he was shielded in some way from entanglement in the UCLA trial, his organization had become radioactive to the downtown establishment and mainstream civil rights groups as well as the entire white left. Living under the permanent threat of Panther retaliation, moreover, his fear became delusional. This period, writes Scott Brown in his History, came to be known in U.S. lexicon as the crisis. Most striking was US' rapid militarization. Every facet of U.S. had to shift its main activities to ones relating to protecting the organization's leader from the immediate threat of an attack from the Black Panther Party or the police. 53 US' formerly prominent role in the community dramatically contracted, and the group began to bleed members as street-level opinion turned against them. The Panthers, in contrast, launched their popular free breakfast for children and free health clinic programs in April and expanded their role in the Black Campus movement. An energetic, largely white Friends of the Panthers group was organized to support the programs and raise money for the party's defense fund. With Carter and Huggins now enshrined as heroic martyrs, recruitment surged. 54. In the meantime U.S. was plunged into another crisis, this time involving its vice chairman, James Daste-Ari. When Panther Ronald Freeman was wounded by U.S. members outside a meeting of Carver parents and students in March, party gunmen using automatic weapons punctually shot up Daste-Ari's family apartment. Daste-Ari didn't hesitate to strike back and was arrested a few days later on attempted murder charges, following a ferocious gun battle that left one Panther seriously wounded. 55 What really rocked the organization, however, was his subsequent indictment, along with his wife Carmelita, for the robbery of a Bank of America branch near Exposition Park the previous January. Carmelita was accused of driving the getaway car while Daste-Ari, wielding a shotgun and shouting orders, held up the bank with 3 other men. In February the police killed 2 masked robbers at the same branch, whom they identified as suspects in the first job. The trial was easy work for the DA's office. Daste-Ari was identified in a lineup by witnesses, while his wife's alibi, that at the time of the robbery she was at a doctor's office with her baby, was refuted by a sitter or friend who had actually been with the child. They were convicted in July, lost an appeal, and Daste-Ari was sent to prison for 25 years. 56. All of this ratified the perception that U.S. was an out-of-control criminal conspiracy and ended whatever elite tolerance or protection Karenga had previously enjoyed. The following January, after an incident where the LAPD brazenly opened fire on the U.S. headquarters, Karenga tried to arrange a meeting with Redden's successor as chief, Ed Davis. He was rudely rebuffed. Referring to the UCLA killings and the Daste-Ari's conviction, Davis told a press conference, "I won't dignify him by meeting with him till his group stops being involved in murder and robbery." 57. The FBI, meanwhile, had been busy greasing the skids for us' rapid decline. The UCLA killings, even if an unplanned fuck-up, as Perry alleged, were seized upon by local COINTELPRO agents as a golden opportunity to inflict incalculable damage on both groups. The damage was greatest in San Diego, where US and the Panthers were competing for hegemony over the city's relatively small black community. According to investigators for the Church Committee, in early March local agents began mailing cartoons to the homes of Panther activists and the offices of 2 underground newspapers. These mailings included flyers that had U.S. members gloating over the corpses of Huggins and Carter, and Panthers calling U.S. a collection of pork chop niggers. Bureau agents and informants tacked up additional copies of the cartoon flyers on walls and telephone poles. While this was going on, the San Diego office placed anonymous calls to Panther leaders naming other Panthers as police informants. 58. When the San Diego Panther leadership arranged a peace conference with U.S., the local FBI immediately escalated its cartoon war. This puerile tactic, which delighted the agents involved, was surprisingly effective, and by April the two groups were raiding one another's events and attacking each other on the streets. The committee noted, the FBI's special agent in charge in San Diego boasted that the cartoons had caused these incidents. Guns were soon drawn. On May 23, 2 U.S. members jumped out of a car and killed a 21-year-old Panther named John Savage. A week later the Panthers shot up the U.S. headquarters, wounding 2 people inside. In June a U.S. member was wounded while walking down the street with his girlfriend. In revenge, local Panther leader Sylvester Bell was assassinated while selling the Black Panther paper in a shopping center. According to the Church Committee, the COINTELPRO agents were jubilant. The San Diego office pointed with pride to the continued violence between black groups. Shootings, beatings, and a high degree of unrest continues to prevail in the ghetto area of southeast San Diego. Although no specific counterintelligence action can be credited with contributing to this overall situation, it is felt that a substantial amount of the unrest is directly attributable to this program. 2 weeks later, when the Panthers blew up the local U.S. headquarters, the San Diego office of the FBI viewed this carnage as a positive development and informed headquarters, efforts are being made to determine how this situation can be capitalized upon for the benefit of the counterintelligence program. The field office further noted, in view of the recent killing of BPP member Sylvester Bell, a new cartoon is being considered in the hopes that it will assist in the continuance of the rift between BPP and US 59. The FBI kept fueling the war through all of 1970. There was rage at these events in LA and Oakland, but it was exceeded by the confusion and fear inside Karenga's Inglewood compound. While bodies were falling in San Diego that summer, there was a mass exodus of U.S. cadre, including an entire collective that moved to Newark to work with Baraka's Congress of African People. 60 later Karenga's wife Brenda would testify that a change came over Karenga after the summer of 1969 when he began believing that everyone were trying to poison him. She said he surrounded himself 24 hours a day with from 3 to 7 bodyguards and from time to time would order that all of their food, including that was in unopened cans, be taken from the house because he thought it was poisoned. 61. His descent into Macbeth-like paranoia and madness culminated in early May 1970 when he accused 2 of the young U.S. women living in the compound of trying to kill him by placing crystals in his food and water, on his clothing and in various areas of the house. According to subsequent trial testimony, Deborah Jones and Gail Davis were stripped naked by several followers, whipped with an electrical cord and beaten with a nunc huck to force their confession. When they refused, Karenga, boasting that Vietnamese torture is nothing compared to what I know, ordered a hot soldering iron put into Davis's screaming mouth. When Jones proved more stoic, her toe was put into a vice. Karenga's companion and presumed mistress, Luz Tamayo, then put a caustic detergent in their mouths while one of his bodyguards used a water hose to make them swallow it. His wife and children, meanwhile, were huddled in another room listening to the commotion and screams. 62. Karenga was arrested, convicted on the testimony of his wife and one of the victims, the other was in hiding, and, after a 60-day psychiatric evaluation, sentenced to 1 to 10 years in prison. 63 All the important cultural institutions which he had helped to create or supported were now put under threat. The Mayfundi Institute, one of the pillars of the Watts Renaissance, was particularly vulnerable because Karenga was on the board of directors. When it succeeded in winning an important federal grant to train Watts residents as film and television technicians, Governor Reagan vetoed it. Karenga was taken off the board, but Reagan wasn't swayed. 64 While nationally the Black Convention movement was becoming stronger and black politicians, with nationalist support, were beginning to win important political offices, Los Angeles was becoming Black Power's graveyard, just as COINTELPRO had intended. 26. Killing the Panthers, 1969–70. In the chaos that followed the UCLA killings and the mass roundup of Panthers by the LAPD, the question of who would become Bunchy Carter's successor threatened to divide the embattled Southern California chapter. Deputy Chairman Shermont Banks took the public reins of the chapter after Campbell Hall, but within a few months he removed himself from competition when he turned to full-time study at Cal State LA and married a local CBS reporter. Although respected for being articulate and well-organized, Banks was considered a cold fish by many party members, lacking the warrior spirit and personal charisma that had made Bunchy so inspiring. 1 Meanwhile Julius Julio Butler, a 36-year-old hairdresser and former LA County Sheriff who was a West Side section leader, made an aggressive bid to claim the mantle. But Oakland, shocked by the scale of repression in LA and disturbed by rumors that Butler was a snitch, selected Geronimo Pratt to reorganize and defend the chapter, with Elaine Brown as his deputy. Ray Masai Hewitt, well-grounded in revolutionary history and theory, was charged with political education and, together with Brown, named liaison with the local party's Hollywood supporters. One of the first acts of the new leadership was to purge Butler, who would return a few years later as Geronimo's nemesis, allegedly under the aegis of the FBI. 2. Other purges from the ranks were aimed at members accused of being ill-disciplined, being late for meetings, and other petty acts were now punished with beatings, or linked too closely to other revolutionary groups. With Carter's permission, Deacon Alexander, the younger brother of Franklin, had joined the West Side section of the party the previous fall, along with Angela Davis, at that point a graduate student at UC San Diego. Angela immediately took charge of political education, while Deacon organized a campaign against a shop owner who had killed a black youth for kicking over his garbage can. The West Side office began to attract as many as 200 people to meetings, and it also attracted increased harassment from the LAPD as the Panther boycott of the killer's store gained community support. Then the expulsions began. Deacon, writes Davis, was called up on the question of his membership in the Communist Party in very much the same way he might have been called before the Subversive Activities Control Board. Obviously, there was something more behind this than simply the fact that he was a communist. Sure enough, around this time, a leading member of the BPP, one who had helped a great deal with the building of the West Side section, was found one morning in an alley with a bullet through his brain. The victim was Captain Franco Diggs, and the paranoia around his suspected but unproven betrayal practically decimated the West Side office. Although the leadership knew better than to confront Angela in the same abrupt manner as Deacon, she withdrew from the party to focus on the struggle being waged by her sister Fania for a third college at UCSD. 3. As winter turned to spring, the chapter faced relentless pressure from Parker's reincarnation, Chief Ed Davis, as well as from COINTELPRO's Dirty Tricks campaign. In 1968 the LAPD's old riot and vice squad, the Metropolitan Division, had been enlarged from 70 to 200 officers and set loose on the Panthers. 4 Metro now had the resources to dog individual Panthers on a daily basis, and FAR and other party veterans have vividly recalled the grim routine of being pulled over by a team of cops, beaten with saps or choked into unconsciousness, then charged with assault or resisting arrest. 5 An even better charge from Chief Davis's point of view was conspiracy to murder, the same vaguely defined capital offense that had been used to railroad the Steiners to prison for life. Thus in April, when Long John Washington and a comrade made an illegal U-turn and parked in front of the Watts office, an officer followed them inside and was confronted with a drawn pistol. As a result, the 5 Panthers in the room, including Washington, were booked on suspicion of conspiracy to commit murder. 6 The same charge was leveled against 8 other Panthers in July, who were arrested after police saw them in an alley pointing at them objects they said appeared to be guns. There was no evidence, and all were released in August, but the murder allegations, headlined in newsprint and on television, were remembered by the public, reinforcing the idea that it was the Panthers who were stalking the police, rather than vice versa. 7. This high-intensity harassment and the consequent need to raise large amounts of bail sapped morale and diverted resources from survival programs. It also immobilized the leadership. The Black Panther would later report that Geronimo, between his assumption of chapter leadership in early 1969 and his decision to go underground in September 1970, had been jailed no less than 37 times on bogus charges. 8. The repression, of course, was national in scope. Panther lawyer Charles Gary, based in San Francisco, told The Times in July 1969 that he already had 200 separate cases to defend from this spring alone. Some members of the Southern California chapter itched to retaliate, but Oakland, via Geronimo, had imposed a strict rule that only the Panthers' underground members were authorized to carry out offensive operations, such as the counterattacks against U.S. in San Diego. Farr remembers the frustration of a group of young, very tough ex-cons led by Walter Turi Pope who joined the party at end of spring. I felt bad for the new crew in Watts. They had only been in the party a few months, and already most of them had suffered 3 or more arrests. They'd experienced the wrath of billy clubs, saps, chokeholds, and guns shoved in their faces. The billy clubs hurt like hell and could do a lot of damage, but those saps were the real bitch. Those suckers could exact a lot of damage on flesh and bones. With all their government-backed weapons and resources, Metro was inflicting serious harm on the party collectively and on most all of us individually. 10. One evening Farr was kicking back with the crew when Pope became very grave. You know, he reflected somberly, we'll never be able to focus on education and liberation until we stop these pigs. We're spending all our time on fighting them and defending ourselves against those bastards. A few months later, Farr was in a 77th Division holding cell when a Metro cop eyed him with surprise. I thought we got you tonight, he said cryptically. But I guess it was the other wanted Panther. Yeah, we got him on the ground and shot your boy in the head. It was Turi. Turi and another comrade, Bruce Richards, had attacked an unmarked police car that was on a burglary stakeout at a Jack-in-the-Box drive-in when their ambush was itself ambushed by Metro. Turi died on the spot, while Richards, who escaped but was critically wounded, was reluctantly taken by party members to the hospital where he was arrested. According to Farr, this was a completely unauthorized action, and the death of Turi was devastating to the party. It was also a warning to Geronimo and other leaders that the grassroots of the party would no longer passively submit to Metro's abuse. 11. Since every Panther chapter in the country faced similar pressure, and the 3 top leaders Newton, Seal, and Cleaver were in jail or exile, the party desperately needed its own survival program. Both locally and nationally, the Panthers poured new energy into building alliances, with the white left, with other oppressed communities, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, Asians and, in Chicago, poor Appalachian whites, and with a small group of left-wing celebrities, including Leonard Bernstein and Jane Fonda, who were brave enough to weather public opprobrium. A few prominent blacks above all, James Baldwin, who attended Carter's funeral, Ossie Davis, and a handful of others who had previously defended Malcolm X publicly put themselves on the line, but mainstream civil rights groups in the post-King era kept their distance or denounced the party. Stokely Carmichael had resigned and was now attacking the party precisely for its friendship with the white left. In addition, the black press, the left-leaning Amsterdam News aside, was generally hostile, including the LA Sentinel. The party desperately needed more allies. In late July, Bobby Seale, briefly free on bail, presided over the party's major initiative to create a supportive national coalition, the United Front Against Fascism Conference in Oakland, attended by almost 5,000 people. The three-day-long event was organized to address the escalating, often murderous repression directed not only against the Panthers, but also against BSUs, radical Chicano and Puerto Rican groups, the emergent Native American movement, and anti-war protesters. The Panthers also hoped to secure official recognition as the vanguard of the anti-imperialist movement from the broadest possible spectrum of Third World groups and the white left. In many aspects, however, it was a strange meeting, with Seale summarily reversing many of the positions espoused by Cleaver, now in Algeria. In contrast to the latter's apocalyptic rhetoric, he urged petition drives on behalf of a campaign to put police decentralization on the ballot in local elections. While the white left in attendance enthusiastically applauded community control of law enforcement in communities of color, they were aghast that Seale would apply the same principle to racist white neighborhoods and suburbs. Where Cleaver had sometimes alluded to the necessity of a separate black nation-state, Seale made the eventual creation of a multi-ethnic workers' party the strategic goal. Cleaver liked hippies and had promised that they would be protected by Panthers, whereas Seale denounced their anarchistic counterculture. The conference, as a result, disoriented many of the delegates who had expected a more revolutionary stance. Moreover, it failed to come up with a concrete national campaign to address the increasingly destructive police and FBI attacks on the party. While it did resolve to establish multiracial national committees to combat fascism around the country, besieged Panther chapters lacked the resources to effectively coordinate these groups, and only in a few locales did they have any success, and then only briefly. As for petitions and participation in local politics, Seale was soon in jail in Chicago, then in New Haven, and the essentially rudderless party returned to the confusing, bellicose rhetoric that promoted community service programs on one hand, and fantasies of imminent revolution and guerrilla warfare on the other. One particularly off-the-wall quote from Huey was helping cops across the country gird themselves for Armageddon, when the masses hear that a Gestapo policeman has been executed while sipping coffee at a counter, and the revolutionary executioners fled without being traced, the masses will see validity of this type of approach to resistance. 12. Friends of the Panthers. In the end, the Panthers relied on local alliances, such as the dynamic Rainbow Coalition of Blacks, Puerto Ricans, and Poor Whites organized by Fred Hampton in Chicago, or the broadly inclusive Community Coalition that arose to support Panthers on trial in New Haven. In the LA area, the party retained impressive support among black youth, especially those leading the high school revolts, and was beginning to recruit black workers, most of them young Vietnam veterans, including an informal section in Terminal Annex, the oddly named Central Post Office. In the Bay Area, the party cultivated an impressive membership at GM's Fremont Assembly Division. But faced with a recharged enemy in City Hall after Bradley's defeat, the branch needed an active, public periphery, including some big names as well as new sources of funding. Brown and Massai were thus assigned to celebrity fundraising as well as helping out with the Friends of the Panthers, a group founded in March whose spokesperson was the playwright and conspiracy sleuth Donald Freed. But a diversity of other groups rallied to support the party, including active-duty Black Marines, the Che Lumumba Club, members of the BSA, a small collective led by veteran socialists Edith and Milt Zaslow, the Reliable Brown Berets, the local chapter of the National Lawyers Guild, and some young white anti-war activists from Orange County who in the Algerian War would have been called les porteurs de valises, for their willingness to take risks on behalf of the underground resistance. 13. Other allies were more or less AWOL by the summer of 1969. SDS, then splintering between Maoist factions and the Weathermen, was of little help locally, while some of the college BSUs were moving away from serious activism. Elaine Brown offers a sympathetic portrait of the local A-list of Panther supporters, the group that Tom Wolfe viciously caricatured in his famous essay in New York Magazine about how giving money to or simply rubbing shoulders with Panthers had become the essence of radical chic. People like Don and Shirley Sutherland, and the writer Don Fried, and actors like Jon Voight and Susan St. James and Jane Fonda, and, most consistent of all, producer Bert Schneider had begun lending us their homes for fundraising soirees that produced thousands of dollars in hard cash. They sent monthly checks for our breakfast program, and paid our incessant bails. As most black artists, along with other black professionals, steered around and away from us, we clutched Hollywood, and did not analyze it. We thanked our stars. That was what made me so resentful of author Tom Wolfe's wholesale appraisal of such white supporters with the epithet radical chic. There were surely those titillated by the danger and daring seemingly involved in being near real black militants. There were surely those who imagined themselves vicariously linked to some dramatic revolutionary act. None of that was the point. We were dying, and all of them, the strongest and the most frivolous, were helping us survive another day. 14. The FBI, which a generation earlier had terrorized and blacklisted the left in Hollywood with the help of the Hearst Press and the LA Times, was determined to repeat the process with the Panthers' celebrity supporters. In addition to Schneider, the co-creator of the Monkees and producer of Easy Rider, who would later arrange Huey Newton's bail-jumping escape to Cuba, the most important Hollywood supporter was Jean Seberg, unforgettable as Preminger's Saint Joan, 1957, and Goddard's Americain selling the New York Herald Tribune on the streets of Paris in Breathless, 1960. Actually, supporter is a misnomer. Seberg, who contributed money anonymously under the name Aretha, became part of an extended family around Brown and Massai. Both she and Brown were pregnant at the same time, Seberg from an affair with a young actor while on location in Mexico. Her marriage with French director Romain Gary was already de facto dissolved, and Brown from a relationship with Massai. Of COINTELPRO's many targets, Seberg, an idealistic woman from Marshalltown, Iowa, must have been most tempting because of her perceived vulnerability to the FBI's increasingly sophisticated canards. The secret campaign the Bureau mounted against her from 1969 to 1972 was a staggeringly oversized operation that included the CIA, military intelligence, and the Secret Service, as well as John Ehrlichman, Nixon's consigliere, whom Hoover kept regularly updated. The FBI monitored her bank account, wiretapped her conversations, and tracked her daily movements. The Secret Service was told that she was dangerous, and in 1970 she was put on the DETCOM register for detention in national emergency. The FBI's zeal had a sick sexual aspect, as Seberg was repeatedly described in their internal documents as a promiscuous and sex-perverted white actress, meaning that she had love affairs with black radicals. In April 1970, the Los Angeles FBI office proposed to Washington that she be neutralized through spreading a false story that she was carrying the baby of a prominent Black Panther. Hoover readily approved. 15. COINTELPRO enlisted the assistance, witting or unwitting, of the Times's Metro editor, Bill Thomas, who was informed that the information came from a wiretap. He immediately tipped off Joyce Haber, Hedda Hopper's successor as the paper's gossip columnist and Hollywood's #1 voyeur. His memo read, "Informant says actress Jean Seberg is 4 months pregnant by Ray Hewitt, known as Massai, and identified as present Black Panther Minister of Information. Informant adds that she has said she plans to have the baby." 16. Haber obligingly put the claim, Miss A rates as expectant mother, at the top of her syndicated column and provided all the necessary clues. She is beautiful and she is blonde and came to Hollywood some years ago with the tantalizing flavor of a basket of fresh-picked berries, so that anyone who didn't live in a hilltop monastery would immediately know her identity. The result was a cascade of disaster for Seberg that has been chronicled over the years in several books, documentaries, and a 2019 feature film. In rapid order, her Hollywood career was wrecked. She became severely depressed, had a stillbirth, she reportedly insisted on an open casket to prove the infant was not black, and began a series of attempted suicides that ended when her decomposed body was found in her car parked on a Parisian street in 1979. The LAPD was less successful in its efforts to frame 2 leaders of the Friends of the Panthers. The actress Shirley Sutherland, née Douglas, could claim to be the daughter of the leader of the first socialist government in North America. Tommy Douglas, champion boxer, Baptist minister, and fervent socialist, led the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation to victory in Saskatchewan in 1944 and remained premier until 1961. Canada's universal health care system was largely his achievement. Shirley, after a role in Kubrick's Lolita, 1962, met and married fellow Canadian Donald Sutherland. They moved to Hollywood in 1967, and she quickly became a prominent supporter of civil rights and the Panthers. Years later she would recall, "I didn't think they were a violent group. Their 10-point program was very close to the CCF, except the Panthers wanted the right to bear arms to defend their homes." Her involvement soon became front-page news when the FBI raided the Sutherland estate and arrested Arthur League, a fugitive Panther accused of murdering a Santa Ana cop. She claimed no knowledge of the crime and was not arrested, although she was now an obvious target of COINTELPRO and the LAPD.17. The other mover and shaker of the Friends of the Panthers was Donald Fried, a talented playwright whose fascination with conspiracy theories eventually led him into unsavory relationships with both Jim Jones, People's Temple, and the O.J. Simpson defense. After members of the Friends had been regularly followed, harassed, and assaulted by right-wing Cuban exiles probably from the same group that later burnt down the Ash Grove nightclub and the Haymarket Coffee House, Fried accepted an offer from an ex-Green Beret named James Jarrett, who knew Geronimo in Vietnam, to train members of the group in self-defense techniques as well as first aid. As often happens with left-wing groups, newcomers who walk the walk, even if they quack like undercover cops, are absolved of suspicion by the assumption that real finks would be heavily disguised and not obvious in demeanor. As Fried would later acknowledge, Jarrett talked freely about atrocities he had committed in Vietnam and his current life as a cat burglar and gun runner. Jarrett, in fact, was a veteran of the CIA's Phoenix program in Vietnam that had carried out the systematic murder of thousands of students, village leaders, and trade unionists suspected of being Viet Cong sympathizers. The LAPD had recruited him to help train SWAT teams, but because of his unusual skill set he was soon assigned to the elite criminal conspiracy section and parachuted, perhaps with Geronimo's unwitting aid, into the Friends. In September, after the rape of one of the young women in the group again, by supposed gusanos, Jarrett urged members of the group to carry mace to ward off future attackers. Sutherland wrote a check for $100, and on October 2 Jarrett dropped off a cardboard box at Fried's home. Instead of mace, the box contained hand grenades. The Metro squad soon arrived, guns drawn, at both the Fried and Sutherland residences. Shirley, with her husband out of the country, was alone with their 3 children, including 2-year-old Kiefer, when she was arrested. Fried, too, was arrested, and both were booked for unlawful possession of a destructive device, a charge that carried a potential 10-year prison sentence. 18. But Chief Davis and his investigators then stupidly overreached. First they set up warrantless wiretaps of conversations between the defendants and their attorneys, then they arranged in December for an informer to burglarize the apartment of the chief investigator for the defense. He stole documents and hours of confidential tapes that revealed every detail of the defense strategy. The prosecutor, U.S. Attorney Matt Byrne, however, quickly worked out that notes shared with his office by the LAPD contained information that had been obtained illegally, and he was forced to make a full written disclosure to the U.S. District Court. He also had to inform the judge that the key witness, Jarrett, was being sent out of the country by a federal agency. According to Times reporter Roy Haynes, Jarrett told others the CIA was sending him to Israel to train commandos. In any event, the judge soon ruled that the federal statute under which Fried and Sutherland had been arrested was unconstitutional since it required registration of illegal devices, a clear case of compulsory self-incrimination. 19. The Alamo on Central Avenue. As fall approached, the skirmishes between the police and the Panthers grew more deadly. Our worst fears, writes Farr, were beginning to turn into reality. At the beginning of September, 40 cops, looking for LA Panthers Ronald Freeman and Blue Lewis, stormed the party's San Diego office with guns blazing, igniting a small riot after neighbors gathered to jeer the raiders. 20 A few days later, two highway patrolmen pulled over Panthers Luxie Lux Irving, Robert Caveman Williams, and Romaine Chip Fitzgerald, supposedly for inadequate lighting of a rear license. The encounter rapidly escalated into a gun battle that would leave one of the officers permanently paralyzed. The three Panthers, one of them also wounded, then hijacked a pickup truck and, in a confused chain of events, ended up in Gardena, where they took a mother and her 5-year-old daughter hostage, commandeering their family car. The police, however, quickly caught up with them in an alley, blocking both exits. A dozen more units of Gardena and Torrance police soon arrived, and in the ensuing gunfight, a ricocheting bullet wounded one cop, while Lux was shot in the leg. He and Lewis surrendered, but Fitzgerald, with a head wound from the earlier encounter, somehow escaped to a Panther safe house where he was given first aid by, of all people, James Jarrett. This was a month before he delivered the hand grenades to Freed. Fitzgerald, despite his suppurating wound, stayed at large until early October, when he was finally arrested. Lux and Williams later received consecutive 10 to 15-year sentences for attempted murder, robbery, and kidnapping, while Fitzgerald, who was accused of killing a security guard in a separate incident, was sent to death row at San Quentin. In 1972 the California Supreme Court ruled against the death penalty, and Fitzgerald was sentenced to life. As of 2019, he remains incarcerated, the longest held of all Panther prisoners. 21. Early on the morning of December 4 in Chicago, 14 members of a specially trained police unit, armed with shotguns and at least one Thompson submachine gun, broke into the apartment of Panther leader Fred Hampton and murdered him in bed. A downstate Panther leader, Mark Clark, was also killed in the same apartment, and 4 others wounded. The next day more heavily armed cops raided the apartment of Bobby Rush, the chapter's co-founder, but he had the good fortune to have spent the night elsewhere. Stupidly the cops failed to seal off Hampton's apartment, and Rush was soon giving press tours of the bloody scene. There was no evidence of a gun battle, just of a massacre of sleeping people. The shock of the Chicago police killing Fred Hampton was nowhere greater than in LA, where Geronimo immediately ordered an all-out effort to fortify the chapter's Central Avenue headquarters with sandbags and boxes full of telephone books, a bullet-stopping defense suggested by Gene Warren, a former stuntman active in the Friends. The Panthers also sped up work on the excavation of an escape tunnel from the building to the city's underground storm drain system. A month earlier the LAPD had encircled the headquarters with 75 cops and SWAT snipers, but their timing was poor. The raid was scheduled at 5:30 p.m., and the Panthers were able to quickly mobilize reporters and local residents to the scene. The police retreated, without explanation to the media. Hampton's killing convinced the group that another raid, this time better planned and not conducted during rush hour, was imminent. Indeed, the police were already in court seeking warrants for a second assault. The pretense for the raid was the claim that the Panthers had possession of machine guns and M14 rifles stolen from Camp Pendleton, but in obtaining arrest warrants for Geronimo and others, the criminal conspiracy section deceived a municipal judge by claiming that the weapons disappeared at the same time that George Young, a Panther member, went AWOL from Pendleton. In fact, Young was in the stockade at the time of the theft. In a preliminary hearing after the raid, lead defense attorney Leo Branton confronted Sergeant Raymond Callahan, who had signed the affidavit for the warrants. "You know he could not have stolen the weapons. You were attempting to willfully mislead the court into thinking he had those rifles." Callahan had no answer. Branton was also able to establish that the FBI was involved in planning the assault, which also had the help of an LAPD informant inside the Panthers who provided details about the layout of the building at 41st and Central, as well as the arsenal it presumably contained. 22. Although the Panthers would soon be staggered by the revelation in court that Melvin Cotton Smith, the chapter's chief of security who led the defense of the building, was giving evidence to the prosecution, it is unlikely, indeed implausible, that he was an informant prior to his arrest. Most likely the mole was the havoc maker Darthard Perry. In the first hours of December 8, an army of cops under the command of Acting Police Chief Darrell Gates gathered at the Old Navy Armory in Elysian Park, a few blocks from the police academy. 40 SWAT members in black overalls and bulletproof vests, some armed with sniper rifles, comprised the assault team, with an equal number of officers as their backup. One of the lead party was James Jarrett, his long hair now replaced by a crew cut. Later, at the Panther trial, the court was told by the LAPD that Jarrett, a major figure in all this, was unavailable for cross-examination, having been sent on an overseas mission for the CIA soon after the raid. After a final briefing, the long convoy of police vehicles left the park and headed to 41st and Central. There were 13 Panthers, mostly teenagers, asleep or standing guard in the two-story headquarters when SWAT attacked at 5 a.m. Wayne Farr, 19 years old, was awakened by Cotton Smith, who wielded a Thompson submachine gun. As he vividly recalled, "I was standing a couple of feet from the front door when suddenly boom, it blew open. I immediately jumped into a bunker we had built on the right side of the room as a uniformed blur of police stormed past me. Just then Cotton opened with the machine gun, moving forward in the direction of the front door. Bam! 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 I heard in rapid succession. The cops were stopped in their tracks, then they bunched up in the hallway trying to get back to the front door. As they moved back past my position, I let loose with the shotgun, catching the police in the side and front. Good thing for them they had on bulletproof vests. But now they had no choice but to withdraw. They're shooting back," a couple of officers yelled as they retreated, running and limping out the front door. 23. 3 of the cops were seriously wounded, and as one reporter later pointed out, if the Panthers had held their fire for a few moments more, the entire SWAT would have made it into the alcove and been shot to pieces. 24. Round 1 thus went to the defenders, who were now in their firing positions armed with M14s, M1 carbines, and shotguns, as well as pipe bombs. What SWAT Metro had so carefully planned to be a precision, surprise assault turned into a chaotic, 4.5-hour-long battle, with the young Panthers fighting back like veteran soldiers. Massive amounts of tear gas were lobbed into the building, but when SWAT members on the roof used dynamite to blow several holes through to the second floor, they created a vent that allowed most of the gas to escape. Meanwhile, the defenders stuffed their noses with cigarette filters, a surprisingly effective substitute for gas masks. Thanks to the bunker they'd constructed in the front room of the building, they were able to counter fire from police snipers on rooftops across the street. 2 female Panthers in the building had made contact with the media, which began to arrive in droves. As one tactic after another failed to turn the tide of battle, LAPD commanders relying on the constant arrival of reinforcements attempted to overcome the resistance with sheer volume of gunfire, about 5,000 rounds. Gunfire echoed up and down Central Ave. Bullets smashed against buildings in which police were positioned across the avenue from the headquarters. Window shades in the sandbagged embrasures of the Panther building disappeared, shot to pieces. With justification, the Times would later call it one of the biggest shootouts in American history, and the building was so badly damaged that it was eventually torn down by the owners. 25. After several hours of this intense fusillade, the Panthers were forced to abandon the second floor and regroup on ground level, where police fire and ricochets began to take a toll. 6 were wounded, including Farr, shot in the chest, arm, and wrist, Roland Freeman, both arms, and Tommy Williams, both thighs. The others had run out of ammunition for their shotguns and carbines. A National Guard armored personnel carrier had arrived at the front of the building, and the defenders feared that the police would soon begin to use more powerful weapons such as bazookas or grenade launchers. Finally, at 9:45 a.m., after a brief debate, they agreed to surrender and were led out the front door by a defiant Renee Peaches Moore, 19, in a torn yellow dress, waving a white flag. Amazingly, no one had been killed. While bullets were flying on Central Avenue, more than 60 cops raided another Panther office on Exposition Boulevard, pumping in tear gas as they encountered unexpected difficulty in battering down the front door. Without resistance, they arrested 4 party members, who were charged with conspiracy to possess illegal explosives. Geronimo and Sandra Lee Pratt were asleep in bed in another neighborhood when 24 police broke into their home. A few months later, a Superior Court judge would rule that both of these no-knock raids were illegal. 26 altogether, 21 Panthers were arrested, 18 of whom would eventually stand trial, with 8 of the Central Avenue defenders charged with conspiracy to commit murder, a death penalty offense. But even after the Panthers had been taken away to hospitals or jail, the police remained in a blue rage, which they took out on a large crowd of local residents and Panther supporters, including the cadre of the Che Lumumba Club, gathered near the Central Avenue battleground. The white niggers of SDS and Friends of the Panthers, as one cop called them, were especially singled out for random attacks. 27 Charles Beruther, a reporter for the Sentinel, described one incident. The reporter overheard a lieutenant tell his men, "Watch this," then pointed his finger in the direction of the Jack in the Box lot and said something like, "That's the one." The squad circled around a group of persons there, and suddenly some 10 or more officers began rushing at one long-haired Caucasian. The charged youth's first reaction was shock and horror. His second reaction was to try to duck down an alleyway. Within 5 seconds, officers had him on the ground with repeated clubbing, even after the handcuffs were on his wrists. One policeman tried to shield the scene from a Sentinel photographer. 28. Barbara Britton, a member of the Friends well known to LAPD intelligence, was so savagely beaten that she had to be hospitalized. 29. These grim scenes were repeated the next day when several hundred volunteers, including Angela Davis, answered a call to help clear out the rubble from the Panther headquarters, a difficult task given all the tear gas that still saturated the interior. Some of the volunteers were overcome and fled outside, in some cases stepping into the street. This provided an excuse for the LAPD commander to call a tactical alert when the volunteers refused to leave. A phalanx of cops were sent in, all too eager to break more heads. Scores were injured, including Davis, and when Mervyn Dimley, now a state senator, attempted to calm things down, he was punched in the mouth by a cop. 30. The 2 days of wild police violence, 5 months after Yurdi's racist victory and shortly after the murder of Fred Hampton, produced a tremendous outpouring of solidarity with the Panthers. Booker Griffin, a Motown Records publicist who wrote a column in the Sentinel, expressed the viewpoint of black moderates and radicals alike, "I think that the police entered Central Avenue confrontation ready to massacre every living soul." 31. There was a pervasive feeling that the black community itself, not just a few revolutionaries, was under attack. For the first time since the summer of 1963 and the United Civil Rights Coalition, almost the entire spectrum of civil rights and liberation organizations, from the NAACP to Che Lumumba, as well as major church leaders like Reverend Brookins, coalesced in an ad hoc united front, with Dimley as its stormy tribune. Months later, Herb Carter, the executive director of the County Human Relations Commission, would tell the Times that community anger at the attacks on the Panthers have done much to accomplish what we've tried to do for a long time without success. 32. Meanwhile, Elaine Brown, who had been in Oakland on the morning of the 4th, unveiled her skills as a super organizer. In one day she mobilized several hundred of the BSU high school kids to canvass the South Side for a demonstration at City Hall. 5,000 showed up to hear Angela Davis declare that the Panther raids had been organized on a national scale by Attorney General John Mitchell and the FBI, following the orders of President Nixon. Brookins chaired the rally, and Dimley provided rhetoric that was almost as red-hot as Angela's. After the speeches, the crowd, overwhelmingly young black people, marched downtown to the Hall of Justice where they believed the Panthers were jailed. In fact, they had been moved as a precaution back to Central Jail, and briefly took over the building. 33. It was clear that the teenage Panthers who had defended their headquarters had won 2 victories. First, they had survived an overwhelming police attack. Second, they had inspired several thousand ghetto youth to lay siege to the center of power downtown, for a few hours at least. This wave of support from both moderate groups and street youth was not unique to LA, parallel movements were occurring in Chicago and New Haven. Despite its casualties, the Black Panther Party was offered an exceptional opportunity to become a truly mass movement with a social base that included high school kids and factory workers. But the prerequisite was a leadership able to adapt itself to the moment and lay out an action program that could attract support from militant politicos like Dimely and shrewd churchmen like Brookins. There would be a time when Oakland Central would attempt to implement a municipal strategy like this, but by then the party had suffered too much damage from internal conflict and criminal behavior by Newton. Another obvious precondition was the democratization of decision-making, freeing the rank and file from the leadership's expectations of robotic followers. But the last thing that David Hilliard, acting leader of the party, wanted was an influx of new members. Quoting Lenin's "better fewer, but better," he had told an interviewer back in April 1969 that the purging is very good, the very fact that your purge strengthens the party. You will become stronger, more of a fortress. Our doors are not open to anyone that decides that they want to join the party. 34. As for a change in line, Cleaver was already signaling that the party, far from expanding breakfast programs and experiments in electoral politics, needed to burrow underground and become a true guerrilla army. Whether or not he followed orders from Algiers, Geronimo Prat, a key Cleaver ally, skipped bail in August and returned to the south to train the Black Liberation Army that he and Bunchy had fantasized about 2 years earlier. He and several others, including Cotton Smith, now a full-fledged informant, were arrested in Houston in December. Meanwhile, the FBI had been working overtime since the beginning of September or even earlier on a new poison letter campaign inciting Newton followers against Cleaver and vice versa. This probably contributed to the decision of Hilliard in consultation with Newton to excommunicate Pratt. The LA leader was labeled a counter-revolutionary and government informant, and accused of threatening the assassination of both Newton and Hilliard. Anyone associating with Pratt, the Black Panther paper later warned, would be considered an enemy of the party, and by implication, fair game. This was a stark declaration of war against Panther members, especially the New York 21 who supported Cleaver, embraced the strategy of guerrilla warfare and had publicly praised the Weather Underground for their bombing campaign. Soon, writes activist historian Akinwale Umoja, the East Coast Black Panther Party became the above-ground apparatus of BPP members who joined the Black. They launched a newspaper, Right On, which extolled prison breaks, airline hijackings, ambushes of police, and virtually anything that could be construed as striking a blow against the pig power structure. 35. Eventually Cleaver and Hilliard realized that the letters and rumors circulated by the FBI were fake, but the damage had already been done. As Ward Churchill observes, efforts were made to reconstitute a viable working relationship. Prospects for success in this regard were, however, severely impaired by a combination of Cleaver's distance from day-to-day events. He was in exile in Algiers, and the fact that Hilliard had been thrust by circumstance into a position of responsibility well beyond his capabilities. David Hilliard Churchill is quoting from the COINTELPRO papers, had implemented a harshly authoritarian policy that engendered intense resentment. Purges of rebellious Panthers were disrupting entire chapters, and the rank and file across the country were furious at the heavy-handed treatment meted out from Oakland. Transfers of Panthers from chapter to chapter and cultivation of loyalty to the central staff kept decision-making tightly centralized. Faced with mushrooming trials and arrests, Hilliard had attempted to keep order at the expense of continuing revolutionary activity. The expulsion of Geronimo was not rescinded, and not long afterward, Sandra Lee Pratt's body, hideously tortured, was found wrapped in a sleeping bag in the LA River. Hopes that the release of Newton would lead to reconciliation were cruelly disappointed. As another movement historian, Errol Henderson, put it, the Panther leader emerged from prison and long terms of solitary confinement as a Jekyll and Hyde individual at best, often drug-addled and subject to mood swings from charming modesty to homicidal rage. 36 Whiplashed by these events, the LA chapter began to disintegrate, a process that was accelerated by the indictment and conviction in 1972 of Geronimo for the 1968 robbery and murder of a woman on a Santa Monica tennis court. Half a lifetime would unroll, most of it in San Quentin, before Geronimo, who was out of town on the day of the slaying, would finally be exonerated in 1997. The key witness who discredited his alibi and fatally damaged his defense was none other than Julio Butler, whom Pratt, as we have seen, had earlier expelled from the party. In this sinister fashion, with police frame UPS and internecine murders incited by the FBI, the time of the Panthers ended. 27. Free Angela. 1969–72. By any measure, the most famous American radical of the 60s generation was and is Angela Davis. Growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, at a time when the tough industrial city was becoming the national capital of white terrorism and police violence, she had militant family role models, especially her mother, Sally, who had been one of the leaders of the leftish Southern Negro Youth Congress in the 1930s. Angela left Alabama to study at Brandeis, where Herbert Marcuse became her faculty mentor and close friend. He arranged for her to study at the University of Frankfurt with the regnant pope of critical theory, Theodore Adorno. Then, after Marcuse moved to UCSD in La Jolla, she followed to work with him on a PhD thesis on Kant's theory of violence. Her exceptional academic training marked her for a stellar scholarly career, at a time when the work of Marcuse and the Frankfurt School was stirring huge interest on campuses across the country. Princeton quickly made her a job offer, but she instead accepted a position at UCLA that enabled her to continue her activities with the Che Lumumba Club. Later, much would be made of the fact that the chair of the philosophy department was Donald Kalish, a prominent figure in the local anti-war movement, but he would protest with justice that Angela, already scouted by the Ivy League, simply had the best credentials of any applicant for the job. Others on the hiring committee agreed that it was a coup to bring such a talented young philosopher on board. UCLA philosophy, moreover, had a long-established reputation for controversy. In 1947, Hearst's LA Examiner charged that the department was a seedbed of atheism, sponsoring a letter-writing campaign that forced the withdrawal of the distinguished philosopher Max Otto, co-author of Is There a God?, from a visiting appointment at UCLA. When the University of California 2 years later joined the national anti-communist witch hunt and imposed a loyalty oath on faculty, Kalish was one of the 5 philosophers who refused to sign it. Another tribune of free speech was Hans Meyerhoff, one of the department's first PhDs, who had served as Bertrand Russell's teaching assistant during the Great British Philosophers Visiting Year at UCLA in 1939–40. Immediately after graduation in 1942, Meyerhoff, a German Jewish refugee, joined the Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner of the CIA, and participated in the Battle of the Bulge and the liberation of Dachau. Hired by his old department in 1948, he taught wildly popular classes in continental philosophy, a euphemism for the family of theories existentialism, phenomenology, and Hegelianism that were excluded from the curricula of most U.S. philosophy departments both for dogmatic reasons. The British analytic tradition ruled almost everywhere, and because of the widespread reputation of the Continentals, particularly the existentialists, for pro-communist sympathies. 1 In 1965 Meyerhoff was a prime mover, together with Kalish, in the founding of the University Committee on Vietnam, which organized a hugely successful 12-hour-long teach-in on the war on November 12. Meyerhoff's indictment of the Johnson administration was one of the highlights. Then, just 8 days later, he died in an automobile accident, and Angela was hired, essentially to fill Meyerhoff's continentalist shoes and maintain the department's reputation for intellectual fearlessness. 2. The summer before her teaching appointment was to begin in October 1969, while she was traveling in Cuba, the FBI had one of its informants, a former Du Bois Club member named Bill Dival, sent a letter to the Daily Bruin warning that the philosophy department had just hired an unnamed member of the Communist Party. The San Francisco Examiner, the Hearst flagship, promptly revealed that Angela was the red in Uckla's bed. Enraged, Governor Reagan immediately began to turn the screws on the UC Board of Regents to get rid of her, and they obliged with a letter demanding that she reveal her affiliations. So, as Dorothy Healy relates in her memoir, Angela arrived home to find herself a cause célèbre. She came to my house to decide what to do. She was understandably unhappy with being forced into this martyr's role just as she was beginning her first teaching job. Her comrades in the Che Lumumba Club were pushing her to defy Reagan and the regents by openly avowing her party membership and daring them to do their worst. I had seen too many people pressured into doing something that they really didn't want to, who later felt that they'd been betrayed. I didn't want Angela to go through the same experience, so I just stated her alternatives as clearly as I could and told her to make her own decision. Point 3. Healy arranged a meeting with the CP's longtime lawyer and civil liberties expert, John McTernan, who explained that if Angela took the Fifth Amendment she would have a good chance of saving her job. Instead, she chose defiance, and proudly acknowledged her membership. The regents punctually fired her, putting UCLA's liberal chancellor and advocate of academic free speech, Charles Young, in the hot seat. The philosophy department, meanwhile, refused to back down and insisted that Angela would teach her assigned class, recurring philosophical themes in black literature, in which 169 students had enrolled. The regents, a stacked deck of Reagan appointees, were used to fighting rebellious students but not a rebel department, particularly one that had the apparent sympathy of a chancellor. One regent told the Times that the board would use police or whatever force is necessary to prevent it. Another remarked, "That gets down to the fundamental question of who decides what is done with the property of the university." 34 members of the state legislature promptly endorsed the use of police to demonstrate the university was under the control of the regents. 4. The regents' almost hysterical reaction escalated the affair into the most important free speech fight since the Berkeley uprising in the fall of 1964. Indeed, UCLA officials warned that they were provoking another Berkeley since the case might lead to a coalition of black students and white radical students, an alliance that, at least according to the Times, has not formed on the Westwood campus in the past 5. Reagan, of course, dismissed such concerns. Angela was simply grist to his mill, another campus outrage to mobilize his voter base. The hiring of Angela, he said, was deliberately contrived as a provocation to bring about a confrontation. 6. The Times's editorial page went a bit further, declaring that her hiring smells unmistakably like a carefully contrived plot by revolutionaries who are stage managing the Davis case, whose real purpose is the disruption of the university and, as the New Leftists put it, the radicalization of the masses. On the other hand, the Times worried, it might be a bad idea to use police to block Angela from entering a classroom to teach. The regents, of course, had the right to use the police to enforce their will, but in the existing emotional climate at UCLA that would be the worst thing that could happen, for it would surely bring chaos to the campus and only serve the purposes of the revolutionaries involved in the Davis affair. 7. The regents apparently came to the same conclusion, and announced what for them was a compromise: the police would not block Angela from the lecture hall, but the school would not give academic credit to students for taking her course. 8. The Daily Bruin responded with an editorial headlined, "Don't Riot Yet 9. For the radicals on campus, especially the Black Student Union, reorganized following the Panther assassinations in January, the inaugural lecture was an immense opportunity. On the first day of classes, the BSU plastered the campus with leaflets urging students to support Angela by coming to her lecture. On the first day, an astounding number showed up, 2,000 students. The lecture was quickly moved to the largest auditorium on campus, Royce Hall, for what was probably the single biggest philosophy class in the history of the school. The BSU was prepared for that, too, and handed out buttons reading "On Campus" for credit, as planned 10 when Angela took the stage to deliver her opening lecture on freedom and its relation to the black slave, focusing on the work of Frederick Douglass. She received a standing ovation that lasted almost a full minute. 11. As the class ended, a BSU leader, Sonia Walker, invited everyone in the hall to remain there for a student assembly to discuss what to do next to keep Angela on the faculty and to get course credit for the students who had enrolled. The group 700 strong decided by voice vote to call on UCLA faculty to refuse to teach until Angela's course was offered for credit. Thus, Angela's supporters were already numerous, and, by the end of the first class, already hugely successful, the student government passed the same resolution the next day. 12 But the uproar surrounding her first class was only the first sign that the Angela Davis case would be a big one. 2 days later, before her second lecture, she gave a political speech on campus, at the invitation of the associated students. Over 1,200 students showed up to hear her at Pauley Pavilion, the basketball arena, where she said the Communist Party didn't tell her what to say in her lectures. "I can't and I won't keep my political opinions out of the classroom," she declared, insisting that students should be free to criticize and discuss her views. "But," she added, "it might be overestimating the intelligence of the regents to expect them to understand the distinction she was trying to draw." 13. The courts had no problem overruling the regents. A couple of weeks into the term, LA Superior Court Judge Jerry Peck said they couldn't fire a faculty member for belonging to the Communist Party. 14 After that, the Chancellor said students would get credit for taking her class. 15 Angela's defenders had won for the 1969-70 academic year, at least. Meanwhile, supporters were mobilizing all over Southern California. At UC Irvine, the new campus 50 miles south of LA, an overflow crowd of 1,600 students came to hear her say, "Of course I'm going to talk about my political beliefs in the classroom." 16. When the UCI Chancellor was asked at a Kiwanis Club meeting in Santa Ana whether he would hire Angela, he said, emphatically, "Lord, yes." 17 And when 2,000 anti-war demonstrators marched in December in Oceanside, the site of the immense Camp Pendleton Marine Base south of L.A. at a profoundly radical protest that included active duty Marines demonstrating against the war, the marchers chanted, among other things, "We love Angela Davis." 18. A movement icon. For Angela and her comrades, the question was what to do with the massive energy and numbers behind her defense at UCLA. The faculty's Angela Davis Defense Committee didn't have that problem. For them, restoring her job and ensuring her ability to teach was the sole objective. But for the left, it had to be bigger than that, and the opportunity was clear. Here Angela's membership in the Che Lumumba Club became important. The CP spent a lot of time thinking about strategy and the relationship between short-term and long-term goals. They understood that the problem at UCLA was how to connect her case to larger issues. One approach came from Robert Singleton, director of the new Center for Afro-American Studies at UCLA, who made headlines when he declared that firing Angela was a racist act. That was easily refuted by defenders of the regents. No other black faculty were fired. Indeed, the university had a policy of seeking out and recruiting black faculty. The university did, however, have a long-standing policy of firing communists. Angela herself had a better way of connecting race with her firing. In her Pauley Pavilion speech after her first class, she said the regents were part of a racist system, pointing out that the board had been all white for decades. She called it the kind of racism that is not immediately visible. 19. But what was the best way to connect the fight for racial justice with the fight for Angela's job? In her memoir, Angela says it became clear to her that the assault on my job was only a tiny part of a systematic plan to disarm and destroy the black liberation struggle and the entire radical movement. 20. She describes the intense political work that took place that year in Black LA, including that of the CP's Che Lumumba Club and Panthers Against Police Violence, culminating, of course, with the 5-hour attack launched at dawn on December 8 on the Panther headquarters on Central Avenue. 21. Angela and the rest of the Che Lumumba Club worked feverishly over the next day to organize a protest rally at City Hall with the Panthers and the BSA high school students, mostly from nearby Jefferson High. The NAACP and the Urban League joined in sponsoring the rally, and on December 11, 8 or 10,000 people showed up. 22 In her speech at the rally, Angela called the attack on the Panthers' headquarters genocide, and an attempt to exterminate the people. 23. At the end of the rally, thousands marched on the jail where they thought the Panthers were being held in the nearby County Hall of Justice. As detailed earlier, the city had already moved the Panthers back to Central Jail, but the crowd briefly took control of the building, in an impressive show of force. Still, Angela and her Che Lumumba comrades feared that if the police decided to attack, it would be a bloodbath. She tried to speak, but her voice didn't carry. Instead, Franklin Alexander, the Southern California CP leader, with his voice blasting forth like a trumpet, explained our immediate tactical disadvantages. After that, thousands left the lobby and marched around the jailhouse changing slogans of resistance. 24. Meanwhile, back at UCLA, Angela's classes continued. With less fanfare, she taught 2 courses in the winter quarter, Dialectical Materialism and Kant and Idealism. 25. Her teaching evaluations made headlines in the spring, when the Times reported that 87% of her students rated her excellent, and faculty members who had observed her teaching praised her openness. The Times quoted history professor Tema Kaplan, who said Angela seemed to be more impartial than most other teachers I have known. The reporter added that Angela wore a brown leather miniskirt and blue denim jacket to a recent class typical of the media coverage, which seldom failed to mention her appearance and clothing. 26. But the quarrel over her appointment once again returned to the headlines at the end of that academic year. In May, campus turmoil feared if regents reject UCLA's controversial communist, Young expected to ask rehiring of Angela Davis. That would be her second probationary year at a time when tensions have never been higher, at UCLA and other UC campuses as well. All the appropriate faculty and administrative bodies had agreed that there were no grounds for firing her. Some observers thought Governor Reagan would not only get rid of Angela but also fire UCLA Chancellor Charles Young if he tried to reappoint her, even though the firing might trigger a major blow-up on the tense UCLA campus. But Reagan seemed determined to get rid of Angela, no matter what the cost. 27. And indeed, at the end of June, after students had left the campus, the regents announced they were rejecting UCLA's recommendation to rehire Angela. They said they accepted the reports that she had not used propaganda on her students and that her political activities had not interfered with her teaching duties. But they came up with a new reason to get rid of her. Outside of her teaching, she had made public statements in 4 talks that were obviously deliberately false and thus constituted unprofessional conduct. We deem particularly offensive, the report said, such utterances as her statement that the regents killed, brutalized, and murdered the People's Park demonstrators in Berkeley, and her repeated characterizations of the police as pigs. 28. After that, the UCLA faculty voted to defy the regents, schedule Angela's courses, and pay her salary out of their own pockets. Bold moves. 29. The Soledad brothers. The Times's front-page report about the regents' refusal to rehire Angela was accompanied by a photo of her picketing the state building downtown, carrying a sign that read "Save the Soledad brothers from legal lynching." The Soledad brothers were 3 inmates at Soledad State Prison charged with killing a guard. Behind her in the photo, a young black man carried another sign reading "End Political Repression in Prisons." 30. He was Jonathan Jackson, a high school student who would play a fateful role in the rest of Angela's life. The case against the Soledad brothers had always been weak indeed. They were acquitted when they finally came to trial in 1972. One of the 3, George Jackson, the older brother of Jonathan, published a volume of prison letters in 1970. Soledad brother. He had been in prison for more than a decade, since he was 18, when he was convicted of taking part in an armed robbery of a gas station. The book was, among other things, a revolutionary call to arms. In the New York Times Book Review, Soledad Brother was called the most important single volume from a black since the autobiography of Malcolm X 31 when George Jackson, along with Fleta Drumgo and John Clutchett, was charged in mid-February 1969 for the murder of the guard. Angela wrote in her memoir that she was immediately drawn to their three beautiful virile faces. 32. A few weeks later the Che Lumumba Club decided to organize a Free the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, and Angela volunteered to make it her project, despite her full-time job at UCLA. This was their answer to the question of how best to build on Angela's authority and celebrity. The UCLA philosophy instructor would organize support for these black prisoners falsely accused of major crimes. By mid-June 1970, Angela says, she had become the leader of the movement. The decision to set up the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee would transform Angela's life. Little did the committee realize that the black prisoner charged with murder whom they would be defending would soon be Angela herself. The Soledad Brothers defense got a lot of support from prominent leftists, including Marlon Brando, Jane Fonda, Noam Chomsky, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Allen Ginsberg, Tom Hayden, William Kunstler, Jessica Mitford, Linus Pauling, Pete Seeger, and Dr. Benjamin Spock. But despite its rallies and protests, the Soledad Brothers campaign, Dorothy Healy reports, never succeeded in drawing much support outside radical circles. 33 Along the way, however, something else happened. Angela and George Jackson developed an intense relationship through letters. Some said they were in love. George knew of the stream of threats to Angela, and asked his younger brother Jonathan to serve as one of her bodyguards. On August 7, 1970, Jonathan Jackson entered a courtroom in San Rafael where a black prisoner from San Quentin named James McLean was on trial for a prison disturbance unrelated to the Soledad Brothers. Two other prisoners were in the courtroom waiting to testify for the defense: Rochelle McGee and William Christmas. Jonathan pulled out a shotgun and two other guns, armed the prisoners, and took the judge, and several jurors hostage, shouting, "Free the Soledad Brothers." They then tried to escape in a van he had parked outside. Guards opened fire on the van, killing the judge, McLean, Christmas, and Jonathan. He had just turned 17. Angela was in San Francisco when she heard the news, and she immediately went underground. 4 days after the shootout, the DA announced that Angela had purchased and licensed the guns. The FBI put her on their 10 most wanted list, and Nixon called her a dangerous terrorist. She became the most famous fugitive of the decade. For 2 months she eluded capture, months full of anxiety and exhilaration for her supporters, as posters declared, "Angela, sister, you are welcome in our house." 34 Life magazine featured her on its cover with the headline "The Making of a Fugitive." 35 But the FBI finally caught her in New York on October 13, eventually bringing her back to California, charged with murder, kidnapping and conspiracy. The DA argued that she had provided the guns, knowing Jonathan's plan, which made her an accomplice, equally responsible, under California law, for the killings. The morning after Angela's arrest in New York City, Franklin Alexander spoke at a press conference in LA. "The hounds have captured her physically and made her a political prisoner. With the people, we will set her free again." A few days later the National United Committee to Free Angela Davis and All Political Prisoners was founded in LA, with Franklin Alexander and Angela's sister Fania as leaders. 36 Already a pop icon, she now became the most famous black political prisoner in American history. Among blacks the support for her was overwhelming, including black Democratic Congressman John Conyers and Ron Dellums, who issued statements of support. The black press virtually unanimously urged her release on bail, and a fair trial. Several demanded that the charges be dropped. Aretha Franklin declared she would post Angela's bail. "I've been locked up for disturbing the peace," she said, "and I know you've got to disturb the peace when you can't get no peace." 37. Black writers and artists made headlines in New York with a statement of support. The signers included Maya Angelou, Nikki Giovanni, Sonia Sanchez, and Tony K. 38 After Newsweek ran a cover photo of Angela in chains, leaving a courtroom, James Baldwin wrote an open letter to my sister Angela, which was published in the New York Review of Books. Dear sister, one might have hoped that, by this hour, the very sight of chains on black flesh, or the very sight of chains, would be so intolerable a sight for the American people, and so unbearable a memory, that they would themselves spontaneously rise up and strike off the monocles. But, no, they appear to glory in their chains. Now, more than ever, they appear to measure their safety in chains and corpses. And so, Newsweek, civilized defender of the indefensible, attempts to drown you in a sea of crocodile tears. It remained to be seen what sort of personal liberation she had achieved, and puts you on its cover, chained. You look exceedingly alone, say, as the Jewish housewife in the boxcar headed for Dachau, or as any one of our ancestors, chained together in the name of Jesus, headed for a Christian land. 39. It took the CP a while to get the defense organizations going. The LA Committee to Free Angela held its first meeting on November 7. 200 people came. The National United Committee published their first Free Angela newsletter on November 13, 1970, a month after she was captured. That issue included the text of her first 2 lectures at UCLA on Frederick Douglass, accompanied by a statement signed by 30 UCLA faculty members. We take pride in presenting these lectures of a distinguished colleague and friend. May they everywhere contribute to the defeat of oppression. 40. The Peace Press mailed 1,500 copies. CP organizers set up Free Angela committees in big cities across the country, opening 47 offices over the next 2 months, including some in unlikely places such as Toledo. 41 And there was music. Bob Dylan wrote a song in 1971 about George Jackson, John Lennon and Yoko Ono sang a song about Angela, released in 1972 on Sometime in New York City, and the Rolling Stones released their own, Sweet Black Angel, recorded in 1970, released in 1972 on Exile on Main Street. Communist parties around the world organized Free Angela campaigns, including huge demonstrations in the Soviet Union, in Poland and East Germany, and in Western Europe. Thousands of letters of support for Angela poured in from organizations in Eastern Europe and school children in East Germany. 42 Ironically, Dorothy Healy noted, the Free Angela campaign in the US was probably the most poorly organized of all of them. The work of the foreign groups was indeed awesome. The New York Times provided a sampling of events: in Ceylon, a 3-day vigil by 2,500 women in front of the American Embassy; in Sydney, Australia, a march by 700 women; from Greece, a telegram demanding Angela's freedom signed by the entire cast and crew of the film Z, including Yves Montand, Simone Signoret, director Costa Gavras and composer Mikis Theodorakis. 43 Still, everyone in the United States knew who Angela was. The problem, Dorothy Healy later wrote, was to turn that awareness into meaningful support, to get people to become actively involved in her defense. 44 Helping to organize meetings and rallies, raising money, spreading the word. A revolutionary lesson? The biggest problem facing the defense committees was what to say about Jonathan Jackson's actions. Should they be condemned, or honored as part of the Black freedom struggle? Some potential allies and supporters hesitated because they feared supporting Angela meant agreeing that Jonathan Jackson's suicidal hostage-taking was, as Huey Newton put it in his eulogy at Jonathan's funeral, part of the Black quest for freedom. Jonathan, he told 3,000 people at the funeral, taught us a revolutionary lesson. He had intensified the struggle and placed it on a higher level. 45. The Panthers were united in endorsing Jonathan's action, but the Communist Party itself was not. The Daily World repeatedly called the San Rafael courthouse hostage-taking adventurist, one of the worst things a leftist could be, and many members of the party's 120-member National Committee believed that any defense of Angela required a repudiation of Jonathan's individual acts of terrorism. 46 When Angela found out about that, she thought they were betraying the memory of Jonathan, and, according to Dorothy Healy and Bettina Aptheker, talked about resigning from the party. Dorothy visited Angela in jail and told her that quitting would certainly guarantee the party's withdrawal from her defense campaign. 47 Which seems to have changed her mind. And the defense committee defended Jonathan, The Free Angela newsletter called his courthouse action a revolt, and a dramatic attempt to unveil the excesses of oppression and stark inhumanity in the prisons, which exposed the deeply motivated aspirations of thousands of captives who want to make concrete and active contributions to the black liberation struggle. It quoted Frederick Douglass, "Those who would be free, themselves must strike the first blow." 48 George Jackson had a different view of his younger brother's action. "If I'd known ahead of time, I would have stopped him," he said in mid-August. "I know the guards here. I knew they'd shoot. I knew they'd kill Jonathan." 49 The defense committees also had to explain Angela's purchase of the guns. That was pretty simple, although it was unusual for a member of the philosophy department at UCLA to own guns. It was not unusual for prominent activists to have armed bodyguards. Even Martin Luther King's bodyguards were armed. Angela, it was explained, bought the guns for the Che Lumumba Club. She bought the shotgun for the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, and did it all perfectly legally. Most important, the defense committees argued, she had no idea Jonathan had taken the guns and knew nothing of his plans. And the defense had a terrific argument: purchasing a gun 2 days before the shooting was evidence not of guilt but of innocence. At a defense committee rally at the First Unitarian Church in LA, attorney John Abt argued that no rational person who would engage in a hazardous venture of this nature would purchase a weapon and register it in her own name. The November 1970 event, co-sponsored by the Unitarian Church Fellowship for Social Justice, was attended by 1,000 people. The defense attorney was also asked at the event whether Angela's going underground, fleeing arrest, wasn't evidence of guilt. "The courts have said that flight is a very low grade of evidence," Abt replied. "An innocent person is as likely to flee, because of the fear of being framed, as a guilty person." 50 black people didn't have to be convinced. An LA Times opinion survey found that 80% of African Americans in Los Angeles believed she was innocent and that she couldn't get a fair trial, and thus had been justified in being a fugitive. A Central Avenue liquor store owner told the pollsters, "They are after Angela because she has been giving them hell." 51. The defense committee programs in LA started with the old-time CP heroic victims, Albert Maltz of the Hollywood 10, who had served 6 months in prison in 1950-51 for refusing to name names for HUAC, spoke on Angela and the Jewish community. Morton Sobel, who served almost 18 years after being convicted in the Rosenberg-Adams spy case, spoke on exposing the prisons. But the range and depth of the programs in LA were impressive. Carmen McRae headlined a jazz benefit in an Altadena backyard. Jazzmen Buddy Collette and Hampton Hawes headlined an Angela Davis happening in the Fairfax district. The Ash Grove held a benefit headlined by Chicago bluesman Jimmy Rogers. An Art for Angela auction featured work by Sam Francis, Larry Bell, Leonard Baskin, and Judy Chicago. The auctioneers included Maurice Tuckman of LACMA. The New York artists for the defense of Angela, for its part, included Jacob Lawrence, Alice Neal, and Raphael Soyer. And the most surprising Angela event in LA featured James Baldwin. He had been living in southern France in St. Paul de Vence but thought it important enough to return to the US to assist Angela arriving for the opening of the defense in her trial. His LA event was an exclusive one, a private meet and greet in a Mandeville Canyon home in Brentwood. But of course, not everything was so upscale. An open forum on bail for Angela was held at the Ralph's Grocery Community Room at 103rd and Avalon, in the heart of Watts. An International Women's Day Gala affair was held at 36th and Vermont, in South Central, and the Needle Trades Workers Committee had a guest speaker on Angela at the Hungarian Hall on St. Andrew's Place in South Central. And there was a big theater piece, Angela is Happening, at the Inner City Cultural Center, had a cast of hundreds, featuring William Marshall, star of the blaxploitation hit Blackula, as Frederick Douglass. The music was directed by jazzman Horace Tapscott. The Times reported that the show was standing room only. As the trial began, a Southern California conference for Angela was held at Holman United Methodist Church on West Adams, one of the biggest black churches in LA. The sponsors included Mary Clark of Women's Strike for Peace, Latino labor leader Bert Corona, State Senator Mervyn Dimely, Jane Fonda, and several UCLA faculty members. 52. Support for Angela went far beyond left-wing and black circles. The General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church, representing 3 million members, voted to contribute $10,000 to her defense committee. Conservative congregations in Southern California immediately protested. Churches in Santa Ana, Bellflower, Arcadia, Monterey Park, Hollywood, Ventura, and Los Gatos, along with the ultra-elite 2,500-member San Marino Presbyterian Church, all declared that their ruling elders deplored the decision. And when elders at Hollywood First Presbyterian with 7,500 members, the largest Presbyterian church in the country, unanimously declared that legal aid to Angela was completely alien to the purposes of the church, officials of the national organization replied that the defense of Miss Davis's views is not our cause. The strong defense of her right to justice and a just trial is involved with the basic beliefs of the Christian faith itself. 53. The biggest LA fundraising event was at the Shrine Auditorium in March 1972, where 6,500 people saw Sammy Davis Jr., Aretha Franklin, Quincy Jones, and Donald Sutherland in concert for Angela. Sammy Davis Jr. said that although he wasn't a communist, I share something more than her political beliefs. I share her blackness. 54. The trial started a year and a half after the shootout. The prosecution presented 95 witnesses over 8 weeks. The defense presented only 11, in less than 3 days. In June 1972, an all-white jury acquitted Angela on all counts. It was a stunning victory. 4 days after the verdict, Angela launched a thank you tour, starting with a victory rally at the Embassy Auditorium in downtown LA. 1,500 attended, the LA Times reported, including a large number of whites. 55 At the rally she called on supporters to keep the movement alive to aid political prisoners still behind bars. 56 The next stops on the tour were Chicago, Memphis, Birmingham, and New York. Over the following 6 weeks, she took her thank you tour to the USSR, East Germany, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, and Cuba. She explained that in her view, she had won acquittal because the international campaign led by communist parties abroad had exerted serious pressure on the American government. 57 As she headed for Moscow, the Times of London published an appeal to her by Yuri Pelikan, one of the heroes of the 1968 Prague Spring crushed by Soviet tanks, who asked her to call for the release of political prisoners in Eastern Europe as well as in capitalist countries. A spokesperson for Angela replied, telling The Guardian that, because Pelikan was living in exile in Britain, he was acting in opposition to the socialist system, objectively speaking. 58. Angela won acquittal, she said in her autobiography, because millions of people from throughout the world rescued her from persecution and death. 59 Dorothy Healy had a different view of the not guilty verdicts. The defense team, headed by Leo Branton, deserved most of the credit. Through the pioneering use of jury selection techniques, Dorothy wrote, the defense managed to seat a sympathetic jury. The foreperson of the jury, a woman who refused to call herself the foreman, had a son who was a conscientious objector, and she came to court some days wearing a peace button. 60 And of course there was one other reason why the Free Angela campaign succeeded so completely. You didn't have to be a communist to see that the charges against her had been outrageous from the beginning. Part 7. Reigns of Repression. 28. The Ash Grove and the Gusanos, 1968-73. Beginning in 1968, a group of anti-Castro Cubans, embittered survivors of Kennedy's Bay of Pigs fiasco, declared war on anyone and anything in Los Angeles that they deemed friendly to the regime in Havana. Apart from the violent labor war that led to the blowing up of the Times building in 1910, their 3-year campaign of bombings and arson retains its title a half-century later as the greatest wave of terrorism in California history. The Gusanos, worms, in pro-Castro terminology, launched their attacks in spectacular fashion. More than a dozen sites in LA were bombed, including 5 during a single 3-hour period on July 19, 1968. At first the targets were mainstream corporations with ties to tourist travel to Cuba, Air France, Japan Airlines, the offices of the Mexican National Tourist Council, and for some reason the Shell Data Processing Center. 1 Less than 2 weeks later, they bombed the British consulate and left their name, Un Poder Cubano, United Cuban Power. The explosives used in the attacks, the FBI told a grand jury, originally came from the CIA. 2 bombers were later convicted and sentenced to prison terms. One said he had been trained by the CIA to use those explosives when he was part of a group preparing for the Bay of Pigs invasion. 2. In the fall, the right-wing terrorists turned their attention to the left, bombing the offices of the Free Press and the Socialist Workers' Party, later returning to bomb the SWP headquarters in Boyle Heights a second time. As during the summer attacks, bombers of the SWP left a calling card above the rubble, the Berkeley Barb reported, a sticker bearing the words United Cuban Power. There were also dozens of bombings in New York and Miami claimed by the same group, events that propelled the FBI into action. Soon they had arrested and charged a score of suspects, including the 2 implicated in the 9 LA bombings, and it appeared that the case was closed. 3. But then, on April 14 and 15, 1970, the Cubans launched a second wave of attacks. The first target was the Haymarket, a non-sectarian movement center near MacArthur Park that housed a bookstore and coffee shop, a large meeting room, a print shop, and living quarters for 3 staff, plus offices of the National Lawyers Guild and the Committee on Latin American Solidarity. Marilyn Katz, newly arrived in LA from Chicago, remembers it as a center of activity for all. Here Bob Duggan and I taught martial arts, others taught dance, while it served as a center for political meetings, cultural events, and more. Here I found a welcoming ready-made family and extended left that had built a real counterculture in the middle of America's dream world film culture. 4. The Haymarket had scheduled a showing of the pro-Castro documentary Fidel. Fully aware that it might invite some sort of attack, some of the staff had armed themselves and took turns on a night watch. Fortunately, when 9 armed men stormed into the building, the volunteer on the roof laid down his shotgun and surrendered. The attackers ordered the 20 people inside to lie face down on the floor, sprayed a caustic substance, most likely oven cleaner, in the faces of those who hesitated, and then set the building on fire. All of the Haymarket people escaped, and although many required first aid, no one appeared to have any serious injury. Weeks later, however, a LACC student who had inhaled the full blast of the spray developed pneumonia and eventually died. The LAPD made no attempt to pursue this as a manslaughter case. Meanwhile, insurance adjusters told the landlord that the building was a total loss. The staff issued a defiant statement, "This attack was meant to teach us a lesson, but the only lesson we have learned is that we must work even harder to defeat racism and repression." 5 Within months, their ranks bolstered by new supporters, they opened an even larger center, the Long March, near the old location, in an old Union headquarters. Meanwhile, the Gusanos repeated the same assault tactics at their favorite site, the SWP headquarters. The SWP later said its offices in LA were attacked at least 6 times between 1968 and 1970. A dozen or so heavily armed men invaded the building and forced 4 campaign workers to lie on the floor while they set the offices aflame. The SWP people narrowly escaped. 6. Having destroyed the Haymarket, and apprehensive of the heavy security now mobilized around the SWP headquarters, they shifted to a softer and more improbable target, the renowned folk and blues venue, the Ash Grove, in West Hollywood. There were a total of 3 fires at the Ash Grove, 1969, 1970, and 1973. The founder and owner, Ed Pearl, has said ever since that all 3 were the work of violent and fanatical Cuban exiles. 7. But why would a folk music club be targeted? And why 2 or 3 times more than any other place in LA, except for the actively pro-Fidel SWP? The Ash Grove had opened on Melrose Avenue on July 1, 1958. Ed Pearl was 22 at the time and had no experience running clubs, but he had learned to love authentic American folk music from his guitar teacher, Bess Lomax Hawes, daughter of musicologist John Lomax. As a student at UCLA in 1957, when he learned that Pete Seeger had been banned from performing at the university, Pearl helped move the performance to a church just off campus. Then, with $10,000 raised from family and friends, he bought an old furniture factory on Melrose Avenue and converted it to a 250-seat auditorium. Mostly, the Ash Grove was the place to hear black and white roots music. Brownie McGhee and Sonny Terry sang Easy Rider, See What You Done Done, The Things That I Used to Do / I Ain't Gonna Do No More, and Trouble in Mind, I'm Blue / But I Won't Be Blue Always. 8 McGhee, who walked with a polio-related limp, sang and played the guitar. Terry, who was blind, played the harmonica with whoops and hollers. They always started their show the same way. Instead of the curtain going up with them on stage, they entered from the back, Brownie limping, Sonny holding his arm, the lame leading the blind. They were the most frequent and most beloved performers at the Ash Grove, returning almost every year. At the club, you could hear Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, and Lightnin' Hopkins 9, and in its early days, it was also the starting point for a local group, the Chambers Brothers. Their first album was recorded live at the Ash Grove in 1964, featuring as its title song Curtis Mayfield's People Get Ready 10. When Linda Ronstadt arrived in LA from Tucson in 1964, she later recalled, the first place she went was the Ash Grove. That's where I met Kenny Edwards. Kenny liked Mexican music and we started the Stone Ponies. 11 Roger McGinn met David Crosby at the Ash Grove in 1960, they formed the Byrds in 1964.12 at the Ash Grove in 1965 they sang Hey Mr. Tambourine Man and Turn, 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 the defining songs of folk rock. Dave Alvin, later a co-founder of the 1980s roots rock band The Blasters, started coming to the Ash Grove when he was 14. In a 2007 interview, he still remembered that first show in 1969, T-Bone Walker and Big Joe Turner backed by Johnny Otis. That was it for me. My path was set in life after that. 13. Ry Cooder first played guitar on stage at the Ash Grove when he was 16, in September 1963, backing up 19-year-old Jackie DeShannon. The next year she opened for the Beatles on their first US tour, and the following, she had a huge hit with What the World Needs Now Is Love. 14 June 1965 brought the debut of a new band featuring Cooder, still a teenager, and Taj Mahal, who was 23. The Rising Sons, one of the first interracial bands of the 60s. 15 And Bob Dylan, recalling his youth in Chronicles, wrote, there was a folk club in Los Angeles called the Ash Grove. I used to dream about playing there. 16. The Ash Grove also featured other kinds of music. Miriam Makebell performed there in 1963, and Jose Feliciano in 1964.17 and some nights, there were musical surprises. Manager Gordy Alexander recalled one show when Mother Maybelle Carter, an auto harp player and singer, cancelled at the last moment and sent a replacement, Johnny Cash. 4 years later he would marry her daughter June. When he arrived, Alexander recalled, he'd just come from playing some big stadium shows, but at the Ash Grove, he just put the auto harp on a little chair, hunched over, and sang like Maybelle 18. It wasn't only the city's counterculture who played audience to all this. On country music nights, older people who had grown up in Oklahoma would show up to see and hear their heroes. For a while in 1967 and 1968, a dozen local Hells Angels would come to the club, especially when the White Electric Blues Band Canned Heat was playing, or Mississippi bluesman John Lee Hooker. Pearl remembered their leader telling him, I love the Ash Grove. The thing is, I get excited, and when I get excited I like to break chairs. So listen. I'll pay you for the chairs. Ed replied, thank you, that's very nice. But, you see, the thing is, these are bentwood chairs and you can't replace them. He was really crestfallen, Pearl recalled in a 2009 interview. 19. Which side are you on? If the Ash Grove was mostly a music club, it also was part of the movement. In August 1963, the core Freedom Singers came to sing Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around, Which Side Are You On, and Get Your Rights, Jack, to the tune of Ray Charles's Hit the Road, Jack, Don't Turn Back and Don't Be a Tom No More, No More. Their run at the Ash Grove began during the most intense period of civil rights action the day after the March on Washington. Indeed, that year had seen the monumental Birmingham campaign, as well as the Medgar Evers assassination in June, and while the Freedom Singers' performances were going at the Ash Grove, 4 black girls were killed in the bombing at Birmingham 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. The Freedom Singers did 2 shows per night, at $2 a ticket, a run that turned out to be the longest engagement in Ash Grove's 15-year history. 20 And when Berkeley's free speech movement transformed campus politics in 1964, the Ash Grove supported it by hosting a week-long FSM benefit, held in December. 21. In 1965-66 the club started a film series on Mondays and Tuesdays, when they didn't feature live music. They screened The Exiles, Kent Mackenzie's 1961 film about the American Indian community on Bunker Hill in Los Angeles, with a print provided by the LA Public Library's film department. The film didn't find a distributor until 2008. And of course, they screened Salt of the Earth, a dramatization of an Arizona mining strike produced in 1954 by blacklisted Hollywood people and Arizona locals. 22. By the mid-60s, the Ash Grove was engaging with all kinds of cultural politics. June 1967 brought the What's Repertory Theater Company with the Super Spook Show, written by Stanley Crouch and Jane Cortez. It was a bizarre, chilling, and humorous anti-minstrel show, the Times drama critic wrote, that opened with Super Spook explaining that a nigger's mouth is like a garbage can, but that his colloquial speech sought only to tell it like it is. 23 Cortez, who had founded the What's Repertory Theater in 1964, would eventually publish 12 books of poems, translated into 28 languages, and release 9 albums performing her poetry with music. 24 The 1965 Watts riots led Crouch to join Studio Watts, and to start writing poetry as well as plays. In 1967, when the Super Spook Show ran at the Ash Grove, he was 22. Later he would become a columnist at the Village Voice and then the Daily News, and was awarded MacArthur Foundation Genius Grant. Significantly, politics at the Ash Grove included programs about Cuba, the only thing that mattered to the Gusanos. In 1969, Ed Pearl says, "We were scheduled to have a debate between somebody from the Socialist Workers' Party that supported everything in Cuba completely, and another progressive group, it might have been the International Socialists, that didn't like the repression of dissent and censorship and top-down leadership in Fidel's Cuba." However, the event didn't take place. The first fire. 2 days before the scheduled debate, the Ash Grove burned down, and the club was left a smoking ruin. Arson was never proven, though Ed Pearl would later say that a Gusano group called somebody at KPFK to claim credit for it. 25. The club promptly organized a series of benefits to rebuild. The first was at Santa Monica Civic Auditorium, home of many legendary rock concerts over the following decade. This one featured Canned Heat, Albert Collins, and Lightnin' Hopkins. A second benefit was held in June at the Pilgrimage Theater in Hollywood. It was headlined by the Byrds, John Hammond, and the Firesign Theater comedy troupe. 26 The bill also included a couple of local groups, including one with their own version of James Brown's Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud. Theirs was Say It Loud, I'm White and I'm Hippie. 27 The Ash Grove reopened 3 months after the first fire, in August 1969. 28. The second fire. Club manager Gordy Alexander had come to the Ash Grove as a UCLA student in 1968, not for the music, but because the club had become the Southern California Center for voter registration for the Peace and Freedom Party. "My entry was politics," he said in an interview. "That's how I met Ed. He hired me in 1969 to do publicity for the concerts. I was 22 years old. I knew Bub Kiss about music." 29. On the evening of Sunday, June 7, 1970, Alexander went to work as usual. Around 6 p.m., 3 men with automatic rifles walked into the concert room and told him to lie face down on the floor. They pointed these automatic weapons at my head and asked me if I was Ed Pearl. Fortunately I wasn't. I said, "No, I just work here." 30 They poured kerosene around the room, set it on fire, and ran out the front door. Meanwhile another club employee, Berta Sloat, had seen them. She ran outside, found a phone across the street, and called the police and fire departments. Ed Pearl was away at a political meeting that night. He later described what happened next. 2 of the club waitresses, Patty Swenson and Anita Frey, were being driven to work by Patty's father, who happened to be a former captain in the LA Fire Department. He dropped them off and then saw them screaming as 3 guys ran out of the club with drawn guns. The guys jumped in a car, so he chased them. He quickly caught up with them and pulled his car in front of the suspects and slowed them down. The LAPD then arrived and apprehended the suspects still within walking distance of the club. The 3 men had been carrying a loaded .38 automatic, a loaded M1 semi-automatic carbine, and a bullwhip perhaps intended for Ed Pearl. 31. The apprehended attackers were Ronaldo Castro, 25, Mario Pelez, 32, and Ronaldo Gonzalez, 18. 32 The Los Angeles DA filed 7 felony counts against each of them, charging the 4 with attacks not only on the Ash Grove but also on the Socialist Workers' Party offices and the Haymarket. All 3 attacks were part of a larger anti-communist campaign, the DA told the judge. 33. The 3 didn't deny their guilt, instead they boasted of the raid, seeing themselves as anti-communist patriots. They found passionate defenders in the exile publication La Actualidad Politica, which called itself a Cuban anti-communist magazine. Pelez, Castro, and Gonzalez were pictured on the front page, and an article on their commando actions described the attacks on the Ash Grove and the Haymarket as the Los Angeles successes. The magazine included a fascinating report on the campaign to raise bail for the 3 attackers. Representatives of several groups met at the headquarters of RECE, Cuban Representation of Exiles, the largest of the violent exile groups, headed by Jorge Mas Canosa. Canosa went on, in 1981, to lead the largest anti-Castro lobby, the Cuban-American National Foundation. RECE, according to declassified FBI documents, had bombed the Soviet library in Mexico City in 1965 and planned to bomb Soviet and Cuban ships and other targets. 34 Those attending the meeting included representatives of Alpha 66, another violent terrorist organization, Plan Torrente, which at the time was raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to invade Cuba, Circulo Guinero, a non-profit exile group whose website featured a traitors gallery of envious, resentful, subservient, and boot-licking lackeys who enforce the desires of Fidel Castro, and the Los Angeles president of Brigade 2506 veterans of the failed Bay of Pigs invasion. One person at the meeting declared he was not in favor of acts which violated the laws of this country, but he was refuted by our editor, the article said, who said they were acts to combat communism. 35. The key decision at the meeting, 5 members of each organization would raise the bail money by going from store to store in Cuban neighborhoods. The fundraising succeeded, and the 3 were released on bail 5 days after their arrests. 36 The 3 were due in court for a hearing on September 17, but they failed to appear. Trial was set for November 12, with all points bulletins out for the arrest of the 3. They didn't appear for the trial, either. 37. The June 1970 fire at the Ash Grove had not been serious, and this time the club reopened after just 3 days. In April 1971, the Ash Grove launched an ambitious month-long series on miners, mines, and music. It featured not only performances of the songs of the workers' struggles, but also films, photographs, and early recordings of songs sung during the organizing campaigns. 38 September 1971 saw a week-long arts festival, El Mundo Chicano, featuring poets, speakers, films, music, and an art exhibit, with proceeds going to the Mexicano Art Center, the organization that started the mural program at the Ramona Gardens Housing Project. 39. The Ash Grove held a 2-week women's multimedia festival in October 1971, more than 70 performers making music, films, theater, dance, poetry, photography, and arts and crafts for exhibits. One of them was Wanda Coleman, who read her poetry poems to beat your black head against the wall with 40. The San Francisco Mime Troupe brought their agitprop street theater to the Ash Grove stage in April 1972, performing The Dragon Lady's Revenge, a spoof of a 1940s spy movie, with a message about American involvement in the drug trade in Southeast Asia. 41 In June, 8 students from South Vietnam came to the Ash Grove with a program of song and poetry about the deep tradition of struggle that has made their people so resilient. 42 Then, in December, the Ash Grove screened FTA, a documentary on Jane Fonda and Donald Sutherland's controversial anti-war live show Fuck the Army as a benefit for the Long March, the Radical Movement Center near MacArthur Park. 43. And the club also featured comedy and political satire, especially The Credibility Gap, a group featuring Harry Shearer, Michael McKean, and others. Shearer later recalled, "We played there a lot. We always wrote our material, memorized in a big hurry, and got it up on stage while the news was still news. In the summer of '73, Ed loved the idea of us doing a whole Watergate summer project. 44. Then on November 11, 1973, yet another fire broke out at the Ash Grove. The third fire. At the Freep in fall 1973, the reporter who covered the Ash Grove was Dennis Levitt. As he recalled decades later, he and his wife Jane Gordon, a Peace and Freedom Party activist, were hanging out with Ed Pearl at our home in Topanga Canyon when Ed got the phone call that the Ash Grove had been attacked again. The three of us raced down there. Ed was a wreck." 45. The latest fire had caused extensive damage, leading the club to close permanently. Ed Pearl was sure it was arson, but as Gordy Alexander remembered, the common wisdom is that it was an electrical fire. Shearer recalled that when the Credibility Gap was playing the club, one day our sound man bade me come back behind the stage. He was troubleshooting some tech problem, and what he found, quite simply, was that everything in the club, lights, sound, cash registers, appeared to be plugged in via one octopus plug way in back. It's possible that setup may have been responsible for the last fire. 46. Unlike previous waves of Gusano terrorism, no other targets had fires in November 1973. There had been no pro-Castro events at the Ash Grove that season. And nobody claimed credit for the third fire at the Ash Grove, all of which adds credence to the common wisdom. Nevertheless, the second fire, in 1970, was certainly the work of anti-Castro Cubans. Why were they focused on the Ash Grove? They explained it in La Actualidad Politica. The magazine said the Ash Grove appeared to be a music club, but in fact, this was the communist den of the Social Worker Party, the center of activities of the Young Socialist Alliance, the faction of young radical communists in the SWP who are fanatics of the theories of Trotsky, and who advocate violent means of the destruction of the democratic system in this country. Their activities consist of showing films of Fidel and of Che, and of carrying out proselytizing campaigns for the bearded tyrant, while mocking the pain of 60,000 exiles in the city. That's a lot to credit the Ash Grove for. La Actualidad Politica concluded that the SWP, before establishing their headquarters on Melrose disguised as the Ash Grove, formerly had their headquarters at 507 N Hoover, and at 1704 E 46th Street, both of which had been destroyed by Commando Forces for Democracy. The location at North Hoover was indeed attacked by anti-Castro arsonists in 1970, but that was the Haymarket Movement Center, not the SWP office. Moreover, the SWP office was at 1702, not 1704, East 4th Street, and had been for 20 years. It was indeed attacked by anti-Castro arsonists, but not destroyed. But here's the strangest thing, The LA Times report on the arson identified the Ash Grove building at 8162 Melrose Avenue as the West Hollywood headquarters of the Socialist Workers' Party. The headline called it a leftist's office rather than a folk music club. 47 They must have gotten that from the arsonists. But the Ash Grove was not the headquarters of the SWP. The arson at the Ash Grove, if La Actualidad Politica was correct, was a mistake, based on a misunderstanding. It's not hard to see the cause of the misunderstanding, Alexander says. The first fire came 2 days before a debate in which Castro's revolution was to be defended by the SWP. The fact that they were to be challenged in a debate by members of another group seems to have been overlooked by the Gusanos. Ed was a socialist, Alexander says, and always identified with the Trotskyite part of the socialist movement, but he was never associated with the SWP. Instead, he was a member of IS International Socialists for a while. He was also the Southern California coordinator of the Peace and Freedom Party voter registration drive, and the Ash Grove was the field office of Peace and Freedom from late 1967 through spring 1968. In fact, Alexander says, many on the left in LA regarded the Ash Grove as a front for peace and freedom. But the Ash Grove was non-sectarian. It tried to help peace and freedom while being open to SWP and Panthers and others who wanted to use the space. But these finer points were apparently missed by people who were focused on the SWP as their main target. 48. But finding the true cause of the third fire doesn't really answer the more important question: why didn't the Ash Grove recover, as it had done twice before? Gordy Alexander has been thinking about that for 40 years. In his view, the Ash Grove had been a product of the 60s, and its flame glowed as the 60s glowed. But as the counterculture evolved into a more nihilistic phase, the support needed to sustain the Ash Grove dried up. We had Altamont in 1969, then the breakup of SDS, and then here in LA we had the Manson family murders in 1971. The Ash Grove could not sustain itself without a left, without young people seeking creative alternatives, some kind of culture they could identify with. Even without the third fire, the Ash Grove would not have survived past the mid-70s. Ed Pearl, in 2009, said pretty much the same thing. The Ash Grove was really floundering at the end of 1973, he explained. People were exhausted. 49 It was the end of the 60s that brought the end of the Ash Grove. 29. The last place that sort of thing would happen, Valley State, 1968-70. In 1958, someone looking down on the San Fernando Valley from the top of Mulholland Drive would have seen an ocean of building sites, new subdivisions, and burgeoning traffic congestion. Only a few years earlier all this had been citrus groves, beet fields, and pasture with scattered small towns such as Reseda, Northridge and Woodland Hills. Now tens of thousands of Aussies and Harriets were moving into their dream homes with expectations that government would provide new schools and nearby college campuses for their kids. Valley State College, which opened that year, was the intended crown jewel, the first completely suburban four-year campus in the state. 1 Given the valley's ultra-segregation, it was almost entirely white, as well. The campus was designed for a student body of 5,000, but its planners underestimated the baby boom, and within 2 years the administration was begging for funds to accommodate an enrollment of 12,500. This overcrowded white commuter school with vast parking lots but no adjacent student district was an unlikely environment for student politics in any form. Located, moreover, on a former ranch in the Northwest Valley 30 miles from downtown, Valley State, although just within the LA city limits, served a world apart. If it hadn't been for the orange groves nearby, Mark Cooper, a campus activist, later said, it could have been somewhere in West Texas too. Nevertheless, by the late 1960s Valley State was the scene of epic confrontations between a small enrollment of black and Chicano students and their white supporters on one hand, and an authoritarian administration on the other. The escalating factor was District Attorney Everly Younger, the ambitious conservative and former protege of J. Edgar Hoover, who was also a local TV celebrity, as well as a general in the Air Force Reserve. His policy-cum-campaign strategy was to crush campus unrest with dramatic mass felony prosecutions and conspiracy indictments. Valley State became the test bed for Younger's Iron Heel. When the campus's newly formed Black Student Union, fighting for a Black Studies program, occupied the administration's offices on November 4, 1969, he charged 28 of them with a total of 1,730 felonies, most of them arising from criminal conspiracy, a charge that transformed misdemeanors into prison sentences. Despite the protracted conflicts at San Francisco State, Berkeley, Columbia, and 100 other campuses, the Valley State crackdown, according to the LA Times, led to the first mass prosecution in this country of campus activists on felony charges. Younger was in fact going beyond the kind of repression that had been used repeatedly against students on historical Black campuses below the Mason-Dixon line. The so-called riot at Texas Southern in Houston in 1967 and the resulting conspiracy trial of campus activists was one of several earlier examples, for when several thousand students and sympathetic Valley State faculty, most of them white, organized a peaceful support rally 2 months later under the protection of student government sponsorship, the administration called in the LAPD, who hauled 286 of them off to West Valley Jail, the largest mass arrest at any campus in Southern California in the 60s. Then, at the end of the year, came the verdicts in the felony cases. Of the 28 indicted, 24 were tried, 3 were acquitted, but the rest were found guilty, with 8 sentenced to 3 months to 1 year in the county jail, and 3 leaders receiving California's notorious indefinite sentence of 1 to 25 years. 6 faculty, parents, community leaders, and even hardcore radicals were equally stunned. As one local Black activist said, everyone assumed the Valley was the last place that sort of thing would happen. 7. Election Day 1968. How did it happen? Before the Black movement emerged at Valley State, a white anti-war movement took shape. At the beginning of the 1965-66 academic year, a campus SDS chapter was organized by a small group including Mike Klinsky, who went on to be elected National Secretary of SDS in summer 1968, and after that became a leading American Maoist. Valley State SDS became one of the most active and imaginative chapters in the area, according to historian Kirkpatrick Sale, notable for being among the first chapters to try GI organizing in November 1966, when students were arrested after speaking to National Guardsmen at the Van Nuys Air National Guard Base. 8 A few days later, more students were detained, the charge, handing out unauthorized anti-war flyers on campus. They organized one of the first campus demonstrations against recruiters for Dow Chemical, manufacturer of napalm. 9 Valley State SDS also organized against the draft, calling for a walkout from classes to attend an anti-draft forum. The student newspaper reported that 200 attended. The next month, SDS launched a protest against a scheduled campus visit by a recruiter for the CIA. In mid-November the visit was cancelled, and anti-war radicals had another victory. 10 By the end of the 1966-67 school year, campus radicals could mobilize 500 students to confront the dean after he suspended 9 students for manning an anti-draft table in violation of school regulations prohibiting distribution of literature inside campus buildings. 11 In fall 1967, the Faculty Senate urged campus administrators to stop bringing in the LAPD during campus disputes and protests. 12 The campus at that point had 23 Black students in the freshman class out of a total student body of 15,000. Election Day 1968 marked a turning point not only for the nation but also for Valley State. Facing the choice between Humphrey and Nixon, the white radicals on campus held an Election Day rally, part of the national protest organized by SDS. Vote with your feet, vote in the streets. The message was simple, as the special pre-election issue of the SDS publication New Left Notes declared in giant type on a page suitable for use as a wall poster, the elections don't mean shit. Our power is in the street. 13. Mike Lee was one of the SDS leaders at Valley State. He had started out as a Goldwater supporter in 1964, while he was in high school, but had been radicalized by the sight of LA cops beating little old ladies at the Century City anti-war demonstration in 1967. He later recalled that 350 or 400 students showed up for the Election Day rally on Campus Point 14. During the rally, word came down that the BSU had taken over the administration building. Vote with your feet suddenly took on urgent new meaning, and 100 people from the SDS rally marched up to the building. The issue that had mobilized black students wasn't the election, or the war in Vietnam, it was racism on campus, especially in the athletic program. Their protest had been sparked by an incident 2 weeks earlier, at a school football game. On October 18, a scuffle had broken out on the field, and a black player on the bench, freshman George Boswell, ran onto the field to help his teammates. A volunteer coach ordered him back to the bench. When Boswell walked back instead of running, the coach, Boswell later testified in court, grabbed me around the neck, turned me around, and kicked me in the groin. 15 The coach was white and an off-duty LAPD cop. In the stands were 20 members of the BSU. The group had been chartered as an official campus student organization the previous year. They had been campaigning since the spring of that year for the recruitment of more minority students and for courses on Black Studies. They had met with faculty members, administrators, and eventually with the school's acting president, Paul Blomgren. The response from the administration to their various proposals had been painfully slow. The BSU had also complained about racism in the athletic department. They said people in the department had used racial slurs and discriminated against blacks in athletic assignments and financial support. Now they demanded a meeting with the athletic director to complain about the treatment of George Boswell and to call for the firing of the football coach. The meeting was set for November 4, which also happened to be Election Day. At the meeting, the athletic director told 3 BSU leaders that only the college president could fire the coach. 30 BSU members then marched over to the administration building, bringing the athletic director with them, to present their demands to the president. They occupied the 5th floor, where the president's office was located. Dozens of people were at work on that floor, ranging from high-level administrators to clerks and secretaries. The students held 34 of them hostage while they presented their demands to the president. Very quickly they decided to expand their list of demands beyond changes in the athletic department. They presented a list of 12, headed by the creation of a Black Studies department. After 4 hours, the president announced he had agreed to all 12 demands, and also agreed to granting amnesty to all the students who participated in the takeover. The students declared victory and released their hostages, and everybody went home. But the next day the president announced that he had agreed to the demands only under duress, only to end the hostage situation. He said agreements made under duress were void, and called for the arrest of the students. He added that he nevertheless wanted to build a solid program for minority students, but didn't say anything about what he meant. The next day the Times ran a banner headline across all 6 columns, "Sit-in aftermath, attacks on faculty members told." Faculty members were kicked, hit, called pigs and had their lives threatened during 4 hours as prisoners of Negro militants, the Page 1 story began. But in spite of such allegations, the Times reported, former hostages said they were not harmed, but were subjected to lectures on how the white people are responsible for the Negro condition. 16 At a closed meeting of 500 faculty members, the athletic director said that at the meeting at his office the day before, he was told, "Stand on your feet, you pig, when I'm talking to you," and his chair was kicked out from under him. The Associate Dean of Fine Arts said that after he refused a student's order to leave his office in the administration building, he was grabbed by 2 students while a third twisted his right arm to escort him out of his office. All the hostages were taken to a conference room where they said they had been forbidden to leave their seats or speak for 4 hours. 17 If all of that was true, it didn't seem like a good way to launch a Black Studies program. The next day the LAPD arrested 28 participants in the hostage-taking, and, Although all the students had been unarmed and had caused no injuries or damage, on December 20 the grand jury charged each of them with 72 felonies, kidnapping, false imprisonment, assault, and the big one conspiracy. 18 That made for a total of more than 1,700 felonies, surely some sort of record in cases of this kind, according to the NAACP magazine The Crisis. 19 None of the accused felons were white, one was Latino, and one identified as Hawaiian or Asian. The conspiracy charge was particularly outrageous, since the event had clearly been spontaneous. They went to the president's office because they were told, at the meeting with the athletic director, that only the president could fire the football coach. The Times ran a photo on page 1 of black students in chains outside the courthouse being loaded onto a sheriff's bus. 20. The same day, after President Blomgren's announcement, Governor Reagan said in a speech in Pacific Palisades that the Valley State BSU members should have been taken out by the scruffs of their necks, and that the whole thing left him with a feeling of disgust. 21 Of course, Mayor Yurdi issued a statement supporting the arrests. On campus, the faculty voted to support the president, and the Associated Students Senate revoked the BSU's charter. 22 The SDS chapter was pretty much the only organization to support the BSU action. The white students from the SDS Election Day rally had joined in the occupation of the administration building, occupying the second floor. A very unmilitant demonstration, Mike Lee recalled, "We just sort of sat around." He decided to go up on the roof and speak to the crowd that had gathered outside the building, 1,000 students who were trying to find out what was going on inside. He recalled leaving the building to go to the campus audiovisual office and check out a loudspeaker. Then, he and SDS organizer Cliff Fried went back up on the roof and explained the BSU demand for a Black Studies department. Right-wing students also checked out a PA system, and debated the issues with the SDSers on the roof. The whole time, Mike Lee later recalled, "We never knew they had any administrators held hostage. The police assumed the white radicals from SDS were coordinating with the BSU, but I couldn't figure out why the police kept telling us, if you let the people go, we'll let you go." Lee replied, "What do you mean, if we let the people go? Who are the people?" 2 days later police arrested 8 of the SDSers, including Cliff Fried and Mike Lee, and charged them with trespassing and disturbing the peace misdemeanors. 23. "We must have spent $100,000 on bail for the BSU students," Lee later recalled. "Raising bail money was a big undertaking. With rallies and smaller private events, I know we raised like $500 one night in Malibu at some rich people's house. A lot of people," he recalled, "were bailed out by the LA Committee for the Defense of the Bill of Rights, an old left group organized in 1950 to defend immigrant radicals from deportation." 24. Now, the SDS leaders were working full-time, swept up in the romanticism of combat, as Mike Lee later recalled, "When you know the enemy's stronger than you, and you know you can beat him. We were fanatics. We'd have a rally at noon and we'd go from 2 till 12 at night, going to neighborhood groups and speaking. From 12 till 5 in the morning, we'd print leaflets, then we'd get up at 7 to hit the first 8 o'clock class. And this would go on, day after day after day. Sometimes we'd sleep on the floor of the Jericho House, the religious center where we'd print. When you're 19, 20, 21 years old, you can do that." 25. 2 weeks after the arrests, the BSU and SDS led 300 students in a march on the administration building demanding amnesty. That was front-page news in the Times. Valley State students marched to back Negroes. 26. 3 weeks after the arrests, the BSU and SDS held another rally demanding amnesty. 800 students heard speeches by Archie Chapman and Bill Burwell of the BSU and Cliff Fried of SDS, after which about half held a silent march on the administration building, led by the arrested students, who were symbolically chained together. 27. Then on December 8, a Sunday, a fire gutted the office of the president. It looked like arson, but no one was charged. Right-wing students held their own rally 2 days later. The Times headline conveyed their message, students warn of militancy at Valley State, continued activity could destroy school, bring loss of life, speakers declare. Larry Leibovitz was identified as head of a newly formed group opposing campus disruption, and was quoted saying, "We are sick and tired of being pushed around by a bunch of little militants on this campus. We want to get this element off the campus." 28. The grand jury announced the unprecedented felony charges while students were off campus for Christmas break. Then President Blomgren was hospitalized, and replaced on January 7 by the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Delmar Oviatt. The day after he took over as president, when students returned to campus after Christmas break, 500 students marched on the administration building, demanding to meet with him. The LAPD declared a tactical alert, massing their forces at the edge of the campus but not entering. The Times ran a big photo of two bearded Negro students knocking down a white student who had tried to go to the aid of Larry Leibovitz, the leader of the right-wingers. 29. The next day, January 8, there was another rally and march on the administration building, demanding amnesty. It had the support of Martin Luther King's SCLC, the group's LA representative, Reverend James Hargett, led the march. Outside the administration building, 50 cops beat back a crowd of 1,000 student demonstrators trying to get in. Somebody broke a window, and the police arrested 14 students, badly injuring one of them. 30. The next morning the campus saw one of the most amazing demonstrations in LA history. At 7 a.m., Oviatt, who'd been acting president for all of 2 days, declared a state of emergency on campus and banned all demonstrations, assemblies, rallies, and meetings. 31. Within 2 hours SDS and the BSU organized a rally to protest the ban, and between 2,000 and 3,000 students, figures from the Times, gathered in the campus free speech area. The police arrived, declared it an illegal assembly, and ordered the students to disperse. When they didn't, the police began arresting students. Mark Cooper was one of them. He recalled that the illegal assembly was completely peaceful. The students sat down. It's not like they were throwing rocks. So many people it literally took hours to make all the arrests. 32. A total of 286 students and faculty were arrested that morning, the largest mass arrest in the history of campus protest in Southern California for a completely peaceful act of civil disobedience. Those arrested included faculty members, among them English professor Richard Abkarian, and Warren Furumoto, a biologist. MD was another one of those arrested. "What I remember most vividly about the arrests," he said 45 years later, "was the ride to jail in a police bus. The girls started singing, 'Hey Jude, don't be afraid.' I fell in love with all of them." 33. While the 286 students and faculty were being charged at the courthouse with unlawful assembly or trespassing, the acting president met the press at noon to explain exactly what was wrong with students sitting peacefully in the free speech area. He said he was told by police intelligence officers that militants had planned to have 1,500 persons from other schools converge on Valley State that morning. The police told him the off-campus demonstrators had been warned to wear heavy clothing and crash helmets, so that they could fight the police, and that male demonstrators were urged to bring women and babies to the confrontation. Questioned by newsmen, the Times reported, Oviatt said he did not know the names of the individuals or the organizations that issued the call. 34. The peaceful mass arrest was a triumph for SDS and the BSU, and a disaster for the school administration and the LAPD. It was gigantic, Mike Lee recalled. They'd lost control. Even Mayor Yurdi said, "I wish the school had used its power of suspension instead of calling the police." 35. The day after the mass arrests, the administration, desperate to recover from its self-inflicted wounds, revoked the ban on demonstrations and called in the head of the LA County Human Relations Coalition to lead negotiations over the BSU demands. The BSU and UMAS, the Mexican-American student group, held a triumphant rally, second in size only to the one the day before. 1,200 students gathered to support the demands for African American studies and Chicano studies, many of whom had not participated before. One told the Times, "After I watched those arrests the day before, I couldn't eat or sleep. I made up my mind that if there were any more demonstrations, I had to be in them." After speeches at the rally, the BSU led a silent, single-file march to the administration building. The Times reporter was amazed at the discipline. "They were so quiet, the loudest noise was the sound of the campus police walkie-talkie radios." As they marched past the administration building, the students raised their fists and then quietly dispersed. 36. Less than 2 weeks later, on January 23, the school announced the creation of a Department of African American Studies, and also a Department of Mexican American Studies. A department rather than a program that was crucial, because a department had its own budget and hired and promoted its own members, while a program consisted of faculty appointed by, and subject to, other departments. Moreover, the university pledged that the African American Studies Department would be headed by a Negro, and that the Mexican American Studies Department would be headed by a Mexican American. Also announced was an increase in admission of 350 more black students and 350 more Latinos who cannot satisfy the usual academic or financial qualifications, who would get financial aid and academic tutoring. Finally, a faculty-student committee would be set up to handle student complaints against faculty members. The Times called it an agreement unique in American colleges and universities. 37 BSU leader Archie Chapman had a different view. Asked by the LA Times if he was satisfied with the agreement, he replied, "Ask me in 6 months, when I see those black and Chicano kids on this campus, I'll believe it." 38. The Faculty Senate passed a resolution commending the leaders of the BSU and UMAS for their seriousness, perseverance, and diligence. The president of the Faculty Senate declared that the militancy of these students is the best thing that has happened to this campus. 39 Even now President Oviatt, who had barred student assemblies, declared that he never questioned their ability, their dedication, and the basic justice of their cause. 40 He resigned a few weeks later. As for the 1,730 felony charges against those serious and diligent students, the Faculty Senate voted down a resolution calling for amnesty but called on the DID to drop the kidnapping and conspiracy charges, on the grounds that they seem unduly harsh in terms of the youth and level of awareness of the participants. 41. The lesson was clear: to achieve a goal like the creation of a Black Studies department, taking hostages was a bad idea. Nonviolent mass protests, several thousand people peacefully committing civil disobedience, facing arrest and jail to demonstrate the depth of their commitment was an immensely powerful idea, even in a state where Reagan was governor, elected by campaigning against student activists and black radicals, even in a city where Yurdi was mayor and where the LAPD ruled, even in the whitest of white suburbs, where 37 civic organizations, from the Kiwanis clubs to the American Legion, had demanded harsh punishment for protest leaders. The trials. Then came the trials, weeks of trials for the 286 arrested sitting down in violation of the state of emergency, and more weeks to adjudicate the hundreds of felony charges against the 24 BSU students involved in the occupation of the administration building. The campus was in constant turmoil because of the trials, Mark Cooper recalled. Angela Davis spoke on campus, and 2,000 people showed up to hear her. Jane Fonda, Tom Hayden, Jerry Rubin, and William Kunstler spoke. SDS brought Mark Rudd, leader of the Columbia student movement. 42 The amnesty campaign won broad support among students. 3,000 signed a petition that read, "All that they demanded has now been achieved through negotiation, yet their futures, their very lives, hang in senseless jeopardy." 43. But outside the campus, right-wing politicians were in a fury. Mayor Yurdi said the whole thing had been masterminded, instigated, and sponsored by communist front groups as a way to promote urban violence and social turmoil. A week before the trials of the BSU students began, Reagan signed a bill that cut off financial aid for student demonstrators at the university and state colleges. 44. The 286 students arrested in the mass protest in January were tried 4 at a time, and almost all of them either got the charges dismissed or won acquittals. The defense found an irrefutable technicality: the police order to disperse was prompted by the president declaring the student gathering unlawful, but the judges all ruled that the president had no power in law to make such a declaration. 45. The BSU trial began in September 1969. The NAACP took up the defense of the 24 students charged with 72 felonies, each one count of conspiracy, 34 of kidnapping, and 37 of false imprisonment. 46. The defense emphasized that even in Mississippi and Alabama, black students had never faced such massive legal penalties for campus activism. They sent some of their biggest legal guns to the courtroom in Van Nuys to face the prosecutor, Vincent Bugliosi, who would later gain fame for prosecuting the Manson family and for writing the monster bestseller about the case, Helter Skelter. He told the court that the students had gotten away with murder and, if punished severely, might think twice before doing it again. The NAACP attorneys persuaded the students to waive their right to a jury trial, over the objections of the more militant leaders. Their defense focused especially on rebutting the conspiracy charge. If there was any conspiracy, NAACP attorney Morgan Moten told the judge, it was a conspiracy of whites against blacks, to keep these kids from getting an equal education. 47. The trial made the national news, including in the New York Times, which informed readers that the audience consisted mainly of young Negroes with bushy afro hairdos and defiant faces. 48. The LA Free Press took a different tack, running a Monopoly-style board game on page 1, How to Play Valley State. Instead of Boardwalk and Park Place, you had Open Forum, where first 286 persons to land here go to jail, and Student Protest in Progress, where you have one turn to disperse. The big square in the corner, instead of jail, was Selective Service. If you landed there, you rolled the dice again: 1 you receive a student deferment, 2 you go to basic training, 6 you are killed in action. Also, females who landed on Selective Service must go to wedding day. 49. The BSU trial lasted 2 months. In mid-November, Judge Mark Brandler acquitted 3 students for lack of evidence, and found 20 of the remaining 21 guilty on at least some of the felony charges. 13 were found guilty of conspiracy and false imprisonment, and 12 of kidnapping. 50. The LA Times editorial page endorsed the verdicts. 51. Sentencing came in January 1970. 9 got probation, 8 got jail terms of up to 1 year, and 3 leaders, Archie Chapman, Eddie Dancer, and Robert Lewis, Uwazo, got 1 to 25 years. Protests against the verdicts came not only from the campus but also from the NAACP and the ACLU. More surprisingly, they also came from the Probation Officers Union, which criticized the judge for an intemperate, one-sided, and outrageous assault on the officers who had recommended probation for all defendants. The Probation Officers Union described the sentence as harsh, politically motivated, and a manifestation of the racism present in our society. 52. The probation officers' protest turned out to be crucial. The NAACP appealed the sentences, and after the 3 BSU leaders had served 3 months of their 25-year sentences, they were released by Superior Judge George M. Dell, who said he was acting on the original recommendations of the probation department. But in addition to 5 years probation, each of the 3 were banned from returning to Valley State, a harsh punishment for people who had worked long and hard for a Black Studies department, which was now about to become a reality. There was one BSU leader who had not participated in the building occupation, Bill Burwell. He took a seat at the negotiating table after the mass arrest in January and was soon appointed associate chair of the new Pan-African Studies department. He was only a junior at the time, but eventually pursued a doctorate and was appointed professor and chair of the department, which hired 6 other full-time faculty members. Some call it nationalism. The most long-lasting result of the action at Valley State was also the most surprising: the campus developed the largest Chicano studies department in the nation. 50 years later it was offering more than 166 sections per semester, taught by 26 full-time faculty members and 45 part-time instructors. 53, Black Studies, which became Africana Studies, had only 10 faculty members 50 years later. It's surprising because Northridge is not a center of Latino population in Southern California. That would be East LA, where, according to the 2010 census, 97% of the local population was Latino. The Latino population of Northridge in 2010 was 14,000, 26% of the population. It's also surprising because in 1968 and 1969, UMAS, the campus Latino group, played only a small role in the demonstrations, which were led by SDS and the BSU. They got a Chicano Studies department without occupying any buildings, and without any felony charges or 25-year jail sentences for their leaders. Chicano Studies at Valley State was the work of one person above all, Rudy Acuna. He was appointed in the spring of 1969 as the founding chair of the department. He had been born in L.A.'s Boyle Heights and had lived in the valley for 14 years. He had been active in community organizations there, first teaching at high schools and then developing a Mexican-American studies curriculum at Cal State Dominguez Hills in LA, and, most important, he had a PhD in Latin American studies from USC and a tenured position at Pierce, a community college not far from Valley State. 54. His appointment was the result of organizing by UMAS, which participated in SDS's anti-war rallies, and, Acuna later wrote, had been radicalized by their involvement when the BSU occupied the administration building. UMAS, Acuna reports, was a group with 30 students, including a dozen hardcore leaders who knew the limitations of the group and did not get sucked into the craziness of the times. 55. 7 UMAS activists were part of the mass arrests of January 8, 1969, along with the UMAS faculty advisor, Warren Furumoto. In the negotiations that followed the arrests, African American students moved to include UMAS, which was demanding the creation of a Chicano Studies department parallel to the African American Studies department. The demands included the appointment of a Chicano Studies director that spring who could organize a department to begin teaching the following fall, and the admission of 500 Chicano students, with financial aid and academic support, that fall. UMAS was explicit in arguing that most of those students would not be academically prepared, so the Mexican-American Studies courses would have to teach them the basics of literacy and provide the skills to survive in other courses. 56. That proposal immediately met opposition from the Spanish department, which placed an ad in the student newspaper opposing the recruitment of unqualified students, and everybody knew who they were talking about. 57. Professors in the Spanish department also harassed the new department, arguing that the new department's courses were reducing the quality of academic offerings on campus, and challenging the nominations of candidates for faculty positions. Similar battles were going on across the state at UCLA, Cal State LA, Cal State Fullerton and elsewhere, and Valley State students met their counterparts from other area campuses to compare notes and coordinate strategy. But the initial success of the program at Valley State, Acuna reports, came from the fact that the Black Studies program took the lead, and administrators and faculty felt they couldn't reject similar proposals put forward by the Chicano Studies Department. 58. When classes began in the fall of 1969, 252 new Chicano students had enrolled at Valley State, joining the 45 who were already there. 59. This was the semester the felony trial of the BSU students was underway, and, according to Acuna, the BSU decided not to expose its members to further attacks. That left the Chicano students in the lead among students of color, and they organized now as MECHA, El Movimiento Estudiantil Chicanos de Estlán, more militant and more engaged, with new leadership consisting of 2 older activist students who had transferred from LA City College. MECHA now had 100 students at meetings, ran an office, and joined faculty in interviewing candidates for the new faculty positions. 60. Nixon's invasion of Cambodia and the Kent State killings on May 4 brought a crisis to campuses everywhere, including Valley State and, it turned out, especially to the Chicano movement there. A national student strike was called, and once again SDS took the lead at Valley State. They organized a march on the administration building. Acuna says he warned the Mecha leaders to be careful, and to let the white student radicals be the shock troops. 61 He later recalled that some students moved to take down the American flag flying outside the administration building. But at the key moment, he reports, the white students stepped back, and the Chicanos rushed to the forefront, took down the flag, and burned it. I was furious, Acuna says. He knew what was coming. The police would arrest the leaders of the flag burning, right-wing politicians would have a field day, and then courtroom proceedings would dominate the campus for another semester. Acuna describes what happened next. I warned students that the police investigators would be around and they should keep quiet. I had photos confiscated. When the police arrived with questions for him, he said, no, Mecha was not involved. They showed him photos of the flag burners, but he said he didn't know who they were. They then proceeded to name the suspects. I chuckled. They were not even close. I realized that all Mexicans looked alike to them, and we should just deny. They never apprehended who did it. 62. That day happened to be Cinco de Mayo, and after the police questioning ended, Acuna went to give a talk at a celebration on campus which was interrupted by shocking news. The Chicano House was on fire. Chicano House was a 3-room building used by Mecha for meetings and events, and by the time Acuna and students arrived, it had been totally destroyed. Police arrested 2 Chicanas at the site, which further outraged students. The fire appeared to be arson, probably the work of right-wing extremists retaliating for the burning of the American flag earlier that day. 63 No one was ever charged with arson. The next morning, SDS had called for another rally against the war and the Kent State killings, and in support of the national student strike. Mecha didn't join the anti-war rally, instead they organized their own silent march, protesting the burning of Chicano House. 45 years later Mark Cooper still remembered what happened that morning. The rally was big. I was on the stage. Coming over the hill of the quad, I could see the entire Chicano Studies department marching toward us with a Zapata flag. They had been part of the strike. As they come toward the stage, everybody starts applauding. They keep going and they take over the stage. They announced they were withdrawing from the strike. The student newspaper quoted Jose Galvan, president of Mecha, saying at the rally that due to the destruction of our home, we must put all of our physical energies into this issue and not join any active strike. 64 1,500 students then marched on the administration building in support of the student strike. 65 but without the members of Mecha. Rudy Acuna later explained Mecha's thinking. There was a general uneasiness with the white leadership. The principal reason for Chicanos was that they did not believe enough attention was being given to the burning of the house. Thus, to protest the fire, we called for the shutting down of the Department of Chicano Studies. At the same time we went into the community to explain what was happening. The administration promptly gave them a different building for Chicano House, and they returned to focus exclusively on building the Chicano Studies program. One of our strengths, Acuna later said, was that we were united. Some call it nationalism. 66. The indefatigable organizers. Why did it all happen at Valley State, the white school in the middle of conservative suburban nowhere? Politically, the western San Fernando Valley was not nowhere. It provided the voting base for conservative politics in LA County, politics that were becoming explicitly anti-black. The same fall that Valley State BSU members were charged with hundreds of felonies, the first black candidate for mayor was running Tom Bradley and, as we've seen, the right-wing incumbent Sam Yurdi worked hard to mobilize his political base in the valley. School desegregation was also being debated that year, and while the BSU students were on trial in 1970, Judge Alfred Gidelson was taking testimony that led to his ruling that L.A.'s Board of Education and School District had engaged in school segregation in violation of the state and federal constitutions. He ordered Los Angeles to desegregate its schools, the Valley became the political base of the opposition to the desegregation plan, as white politicians a few years later organized the anti-busing group Bus Stop Inc. The felony charges and guilty verdicts expressed the anti-black political culture of the Valley. And SDS at Valley State didn't come out of nowhere. A couple of experienced LA radicals organized the chapter and led its actions. 67 Mike Klinsky, who helped start the chapter, was a red diaper baby. His father had been not just a CP member but a member of the party's district committee in Southern California. 68 Cliff Fried was an active CP member and an indefatigable organizer, according to Mark Cooper. He was a little older than us, but was enrolled as a student. Because he was in the Communist Party, Cooper explained, Cliff was our link to the whole rest of the world. That's how we all knew Dorothy Healy, who was very close to all of us. That's how we knew the Black Panthers. That's how Tom Hayden came to the campus. That's how Jane Fonda came to the campus. All of that in some way begins with Cliff, who was the liaison with the national movement. 69. Another key to the strength of the white radicals in SDS, Mike Lee later argued, was that the Valley State chapter was non-sectarian and did not get torn apart by the faction fighting that crippled SDS chapters elsewhere. Battles between the progressive labor faction of disciplined Maoists and New Left SDSers, fights about organizing workers versus students, between opponents of the counterculture and participants in it, and between defenders of base building and advocates of revolution. 70. It also seemed like Valley State SDS had more than its share of talented leadership-type people. Mike Lee argued 40 people, who were very politically aware, had skills, could write, could speak, had connections. As a result, when Mike Lee and Cliff Fried were arrested after the Election Day building occupation, it made no difference whatsoever to the functioning of the group, because Mark Cooper and other people just kept at it the next day. 71. Nor did the BSU come out of nowhere. The San Fernando Valley had its own black ghetto Pacoima where varieties of 60s black radical politics flourished. 72 Bill Burwell, one of 4 founders of the BSU in fall of 1967, was from Pacoima, and already a seasoned activist when he arrived on campus. He had led a black nationalist organization called Afro-Pac, short for Afro-Pacoima, which rejected integration. Robert Lewis, a baseball player who would later be featured in Life magazine as the black student leader Uwazo, was another Pacoima kid who had been recruited by Ron Karenga's U.S. organization in 1965 while he was a high school student. They came to Pacoima, he later recalled, and I had never heard anybody talk like that against the white man, and the symbols of white culture like Christianity and get away with it. He split with Karenga in 1967, for reasons I don't want to go into, and formed his own group in Pacoima, which he called House of Umoja. Police harassment led him to shut down the group, he said, and he went to Valley State in 1968. 73. Racism in college sports. The spark that set off the BSU building occupation and hostage-taking had become a big issue starting in 1967, especially in California, when Harry Edwards and student athletes at San Jose State forced the cancellation of the opening day football game. Protests spread to 37 other schools in 1968, which Edwards called the Revolt of the Black Athlete. 74. Of course, the protests culminated at the Mexico City Olympics that fall, when San Jose State students Tommy Smith and John Carlos gave the Black Power salute on the medal podium. That was October 16, 1968. The BSU at Valley State occupied the administration building in a protest over racism in the athletic department. Less than 3 weeks later, Archie Chapman, one of the 4 BSU founders at Valley State, was a student athlete who quit the football team and became a vocal critic of the exploitation of black student athletes. 75. It also helped the movement at Valley State that 2 days after their occupation of the administration building, the San Francisco State student strike began, also in pursuit of a Black Studies program, and that battle set new standards of militancy, and also of official repression. However remote and isolated Valley State might have been from the centers of activism, they knew they were part of the vanguard of something much bigger, a feeling that was confirmed when Governor Reagan denounced student radicals at both campuses. The connections were more than abstract. Valley State activists like Chapman visited San Francisco State. The black student activists at Valley State, and elsewhere, demanded a black studies department not only for their own education but as a place to learn skills they could bring back to the black community, in particular, Pacoima. The black ethos of community service and racial uplift, Martha Biondi points out, is deeply rooted in the historical formation of the African American middle class, where the responsibility to stay engaged in a struggle for social justice is a lifelong commitment. 76 Their demand was not just for faculty members and classes but also for admission of many more black students from Pacoima, including those lacking the required test scores and financial resources, with the school providing tutoring and financial aid. While SDS continued its anti-war campus campaign, the BSU at Valley State took a radically different path, as black activism on campus came to an abrupt end. 3 of the top 4 leaders of the BSU were banned from the campus, and the 4th, Bill Burwell, went to work creating the African American Studies Department. Even the Times noticed, reporting 10 years later, that on the one hand, the Black Studies academic program became a success, the largest in the state university system in terms of student enrollment. But the original goal had faded, a collective effort in which students would gain academic training and then put it to use in a variety of social projects and movements in the black communities of Pacoima and Los Angeles. The reason, according to the Times, was that so much effort went into meeting the academic requirements of CSUN and making compromises to convince the university's academic establishment of the department's legitimacy. 77. Meanwhile, Chapman, who had been banned from the campus for his role in the building occupation, had changed his name to Adwole Umoja. Along with Robert Lewis, Life magazine's Yowazo, and another founder of the BSU, the 3 abandoned the organization in the early 1970s and flew to Guyana, the English-speaking former colony in South America where socialist Cheddi Jugun led the opposition to a US-backed post-independence regime. The 3 returned after a few years, and in 1979 Umoja was working in LA on a campaign to get the United Nations to charge the United States with genocide against black people. 78 The Chicano movement took a different course. The large and successful department established under the leadership of Rudy Acuna produced lots of community leaders and high school teachers, along with some professionals, elected officials, and journalists. 79. The end of the Valley State uprising dramatized the differences between white radicals and the black and Chicano movements there. For a couple of years, the 3 groups fought side by side against the war, and for ethnic studies departments. But the utter incompetence of the school's administration in the face of radical protest, and the unprecedented and awesome mass civil disobedience on January 9, 1969, the 286 arrests brought victory in unanticipated form. The school administration capitulated completely on the ethnic studies demands and, for different reasons, both the BSU and MECHA withdrew from the anti-war struggle to focus exclusively on building new academic programs. For the black students, that was at least partly because the BSU's radical leadership had been traumatized and crippled by the felony trials and by being banned from campus as a condition of parole. For the Chicanos, it was the trauma of the fire at Chicano House on May 5 that led to the ill-conceived split from SDS. The white radicals of SDS were shocked at what they regarded as the sellout by their former allies, most of whom, it turned out, didn't share the SDS goal of transforming the system. Instead, they wanted a share of the benefits of the system, which they had never had a college education that served the needs of their communities. SDS called this co-optation, liberals called it inclusion. So Bill Burwell accepted a faculty position in the new Pan-African Studies Department, Rudy Acuna turned the Chicano Studies Department into a national model, and Mark Cooper went off to Chile to work with Allende on the socialist transformation of South America's oldest democracy. 30. The Battle for the Last Pour. Beach, Venice, 1969. July 4, 1969, was a day of festive parades and picnics across Southern California. Pacific Palisades had its annual Americanism parade, the West Covina parade had 2 Vietnam vets for its grand marshals, and Claremont had an old-time parade. But not Venice. The LAPD rejected the application for a permit for a July 4th parade down the boardwalk, officially Oceanfront Walk, and when it seemed like people might parade there anyway, the city mobilized a massive force to block them. It was probably the largest LAPD deployment since the anti-war protest in Century City. Hundreds of cops, maybe 500 or 600, occupied the entire parade route on the boardwalk. The police had run many sweeps in Venice over the previous few years, but this was an unprecedented operation, involving police boats, helicopters, a command post, and preparations to arrest and hold hundreds of people. What the police wanted so badly to stop was an Independence Day parade led by the Free Venice Organizing Committee. Organized in opposition to the redevelopment of Venice, the parade was to end at the Venice Pavilion, on the beach, with the reading of a declaration of Free Venice seeking the secession of Venice from the city of LA. Venice in the 60s was legendary, known for its bohemian past, its countercultural present, its boardwalk lined with booths selling candles and sandals, its buskers and drum circles and nude swimming, its weightlifters at Muscle Beach, and, in the blocks behind the beach, its little old houses occupied by aging beatniks, aspiring artists, elderly Jews, left-wing activists, black families who had been there since the 20s, and of course, those pot-smoking hippies. All of them were people with no money, and all were threatened by gentrification. Venice was, in the words of writer Carolyn C., the last poor beach one. The city and the developers wanted to move them out. The vision of redevelopment proposed by L.A.'s Department of City Planning was chilling: raise all of Venice Beach, and rebuild it along the lines of Miami Beach, or Waikiki, with luxury high-rise condos and resorts and upscale shopping. Point 2 under the plan, the new beach would be connected to the rest of the city by 2 new freeways, ripping the heart out of Venice's old residential neighborhoods. Redevelopment of Venice would complete the upscaling of the entire coast from Palos Verdes to Malibu. Just north of Venice, Santa Monica had bulldozed, in 1966, several blocks of what it called deteriorated but charming seashore houses, and put up 2 17-story luxury apartment buildings, called Santa Monica Shores, completely alien to their surroundings, with 6 tennis courts, a 25-meter lap pool and a 24-hour concierge. Immediately to the south of Venice was the massive new yacht harbor and real estate development the city dedicated in 1965 as Marina del Rey. Radio comedians Bob and Ray called it Marina del Diablo. There, the city turned wetlands along Ballona Creek into what was billed as the world's largest man-made small craft harbor, home port to 6,500 boats and a population of almost 9,000 in new apartments next to the docks, along with hotels, office complexes, seafood restaurants, and the Fisherman's Village shopping center, where no fishermen lived or worked. The city also built the Marina Freeway to connect the development to the city's freeway system. LA planners and the Department of Highways had 2 additional freeways on the table. The Venice Freeway, which had been on planning maps since the 50s, connecting the San Diego Freeway with the beach, would run along Venice Boulevard, and a new Coast Freeway, with a route to be determined. Point 3 in one proposal, it would start at the terminus of the Santa Monica Freeway, rip through the heart of Venice, and then run down Lincoln Boulevard, 7 blocks in from the beach, to the marina. But there were bigger and wilder ideas. One was to build the Coast Freeway directly on top of the beach and the boardwalk in Venice, and then haul in tons of sand to build a new beach on the bay side of the new freeway. And the wildest of all plans called for putting the new Coast Freeway on an offshore causeway running across Santa Monica Bay. Point 4 if you could do it in the Florida Keys, why not in Venice? De-annexation and dancing. The Free Venice Organizing Committee set out to stop all of that: the freeways, the high-rises, the luxury shopping, the bulldozers. They had 2 strategies for blocking the developers. First, stop the City Planning Commission from adopting the new master plan, then, secede from LA. Venice had once been an independent city, a dreamscape of canals, gondolas, and amusements developed by the wealthy tobacco heir Abbot Kinney. But this Coney Island of the Pacific, with a population that added 90,000 visitors to 10,000 residents every summer weekend, was plagued by poor civic management, unpaved streets, and insufficient water resources. In 1925, after a long campaign, residents voted to join the city of Los Angeles, and annexation was consummated the following year. Residents' desire for a middle-class city, however, was frustrated for almost half a century by the oil boom that began in 1927, polluting the canals and turning what is now called the Marina District into a forest of oil rigs. Free Venice's proposed annexation would face powerful opposition, but it was legally possible if a majority of residents voted in favor. Organizers planned to kick off their campaign with the Independence Day Parade and the reading of their Declaration of Free Venice. Free Venice was the logical offspring of a vibrant neighborhood political culture. John Hogg, publisher and editor of the Free Venice Beachhead, explained that their vision went beyond stopping the bulldozers. Would you believe dancing in our Venice streets? Nonviolent police? An art festival the length of Oceanfront Walk? A Venice radio station? Cooperative, low-cost housing? An art cinema and sidewalk coffee house? Experimental theater in the pavilion? Schools that could teach what the kids wanted to learn? Venice planned and run by the people in it? Hogg then pointed to some of the problems. Venice poets don't read in the pavilion since their poems must first be approved by the Los Angeles Board of Recreation and Paris. Venice teenagers don't dance in the streets because their dances must be permitted in advance by the Los Angeles Police Department. We don't plan our own community because plans are made for us by the Los Angeles Department of City Planning. And we don't even get to vote on their plans. 5. Hogg had been a Venice activist since the 50s, when he ran the Venice West Cafe, the center of the beat poetry scene and a frequent target for police harassment. After working with CORE and the ACLU in Venice, he went on to found the Beachhead in 1968, and then the Venice Peace and Freedom Party. 63 times this year, Hogg reported in 1968, the Los Angeles police have told me and a lot of my friends, if you want to stay out of jail, you better get out of Venice. But, he said, I choose to stay in Venice. I will fight for my home. So will a lot of my friends. They haven't convinced us to get out of Venice. Rather, they have convinced us to get Venice out of Los Angeles. 7. At the hearing for the parade permit a few weeks earlier, Free Venice organizers explained that it would be a festive march, with children, flags, and balloons. They said they expected around 700 people. The police commissioners then called on their own speakers, who said that they expected 30,000 people at the beach, because another group was promising free food, and that the parade would make it impossible to get emergency vehicles down to the beach. What if one of the old Jews had a heart attack on the 4th of July? The parade organizers replied that they would comply with all traffic requirements. The head commissioner asked the Free Venice spokesperson Rick Davidson if it was true, as reported in the Beachhead, that a celebration would be held along the parade route even if the permit were not granted. He replied that that was true. The police commission voted unanimously to reject the application. 8. The Declaration of Free Venice that the police prohibited from being read began, when one section of a city proposes to break off from the whole and assert its right to self-government, it is only reasonable that the causes be stated clearly. The list of grievances was, like the 1776 document, long and detailed. The Department of Building and Safety had required the demolition of usable buildings, the dislocation of hundreds of residents, and prevented the development of local enterprises. The assessor's office had collaborated with absentee land speculators and profiteering realtors. The Department of Parks was planning to limit assembly and speech in the only public areas available for such use. When they went to the city council to protest, a participant reported, over 200 of us were locked out of the council chamber. And most of all, the declaration complained about the police. They had terrorized our community, breaking into our homes, confiscating our property, harassing and arresting residents without justification, beating residents on the streets and in the jail, and denying us use of public places for peaceful assembly. 9. That was why 2,200 Venice residents had petitioned the Planning Commission to reject the proposed master plan for Venice, and to allow Venice residents to create our own plan for our own community and to hold its hearings in Venice at hours convenient to working people. After the parade permit was denied, and the plans for a major police mobilization at the beach became clear, Free Venice made a painful decision: the parade would be cancelled, and instead a silent vigil would be held outside the Venice police headquarters, several blocks from the beach and the festivities. The decision was explained in a leaflet headlined, "Free Venice Warns of Violence July 4, distributed widely on July 3. The police began predicting a riot on Venice Beach weeks ago. We know of no instance where the police have prepared for a riot without producing one. The silent vigil at the Venice City Hall will express our sadness at intimidation against a community whose special character includes tolerance and nonviolent customs." The leaflet concluded by reiterating the goal of separating ourselves from the tyranny imposed on us by outsiders, and living in an independent city where the savagery of the Los Angeles police is only a bitter memory. 10. Hundreds of police nevertheless patrolled the beachfront on July 4 and arrested a total of 61 people, with most of the arrests coming after the TV cameras had left at 10 p.m. An eyewitness reported. 10:15 p.m., a young couple is walking up Oceanfront Walk, seemingly engrossed in each other. A cop approaches from behind and shouts, "Get moving." The young man turns to question. The cop grabs him by the neck and shoves, yelling, "Move." The young man turns around again and is thrown to the ground and handcuffed. His girl runs at the officer screaming, "Turn him loose. He hasn't done anything." A police car backs up, an officer jumps out and grabs the girl in a painful wrist lock. A second officer puts her other arm in a wrist lock, even though she is making no effort to resist. Screaming in pain, she is led to the waiting police bus. An old lady of about 70 walks by, shaking her fist at the police cars, shouting, "Gestapo! Gestapo! This time I fight." The cops glower, but do not stop her. 11. July 4 was hardly the biggest LAPD action at the beach. Sunday, April 20, 1969, was one of the big ones, the day of the Free Press birthday party and free concert. 15,000 people showed up for what the Freep described as 6 good rock groups playing free sets on a free public beach on an equally free and beautiful Sunday afternoon. In the beachhead, Carol Fondeiler described what she saw. "An old man tells me to dance because young people should dance. I can't dance anymore now, but when I was young," his old lips smile. Families go by with picnic baskets and children play with dogs. 4 o'clock. Men with rifles appear on the roofs of apartment houses. The lazy sun-filled crowd is ordered to disperse by the police, who come in with their clubs. The crowd starts running up the Oceanfront Walk, followed by officers. Some of the crowd try to run up the alleyways. They are blocked off by police. But we were told to disperse, hands are pulled into handcuffs. What did I do? Waiting paddy wagons are jammed. Sirens, screams, curses, children crying. 6 o'clock. The beach is in suspended animation between sunset and dark. A chill wind curdles the hurriedly dropped objects on the beach. A lifeguard truck drives down the beach, its loudspeakers blaring, "The lifeguards love everyone." Free Venice. 12. 117 people were arrested that Sunday. The police told the Times there had been a rock and bottle throwing melee in which 3 officers received minor injuries. 13. The Santa Monica Evening Outlook headline was "Police Scatter 14,000, Thwart Venice Orgy." The problem, apparently, started not around the bandstand, but down on the beach, 500 feet from the boardwalk. There, according to the Freep, a lifeguard got into an altercation with a young man, and a few police officers ran down to the scene and beat the guy pretty badly. People who were nearby didn't like what they saw, and in one glorious moment of supreme idiocy, someone threw a bottle and hit one of the cops. The next day community activists organized a bail fund, and the ACLU, the Public Defender's Office, and Neighborhood Legal Services went to work defending those who had been arrested. When Rick Davidson of Free Venice drove through the beachfront area with a bullhorn announcing that people with complaints about police violence should go to Neighborhood Legal Services, he was arrested and then beaten at the Venice jail, but an immediate response by community activists resulted in Rick's release 3 hours after his arrest. The police didn't stop. For a week after that Sunday attack, the Beachhead reported, 16 units of the notorious Metro Squad occupied our community. They beat and arrested people daily. 14. A petition was then circulated among the old people who lived at the beach to get rid of the free press types and the hippies. It wasn't clear who was behind it. There had been some friction over the years, especially when people at the Israel Levin Senior Adult Center complained about the noise from a nearby drum circle. The Beachhead published an open letter to the people of Venice, signed by Yitzhak Gershman, about the petition. "I have seen this before," it began. "The American police on the beach are not yet Nazis, but the story is the same. They want to eliminate undesirables so that better people can live in their place. Do you think these anti-Semite cops care about you? Don't sign their petition to get rid of the young people. Better you should sign a petition that the police behave like Americans and stop acting like the Nazi beasts of Europe." 15. People over property. The Free Venice campaign tried to focus not just on the police but on the big picture, which meant on the work of the LA Planning Commission. At the climactic hearing and vote on the Venice Master Plan, in May, Free Venice brought 200 people downtown to City Hall: homeowners and renters, businessmen and clergy, black, Mexican and white. 37 of them spoke in a 4-hour meeting. The speakers included Reverend Oliver B. Garver Jr. of the West Side Episcopal Clergy Task Force, who said that the plan doesn't give priority to the needs of the people over the needs of property. Abe Osheroff, a Spanish Civil War vet and lifelong activist, said the city plan benefits mainly those who don't live in Venice, the real estate agents and absentee landlords. Don Wright, leader of the Venice Education Cadre, called the plan another case of genocide against black people. And Hogg declared that the people would stop your plan by any means necessary. Free Venice accomplished several important things at that meeting. They got the commissioners to delete from the city plan any reference to a new freeway. They stopped the plan for rezoning Oakwood, where blacks had lived since the 1920s, which would have reduced the black population there. They got the commissioners to agree not to pave any of the beach for parking lots. But on the big issue letting the community develop its own plan, the commissioners turned them down. Then, they voted unanimously for the remaining portions of the master plan. 16. The roundups in Oakwood. Black Venice had its own battles with the police. In Oakwood in the 60s, many people belonged to families that had been there for 40 years. Oakwood was a black ghetto, and commentators thought it looked something like what's tiny old houses rather than tenement apartments. The developers considered the very existence of an Oakwood to be an affront to real estate values. Why should poor black people get to live near the beach? And like the young people of Watts, the young people of Oakwood were hassled regularly by the LAPD. There was the night of July 25, 1969, when police raided a dance at St. Mark's Center, a Catholic church and parochial school, and arrested 40 young black people along with 25 other young people arrested the same night elsewhere in Venice. Some were released, the rest were charged with curfew violations, drunkenness, narcotics possession, and violations of the open bottle law. Later that week, 120 people, the Times described them as angry residents and minorities, met with police officials to protest the harassment of young people and submitted a petition demanding a psychiatric examination of Lt. Richard Tackaberry, Venice Night Watch commander, to determine his competence as a police officer, the one who had declared the unlawful assembly at the Freeps Free concert. They also called for a full and immediate investigation of conditions between police and the Venice community. Leading that protest were Bob Castile, director of the Venice Community Improvement Union, VCIU, and Vermont McKinney, director of Community Activity Aids. The Venice police commander told the Times there would be no changes made in law enforcement policies in the Venice division as a result of the meeting. 17. The police in Venice were brazen in their treatment not only of young black people but also of black community leaders. A roundup of suspected narcotics peddlers early in December led to the arrest of 44 people on drug charges and 20 others incidental to the roundup. The 20, it turned out, included many community leaders who had been trying to monitor the police sweep of their neighborhood. They included the director of the Community Activity Aids, a youth program, the director of the Neighborhood Youth Association, and the education director of the Venice Community Improvement Union, funded by the federal anti-poverty program. When word of the arrests got out, a crowd gathered outside the jail. "Is this the way you do community relations?" a local political figure asked. The police captain for the Venice division, Robert Sillings, replied, "Yeah. We put people in jail." 18. The complaints were then investigated by the Community Relations Conference of Southern California, which consisted of representatives of 90 religious, labor and civic organizations. They found shocking and inexcusable police conduct. Officers stopped and frisked persons at random on the streets, invaded homes without warrants, harassed community workers, used abusive racial epithets and, in one instance, used excessive force. The entire raid was a case of terrorization and intimidation of the black residents of Venice. The committee recommended investigation by the county grand jury and the U.S. Attorney's Office. 5 months later, the LAPD announced the results of its own internal investigation, and 9 cops were temporarily suspended or lost days off as punishment for misconduct in the December sweep. Most notable, Captain Robert Sillings, long a subject of complaints, was suspended for 11 working days. 19. Another measure of the LAPD's performance in Oakwood came from the ACLU's West Side Police Practice Complaint Center in the Oakwood Wesley House. Between 1966 and 1969 they filed 100 complaints against the LAPD on behalf of Oakwood people. Not one was upheld. 20 And sometimes the ACLU went beyond filing complaints. In November 1968, they filed suit in federal district court on behalf of 22 black men, including 2 from Venice, against LA Police Chief Tom Redden for a systematic pattern of harassment and intimidation. The 2 Venice men included a member of the local community patrol. He had been stopped in his car and surrounded by 4 officers with guns drawn, who said they would shoot him and his 5 passengers, all black, if any guns were found in the car. 21. Oakwood had been peaceful during the Watts uprising, and the federal funding that flowed into LA under the post-Watts War on Poverty included Oakwood among the beneficiaries. OEO-funded projects in Oakwood included, in 1968, a citizen street patrol, unarmed. The 8 young blacks were called the organizers. As the project director explained, "We decided to do what the police department wasn't doing. And that is to have black people tending to black people's problems." The police, of course, had what the Times called an unhappy feeling about an unofficial police force, beyond police direction or control, and 3 of the 8 had brushes with the law after the project began some serious. 22. Bob Castile was a key leader defending Oakwood from both the police and the developers. He was director of the Oakwood Wesley House, supported by the Methodist Church, which served as the center of much of the organizing in Oakwood. The tiny 4-room house bristles with signs, Carolyn C. explained after a visit. 23 The front bedroom was the office and meeting space for 20 workers for VISTA, the Domestic Peace Corps. The back bedroom was the ACLU Police Malpractice Complaint Center. And the VCIU had a space. The organization explained that it had been motivated by the belief that Venice can be saved for the poor people who live there. All but one of the group's 25-man multiracial staff lived in Venice. Governor Reagan didn't like any of it. He tried to get Bob Castile fired as director of the VCIU when the poverty program in Washington approved a grant of $183,000 to the organization to build new low-cost housing under local control. The feds rejected Reagan's complaint. 24. The Tucson 5. One more thing, In 1971 the FBI thought there were weathermen all over Venice. That's what Bureau Agent Wesley Swearingen told his superiors during the period when members of the Weather Underground were on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list. 25 Indeed, Venice was the kind of place where windows would display posters reading "Angela Davis, Sister, you are welcome in this house" while she was underground. The Internal Security Division of the Department of Justice brought 6 people before a grand jury in Tucson in October 1970, whom they suspected of harboring Weather Underground leader Bernardine Dorn. 5 of the 6 lived in Venice in a commune at 2201 Oceanfront Walk. The FBI was interested in them because one of the 5, Terry Volpin, a local activist and contributor to the Beachhead 26, had loaned her car to a guy named John Furst, who drove it from Venice to Arizona to buy dynamite, which the Justice Department thought might have been used in an amateurish bombing of a National Guard armory in Santa Barbara. But it's not a crime to buy dynamite in Arizona. The Tucson 5, as they came to be known, knew nothing of the whereabouts of the Weatherman Underground support people or the Weatherman fugitives. Wes Swearingen later declared. 27 All took the Fifth Amendment, at which point the prosecutor, Guy Goodwin, granted them immunity, and started in again. A typical question from Goodwin was, "Tell the grand jury what period of time you resided at 2201 Oceanfront Walk, who resided there at the times you lived there, identifying all persons you have seen in or about the premises, and tell the grand jury all of the conversations that were held by you or others in your presence during the time that you were at 2201 Oceanfront Walk." 28. The 5 believed that nobody should be required to tell the government about all the conversations they had while they lived in a particular place, so they all continued to refuse to answer. Under federal law, refusing to testify after receiving immunity is a crime, civil contempt, and the punishment is imprisonment for the life of the grand jury. So despite the best efforts of Bar Sinister, the left-wing legal collective that defended them, including Ken Cloke, Barry, and Paula Litt, and Karen Jo Kunin, all 5 went to prison for the next 4 months. In the end, the grand jury's term expired without any of them being charged with a crime because, as Swearingen explained, it is not a crime to live in a house in Venice, California. 29 Nevertheless, when they were released from prison, federal marshals met them at the jail door with subpoenas to appear at a new grand jury. 30. The FBI began breaking into the houses in Venice of people connected to the Tucson 5, looking for traces of the weathermen. Swearingen was ordered to do a black bag job on activists Robert Gottlieb and Susan Suthiam, at their house 1 block from the beach, without bureau approval. They also broke into the offices of Ken Cloke, the National Lawyers Guild attorney. They also did black bag jobs on the law offices in LA of Barry Litt, of Bar Sinister, and of attorney Leslie Abramson. 31 Despite all its efforts in Venice, Swearingen reported, the FBI found nothing about any of the Weatherman Underground support people or the Weatherman fugitives. 32. The Canals Festival. Once in a while the police did not show up for a gathering, and people got a glimpse of an alternative Venice, free of LAPD harassment and violence. One such day was the first Venice Canals Festival, in the fall of 1969. The canals had been part of the original Venice real estate development, creating a unique and wonderful neighborhood, which, like everything else in Venice, had been left alone by the developers for decades but rediscovered in the 60s. The redevelopment people wanted to raise taxes, upgrade the canals, and drive out the residents, replacing them and their little houses with something more upscale and trendy. Free Venice fought it, but the city assessor agreed to create a special canals assessment district to raise taxes to pay for redevelopment. The Canals Festival was planned as a funeral dirge. But both sides were surprised when no one bid on the redevelopment project, so the unimproved canals and their old houses and existing residents would remain, at least for the time being. The festival turned into a tremendous celebration on a Saturday afternoon and evening in September, and most surprising of all, the Beachhead reported, was the pleasing lack of law enforcement officers. Along the Grand Canal a dozen artists set up exhibits, including sculptor Claire Falkenstein and painter Billy Albangston. Others exhibited stained glass and photos, while still others offered body painting, astrology readings, clothing, and leather goods, along with a spontaneous mural by the children from the Nightingale School. Poets from beyond Baroque, the newly founded Arts Center, read their work, boat rides down the canal were provided for the kids, and the Song of Earth chorale sang from a barge, a singularly ethereal experience. The Venice Library showed slides, and, after sunset, Newsreel, a group of left-wing documentary filmmakers, showed films. In the nighttime finale, the Grand Canal was lined with flares on both sides, and a barge set off down the canal between the flares with festival organizers on board, all singing. However, too many people got on the barge, the beachhead reported, and it began to tilt and sink. In the end, one long-haired, long-bearded freak stumbled back and forth on the floating edge of the barge, waving a flare, while the dry ice at the other end sank into the water and billows of mist boiled out into the night air. The barge drifted in circles but remained afloat. All the participants, artists, and visitors, seemed to have a marvelously gay time. Altogether, the first Venice Canal Festival was a fantastic success. 33. The most surprising movement victory in Venice during this period was the prevention of the redevelopment of Oakwood. This was accomplished largely under the leadership of Bob Castile, who managed, through nonprofit Project Action, to get federal Section 8 funding in the early 70s to build 14 buildings of subsidized low-income housing. The first 8 buildings, with 176 units, were all rented to black residents of Oakwood. Part of the genius here was building many smaller buildings scattered around Oakwood, instead of putting them all together in the traditional housing project style. 34. If they had done that, the rest of Oakwood could have been bulldozed. Smaller low-income rental units spread around the neighborhood discouraged the developers from going after the rest and preserved Oakwood as a black community. Although the Venice secession campaign eventually failed, local mobilization succeeded at stopping the new freeways forever, blocking the developers for decades to come. The boardwalk remained basically unchanged through the 70s, a place of long hairs, buskers, young people of color, and booths selling those candles and sandals. The little houses of Venice would be upgraded but, mostly, not raised. Venice remained, as one writer put it, L.A.'s democratic libido. 35. 31. Generation Chicano. Aztlan vs. Vietnam, 1969. On April 24, 1969, Governor Reagan was speaking at a banquet at the Biltmore in downtown LA when 9 fires broke out in rapid succession in the hotel's linen closets and bathrooms. Although the small blazes were quickly extinguished, thanks to an earlier warning from an undercover LAPD officer, it provided D'Evely Younger with dramatic confirmation of his frequent claim that the Chicano movement was infiltrated by terrorists and communists. The grand jury soon authorized the arrest of 10 young men, mostly Brown Beret members, including Carlos Montes, the group's Minister of Information, but also Moctezuma Esparza, the UCLA student and future filmmaker who had played a key role in the blowouts the previous March. Montes and Esparza were also defendants in the LA-13 case, and now, if convicted in both, faced a possible lifetime in prison. When 4 of the 10 were separated for trial on lesser counts, the defendants were winnowed down to the Biltmore 6, a case that dragged on for years and, as intended by Younger, consumed immeasurable time and resources from the Berets and the larger defense movement. Montes, who had fled to Mexico, was not captured until 1980, but like all the other defendants, he was eventually exonerated by a jury. 1 The original defense attorney, the flamboyant author-lawyer Oscar Acosta, had successfully undermined the image of the LAPD plant, Fernando Sumaya, as a hero, the term the Times used repeatedly, convincing 2 juries that he was an agent provocateur who had solicited various crimes and probably set most of the Biltmore fires himself. 2 In many respects, the case prefigured the vastly larger conspiracy that police and sheriffs would orchestrate to delegitimize Chicano activists after the Chicano moratorium in late August 1970. But if the atmosphere of repression was steadily darkening, 1969 was also a luminous turning point for young Mexican Americans. It was the year that a generation, largely native-born, redefined themselves as Chicanas/OS, with epic consequences. Dialectics of Identity. In his memoir, Bert Corona recalled a conference in 1958 that brought local leaders and organizers from all over the Southwest together to launch a new coordinated political organization. There was general accord on purpose and electoral strategy, but the delegates unexpectedly deadlocked over identity. The Texans wanted Latin American, the New Mexicans wanted Spanish-speaking, the Arizonans wanted Hispanic or Latin American, the Coloradans wanted Hispanic, and we in California wanted Mexican, he recalled. Without a consensual name on the bow, the ship couldn't be launched. 2 years later, Corona and the other organizers gave it a second try. In Fresno, the majority successfully compromised on the name Mexican American Political Association, MAPA. The name Mexican had to be included, he said. It was important for the Mexican community to recognize itself. If we didn't recognize ourselves and instead shied away from using our name in order to be more acceptable to Anglos, we would be giving in to all the discrimination and belittling that had characterized our political experience. 3. Chicana/O, in contrast, was rapidly embraced, usually with alacrity, by youth across the Southwest and in urban barrios. Its etymology was unclear, but its informal root usage incontestably dated back decades if not generations. But what new meanings did its popularity imply? By the beginning of 1969, an informal consensus was emerging around 4 general principles. First, the new activists, while honoring the older generation's fight for first-class citizenship, rejected cultural assimilation and socio-political integration as movement goals. In their experience, integration had failed, and voting rights had been subverted by gerrymandering. Community control and self-determination were their demands, and revolution was abstractly the pathway. Second, they rejected whiteness and proudly accentuated the Indio component of their mestizo ancestry. Whereas many of their elders had fought tooth and nail against being racialized as non-white, Chicanas/OS envisioned themselves as an indigenous people, a brown race. 4 Third, the preference for Chicana/O expressed a populist identification with struggles of working class and poor people as incarnated by the UFW and symbolized by the figures of Zapata and the Adelitas, revolutionary women soldiers. Fourth, while borrowing heroes and symbols from the Mexican Revolution, many considered the Greater Southwest as their authentic homeland, rather than the Mexican nation-state. In the case of the Los Angeles movement, the active cadre were almost entirely native-born, and surprisingly few spoke Spanish fluently, so their nationalism was diasporic in conception. Long caricatured as pocos, a derogatory term for supposedly deracinated border dwellers, by Mexican intellectuals, Chicanas/OS had marginal interest in Mexican politics per se and until the 1970s had little or no contact with the Mexican left, a relationship, in contrast, that had been very important to the Mexican-American movements of the 1930s and 1940s. 5. There is no doubt that the evolution of Chicanismo was influenced by the template of black nationalism. Carenga, in particular, had spoken at La Piranha, and at several protests, always applauding the movement's rejection of whiteness and its search for a unifying conception of nationhood. His syncretic amalgamation of West and East African traditions, summarized in Ngozasaba, 7 Principles of African Heritage, offered a model of invented yet historically grounded identity. The major ingredients for a Chicano ideology, however, were borrowed from Mexican advocates of indigenismo as well as from the distinctive historical memory of Hispanos in the upper Rio Grande Valley and Tejanos in the lower valley. The idea of La Raza, for instance, echoed José Vasconcelos's famous claim in La Raza Cósmica, 1925, that Mexico's ethnic mixtures had produced a superior race with a universal destiny. Vasconcelos, appointed Mexican Secretary of Education by Álvaro Obregón, the revolutionary and President of Mexico in the 1920s, started a massive school construction program in the countryside, subsidized folk arts, and acted as chief sponsor of the Great Mural Renaissance of the 1920s. He was also something of a border hybrid or proto-Chicano, having gone to school in Eagle Pass, Texas, nurtured a legal practice in San Diego, and, after his defeat for the presidency in 1929, lived as an exile in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Aztlan, the mysterious northern homeland of the Aztecs, had been the subject of studies by the Mexican archaeologist Manuel Gamio and his nephew, the celebrated pre-Columbian historian Miguel León Portilla. The latter's best-selling La Filosofía Nahuatl, translated into English in 1963 as Aztec Thought and Culture, captivated the militant San Diego poet Alberto Urista, who in turn popularized it as essential reading for Chicanos. The idea of the Southwest as an internal colony awaiting liberation had a genealogy going back to the Anglo conquest in 1848. Both Corky Gonzalez, of Colorado's Crusade for Justice, and Reyes Tijerina, of the New Mexico Land Rights Movement, had been denouncing the Anglo-colonial system in speeches and rallies since at least 1967. The rediscovery of the insurrectionary Plan de San Diego, written by Tejano revolutionaries in 1915 who hoped to win back the Southwest for Mexico, also had an electrifying effect on Chicano activist intellectuals. 6. The synthesis of these different elements into a core ideology took place in Denver in March 1967. The Crusade for Justice, the dynamic Denver-based civil rights movement led by Gonzalez, had taken the initiative to unify the different barrio youth movements into a national force by calling the first National Chicano Youth Conference. 7. The organizers, anticipating only a few hundred attendees, were soon overwhelmed by 1,500 young women and men arriving by the busload or crammed into family cars. The large LA contingent included a surprising number of college freshmen, testimony to the ironic success of the blowouts. While there was little or no improvement in high school conditions, UCLA and other campuses had dramatically increased recruitment of Chicanos. Participants' memoirs recount the excitement and novelty of comparing experiences with local activists hailing not only from Colorado and the Southwest states, but also Chicago and New York, which sent a Puerto Rican contingent. A majority had spent at least part of 1968 striking for better schools and Chicano studies programs, protesting police brutality, supporting the grape boycott, canvassing for Bobby Kennedy, or in the Los Angeles Berets participating in the Poor People's March on Washington. The Northern California delegation, veterans of the long Third World Liberation Front strikes at Berkeley and San Francisco State, brought a distinctly Marxist and pro-Panther outlook to the conference, but they were a minority. Chicano unity and identity, not united fronts and class analysis, were the compelling themes that had brought most of the young people to Denver. The historic climax of the conference was the presentation of El Plan Espiritual de Aztlan, drafted by Al Urista, Jorge Gonzalez, another San Diego writer, UCLA graduate student and blowout organizer Juan Gomez Quiñones, and Teatro Campesinos Luis Valdez. 8. In Saring language, reminiscent of Vasconcelos, they wrote, "With our heart in our hands and our hands in the soil, we declare the independence of our mestizo nation. We are a bronze people with a bronze culture, we are a nation, we are a union of free pueblos, we are Aztlan." The plan summarized the resolutions that had emerged from the workshops: nationalism as the basis of unity, an independent political party, Chicano defense units to combat police violence, restitution for land and resources stolen during the brutal gringo invasion of our territories, community control of schools, the traditional Chicano family as a moral pillar, and the southwestern pueblos as both spiritual and political models. A month later, at another, well-attended conference in Santa Barbara, a second plan was adopted that reprised the Denver principles, outlined a strategy for making Chicano studies a powerful resource for communities, and founded the Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Aztlan, MECHA, as an umbrella organization for renamed UMAS chapters and other campus groups. On both occasions, cultural nationalism was affirmed as the essential foundation for collective self-consciousness, political action, and ultimate liberation. The LA filmmaker Jesus Trevino, who documented the Denver conference, later recalled the excitement he felt after the reading of El Plan, especially the revelatory invocation of Estlan. Now we declared that we were no longer outsiders in a foreign land, but a prodigal people returning to the ancient homeland of our ancestors. The battle for landed sovereignty had been lost over 100 years ago. But we were still a nation of Chicanos. We were united by race, culture, and language in a country that despised us. But working together we might create a parallel government in the United States. 9. Trevino was also pleased by the central role that was assigned to poets, writers, performers, and artists of all kinds in the elaboration of this identity. The Denver Conference called for nothing less than a Chicano Renaissance. The two manifestos together were widely seen as the Chicano Declaration of Independence and were fulsomely embraced by most of the movement. Critiques, however, were soon forthcoming from several sides. References in El Plan to the call of our blood and the foreigner gabacho struck some as either historically naive or even sinister. The explicit statement that culture and nation came before class set off alarms on the left and brought comparisons with the supposedly counter-revolutionary politics of Carenga and U.S. For those with a knowledge of pre-Columbian cultures, moreover, the Chicano narrative that equated Mexico with the Odyssey of the Aztecs was a gross simplification of a history that included many magnificent indigenous civilizations. How did Zapotecs from Oaxaca or Mayans from Chiapas, for instance, fit into the Estlan story? Traditional nationalists and older leftists were also unsettled by the supremacy assigned to Estlan as her homeland and crucible of identity. As Jorge Cler de Alves slyly notes, in effect, not only were the Chicanos redefining themselves as primordial Americans, but also as the original Mexicans. This left little room for immigrants, documented or undocumented, who retained a profound identification with La Patria. While celebrating indigenous roots, the new ideology also appropriated the history and identity of native peoples in the fracture zones of El Norte who did not see themselves as having Aztec ancestors. In the case of the upper Rio Grande Valley, for instance, colonizers had been colonized. Hispano-Mestizo violence against Pueblo people yielded to Gringo violence against both Hispanos and Indians. But as Jorge Mariscal has argued, only a small minority of activists ever embraced a totally exclusivist interpretation of nationalism. Cultural nationalism was less an ideology than one of several shifting frameworks for debating identity and ideology. Its political impact, however, was focused. Reduced to its fundamental organizing function, Chicano cultural nationalism was a necessary corrective for ethnic Mexicans in the United States who had either opted for the path of traditional assimilation or felt trapped in an economic and cultural system that positioned them as inferior. 11 Moreover, the post-Denver wave of barrio nationalism pumped huge energy into the most internationalist of causes, ending the genocide in Southeast Asia. Chalcon El Draft. In July 1965, George Brown, D. Monterey Park, one of the earliest congressional opponents of Johnson's escalation in Vietnam, polled his East Side constituents on their attitudes toward the war. 90% expressed some degree of support. 12 Brown couldn't have been too surprised, since the community's record of military service and unquestioning patriotism, despite Anglo calumnies to the contrary, was remarkable. In greater proportion than any other ethnic group in the southwestern states, they had enlisted in frontline units, especially the Marines, been wounded or killed, and received decorations for valor. For older groups, especially the GI Forum, such sacrifices had cemented the hyphen in Mexican American, and they had fought for the monument at Cinco Puntos, a major intersection in the heart of the barrio, that commemorates Mexican American Congressional Medal of Honor winners and other heroes of World War II and Korea. However, after 4 years of Vietnam and hundreds of body bags labeled Hernandez, Garcia, and Perez, young Chicanos began to rise in rebellion against the traditions that had made them disposable and forgettable cannon fodder. 13 In white middle-class neighborhoods of LA, where student deferments and diagnoses from family doctors shielded a majority of young men from the draft or at least from combat, deaths in the family were rare. On the east side and south central, as well as in the tough blue-collar white communities east of Alameda and at the harbor, Vietnam was an intimate tragedy. Garfield High walkout leader Harry Gamboa, later celebrated for his role in ASCO, the legendary Chicano arts collective, told Mario Garcia, "If you look at my high school yearbook, it's like looking at the Book of the Dead because of Vietnam 14. All this weighed heaviest on Chicano activists facing the draft: should they serve, or resist?" A decisive step was taken when Rosalio Muñoz, recently graduated from UCLA, where he had been student body president, decided to refuse induction. In a conversation with his friend and fellow activist Ramses Noriega, one of them had said, "What we need in the Chicano movement is someone like Muhammad Ali who publicly resisted induction based on his opposition to the war." Bizarrely or fortuitously, the Selective Service ordered Muñoz to report on Mexican Independence Day, September 16, 1969. After seeking advice from Corky Gonzalez, Cesar Chavez, and many others, he decided to take the leap. In front of the Armed Forces Induction Center in downtown LA, with 100 supporters chanting and holding picket signs, he read a statement to reporters that ended with the call, "Chale con el draft." To hell with the draft. This became the name of the informal draft resistance collective that grew up around Muñoz's case and quickly linked up with other Chicano anti-war activists across the country. Meanwhile, some veterans of Eugene McCarthy's primary campaign were proposing to pressure Congress to end the war by organizing an escalating series of one-day campus strikes and community actions. The Vietnam Moratorium, as they named it, soon won widespread support from student government leaders across the country and, more grudgingly, from the major anti-war coalitions. On September 15, a weekday, to emphasize no business as usual, there were dozens of local demonstrations, often in areas with little past history of protest, as well as a monster rally of 100,000 people in the Boston Commons. A second, even larger moratorium was scheduled a month later in San Francisco and Washington, D.C. Muñoz was invited to speak at the San Francisco event but placed last on the speakers list. When the organizers attempted to end the program before he had an opportunity to speak, the popular Cree Indian folk singer Buffy St. Marie, who was supposed to close the event, told them, "I'm not singing until this guy gets to speak." That evening Muñoz and Noriega watched the news coverage of the demonstration. My rap, of course, wasn't covered, but what we noticed and what bothered us was how the other Chicano speakers, such as Corky and Dolores Huerta, were also ignored. It was like Chicanos weren't there that day. We talked of how even though it was important to have Chicanos speak at these national moratoriums, it wasn't a successful way to reach Chicanos on the issues of the draft and the war. We need our own Chicano anti-war moratorium, we told one another. 15. Beret leader David Sanchez had the same idea for the same reasons and quickly convened a community meeting to form a moratorium committee with an initial demonstration on the east side slated for the week before Christmas. Muñoz and Noriega soon climbed on board, although both were also helping Corky Gonzalez and Bobby Elias, another LA activist, organize a Chicano anti-war summit on December 6 to 8. The 150 or so activists who met in Denver agreed to let LA temporarily take the lead in demonstrating, with a final decision on a national action to be taken the following March at the Second Youth Conference. In the meantime, most of the actual work for the December March Against Death was coordinated by Gloria Arellanes. Hailing from El Monte and the only female beret minister, she was admired for her role in setting up and administering the Beret's highly successful El Barrio Free Clinic, which had opened in May. But her increasingly outspoken demand that women be treated as full equals and not just as the movement's housewives was provoking resistance from the male leadership and would soon lead to her resignation and an exodus of Beret women. 16. The December demonstration, taking place less than 2 weeks after the LAPD's military assault on the Black Panther headquarters, was a venture into the unknown in terms of community support and the cops' reaction. In the event, several thousand people, led by pallbearers carrying a silver coffin representing the Chicano war dead, marched from the Cinco Puntos Memorial to Obregon Park, where the speakers included Sanchez and Oscar Acosta, the movement's flamboyant defense attorney. 17 Munoz, for his part, was delighted with the turnout, but even more enthused by its diverse composition and affable solidarity. The big national anti-war umbrella groups, the Student Mobilization Committee, the New Mobilization Committee, and the Vietnam Moratorium, were all racked with conflict at the time over whether to limit protests strictly to the demand for withdrawal or broaden the agenda to include other issues such as the conspiracy trials and the government campaign against the Panthers. This was not a problem for Chicanos. As Munoz observed, the Moratorium Committee had put together a true coalition. People spoke about the war and how it was damaging the Chicano community. They integrated their political issues, such as the farm workers' struggle, the schools, police abuse, welfare rights, to the protest against the war. What was impressive to me was that these different movement groups were comfortable fitting these issues in with the anti-war issue. This held the key to the future organizing of the Chicano anti-war movement. 18. To maintain momentum, the committee decided to organize another moratorium as soon as possible. They selected a date in February, not realizing that a major El Niño would be directing rivers of rain to the west coast that month. When the day arrived, it was indeed lashing outside, and the organizers feared that only a few diehards would turn out, but an estimated 3,000 people, including supporters from the Peace Action Council, showed up in wildly improvised rain gear, ready to march. One contingent made a particularly dramatic impression, 20 or so women dressed in black and wrapped in dark rebozos, the traditional garments of mourning. A few days earlier the women had resigned from the berets and now marched behind a huge pink rain-battered banner announcing Las Adelitas de Estlan. They sang a traditional corrido about the revolution's legendary soldiers. At my suggestion, Arianos remembered, we also carried white crosses with the names of some of the Chicano men from LA killed in the war. My cross had the name of my cousin, Jimmy Vasquez, who was killed in Vietnam. Jesus Trevino was present with a crew from KTLA, the local PBS affiliate, and shot footage of the Adelitas as well as a short speech by Munoz at the conclusion of the march. It was edited into a short film, The March in the Rain. Father Luce of the Church of the Epiphany in Lincoln Heights bought 20 copies and gave them to the Moratorium Committee, which eventually screened them across the country to build support for a national moratorium. 19. Self-documentation was a major innovation of the emergent Chicano movement. While black radicals had come to expect comprehensive misrepresentation of their ideas and actions in the white media, Chicanos insisted on taking control of the narrative. Aside from Trevino, at this point an experienced professional with a regular half-hour segment on public television, several Chicano film students also contributed surprisingly high-quality short documentaries. The East Side's alternative press comprised a half-dozen papers, but none excelled La Raza, which was now a magazine edited by Raúl Ruiz. In addition to writing news and editorials, he had also become an excellent and daring photographer. One of his photographs of sheriffs shooting into a bar during the August National Moratorium would haunt Los Angeles for decades. In the meantime, Roosevelt High School, which had been represented by a large contingent at the February march, was hissing steam and ready to explode. Although it had gained a Mexican-American principal, Alfonso Perez, none of the reforms advocated by the blowouts had been seriously implemented. Moreover, Perez, a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force Reserve, seemed to regard his role as prison warden first, and educator second. A profile of him in the Times reported that, when the school bells sound a special signal, all teachers must lock their doors. Other teachers patrol the halls, sweeping up students and taking them to the teachers' cafeteria where their names are recorded. To further ensure security, Perez has initiated the unpopular policy of locking many campus buildings during the hours when students are free for lunch and snack breaks. He ordered the doors leading off campus chained and he instituted increased teacher patrols during non-class hours. 20. Student anger was molded into a new wave of protest by a charismatic 17-year-old senior, Jorge Rodriguez. He had grown up in the tough Boyle Heights flats with his brothers and had helped to transform, temporarily, the feared Quattro Flats gang into a movement social club called Carnalismo, Brotherhood. At Salesian High, a Catholic school a few blocks from Roosevelt, he had been elected student body president and had founded a UMAS chapter, but following a fight with white students after a football game, he was forced to transfer to Roosevelt where he became Perez's nightmare. 21. On Friday, March 5, the second anniversary of the original Roosevelt blowout, Rodriguez led 300 or 400 kids out of their morning classes and held a rally on the lawn in front of the school, where they were joined by some college MECHA members who were recent alumni. After the blowouts, the board, prodded by Julian Nava, had created the Mexican American Education Commission, chaired by Vahak Mardirajan, as an official advisory body. The commission interpreted its mandate to include acting as first responders and mediators in the event of new walkouts or student protests. 22. Perez, however, ignored the commission and called the cops, who responded exactly as they had 2 years earlier, by sending a riot squad of 70 officers to push and prod kids, and bust heads when they refused to go back to class. 7 students were hurt and 32 arrested, along with a few of the supporters. The following week, a skirmish on Tuesday grew into an authentic riot on Wednesday involving nearly 800 students, 150 supporters, and 120 cops. Dozens were taken to jail, bringing the total of student arrests to 110.23. Community outrage about police conduct rose to a level not seen since the infamous Bloody Christmas beating of jailed Mexican Americans in 1951. 24 Television cameras showed police beating protesters with nightsticks and dragging young Mexican American girls across the high school campus by their hair, historian Edward Escobar writes. KMEX, the Spanish-language television station, interviewed one mother who said that she had kept her boy home from school because she feared the police would kill him. In the aftermath of the demonstrations, the Barrio Defense Committee attracted more than 1,000 people to a meeting to plan ways of counteracting the police actions. The Times published an article by Ruben Salazar that criticized LAPD Chief Edward Davis for his dismissive attitude toward Chicano concerns about the events at Roosevelt. The article left the chief and his associates enraged. Davis's personal assistant, Lieutenant Bob Walter, promised that his boss would tear the hide right off Salazar's back, and the department opened a file on the journalist. 25. Meanwhile, Chicano students at other high schools, including Lincoln, Huntington Park, and Southgate, held rallies or set up picket lines that echoed the demands made at Roosevelt. The most surprising support, however, came from kids at Beverly Hills High, where hundreds boycotted classes at midday in response to leaflets that had urged solidarity with our Chicano brothers and sisters at Roosevelt High. 26. The Roosevelt crisis was still unresolved when LA activists left for Denver in late March. The second youth conference was a huge event with several thousand participants. It made 2 decisions that set the course of the movement for the next several years. First, it endorsed the expansion of the Raza Unida party that had been founded by Tejano activists in January. Second, it voted to mobilize for a national Chicano moratorium in Los Angeles at the end of the summer. A debate over the exact date for the demonstration highlighted the extent to which Chicano separatism had now drawn a border between itself and traditional Mexican nationalism. As Munoz recalls, several supported September 16, Mexican Independence Day, because it would allow us to build on this widely celebrated event. It would provide us with a ready-made audience. I could see their argument, but I didn't buy it. Look, Ramses pointed out, the 16th of September is a Mexican holiday. We're Chicanos. We need our own history. The distinction between Mexican nationalism and Chicano nationalism made a difference. We ruled out September 16. 27. As they returned from Colorado, the LA Moratorium Committee plunged into the hectic but exciting work of recruiting support for the demonstration now scheduled for August 29. David Sanchez, however, resigned as co-chair, the first public indication of a bitter and deepening conflict between the Crusade for Justice's assertion of national leadership and the Berets' attempt to build chapters across the country. But moratorium organizers, including Arlanes and her efficient Adelitas, had little time to worry about the incipient dispute. Spring 1970 arrived as an unexpected hurricane of strikes, protests, rioting and police violence. Teamsters, teachers, and Mecha. April saw two of the largest and most protracted strikes in LA County since the epic confrontation of the Conference of Studio Unions with the movie industry's moguls back in 1945. Both strikes brought ferment to the East Side and had important consequences for Chicanos. First to go out unofficially were the Teamsters. The regional administration of the union, Joint Council 42, was the largest and most powerful labor organization in Southern California, and out of its dozens of locals the most militant were the two that represented most of the 14,000 drivers and warehouse workers in the freight industry. The industry was covered by a national contract, and when the major freight companies balked at signing a new agreement, there were spontaneous walkouts across the country. The mob-connected president of the International since the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa, Frank Fitzsimmons, ordered the membership back to work on April 2, but drivers in Ohio and Southern California refused and continued their wildcat strike. 28 When the LA freight companies summarily fired the strikers, Joint Council 42 did nothing because it shared a common interest with the companies in stripping power from the shop stewards who led the rebellion. As a result, the strike spun into chaos, with tremendous militancy on the picket lines, but poor coordination between strike committees in different barns, few allies apart from some UCLA students and members of the Liberation Union, the Friends of the Panthers, and no real strategy for victory. 29 The companies, most of them located in industrial parts of East Side like the Hole below Brooklyn Heights, City of Commerce and Pico Rivera, brought in strike breakers and a private army of Pinkertons and Wackenhuts. When picketeers tried to stop trucks driven by strike breakers, they also had to deal with a regiment of sheriffs drafted from all over the county. On one memorable occasion the latter tried to break up a strike rally at Leg Lake near Whittier only to face a fierce barrage of bottles and beer cans. As arrests mounted, some of the barns began to surrender, while the others became more desperate. There were bombings, sniper attacks on scab trucks, and, under controversial circumstances, a strike breaker and a striker were killed. 30. Although the collapse of the Wildcat brought only victimization and a suspension of union democracy, one of its unforeseen consequences was the acceleration of an ethnic transition in the industry. Chicanos already had a substantial foothold, and the strike groomed a new leadership that eventually took charge of the locals after a long period of trusteeship. But as routes to power opened up inside Joint Council 42, some of the new Chicano business agents became loyal partisans of the reactionary policies of the International. Fitzsimmons supported Nixon in 1972, and the Union provided security at many of his campaign rallies. A sad result was the contingent of brawny Chicano Teamsters from LA who went out to the Coachella Valley in 1973 to terrorize grape strikers. 2 weeks after the start of the Teamster Wildcat, thousands of LA school teachers hit the bricks. After years of frustrated courtship, the two major teachers' organizations had merged in January to become United Teachers Los Angeles, UTLA. After futile talks with the acting superintendent of education, Robert Kelly, they set up picket lines on April 13.31. The new union garnered broad support from parents, at least on the West Side and in minority communities, because its demands emphasized quality of education issues, especially a reduction of class sizes and the hiring of teachers' aides. Indeed, at the end of the strike, teachers would show their mettle by voting to trade a 5% salary increase for additional funding for remedial education. The law's administration claimed to agree with some of the demands but deflected blame to Sacramento, where Governor Reagan had been beating up on school kids since 1967. In addition to ruthless cuts in state funding for both K-12 and colleges, Reagan regularly intervened in local elections to oppose school bond measures that attempted to make up the shortfall in state aid. but the board was culpable nonetheless because of its refusal to use reserve funds and its preference for funding majority white schools while older inner-city campuses felt the brunt of austerity and decay. And one key demand giving teachers an integral role in shaping curricula and school policies required only a majority vote on the board. 32. Many high school students, politicized by previous struggles, keenly understood what was at stake and embraced the strike. Officially schools were open and all students were required to attend, but at Belmont and Grant in Van Nuys, they walked out, chanting, "We don't want babysitters." At Fairfax, on the west side, where the Red Tide, the high school affiliate of International Socialists, was especially active, 250 kids blocked the main entrance and urged their schoolmates to go home. Meanwhile at Franklin High in Highland Park, hundreds of students joined their teachers' picket line. Although the principal described the situation as orderly, the LAPD dispersed the pickets anyway. By the end of the second week, huge numbers of kids, 50% or more at many high schools, were playing hooky, and one state senator from the Valley was calling for strikers to be fired and their leaders imprisoned. The strike would grind on until mid-May, with Sacramento unmoved but laws forced to recognize UTLA, a resolution that was totally upended when a Reagan-appointed judge ruled that teachers had no right to bargain collectively, nor did the board to recognize UTLA. 33. But while teachers and Teamsters were still out on the streets, Nixon blew up campuses across the country. Although there had been little reaction from the peace movement earlier in April when South Vietnamese forces invaded Cambodia, the president's decision to send 30,000 American troops across that border, an escalation that turned the Vietnam War into the Indochinese War, lit a fuse. The largest student protest in American history followed. Before the month was out, an estimated 4 million students participated in prolonged strikes on at least 450 campuses. 40 ROTC buildings were set afire or bombed, and 6 student protesters, 4 at Kent State in Ohio and 2 at Jackson State in Mississippi, were shot dead by the National Guard and state police. Scores more were wounded or seriously injured, and thousands were arrested. At UC San Diego, a 23-year-old history student, George Wynn, distraught over the war, set himself on fire during a campus protest and died 10 hours later. "He asked me to write a letter to President Nixon," his mother later told reporters. This was his way of calling attention to the terrible things going on in the world today. 34. Earlier in the week, UCLA had declared an unprecedented state of emergency after several thousand students, including members of its national champion basketball team, attempted to shut down the campus. They broke windows, tried to set the ROTC building ablaze, and scuffled with university police, who in turn called for help from the LAPD. Chief Davis, an avid supporter of Governor Reagan's zero-tolerance policy toward campus protest, sent in more than 500 of his troops to take back UCLA from the anti-war movement. Aside from the usual promiscuous use of nightsticks, 12 students were hospitalized. Squadrons of motorcycle cops roared onto campus to chase down protesters. Meanwhile, other cops were battling and arresting students at Cal State Fullerton, which had already experienced several months of convulsions after the administration had cracked down on campus radicals. The escalation of violence against college anti-war protesters in Southern California and the rest of the country only promoted the expansion of the movement to campuses and communities that had little or no previous tradition of active dissent. In the 10 days following Nixon's announcement, there were strikes or boisterous rallies at the Claremont colleges, Valley State, Occidental, Citrus College, Whittier, UC Irvine and, perhaps most surprisingly, at famously cloistered Caltech. Mecha chapters and individual Chicanos, of course, were active in all of these protests, which provided innumerable opportunities to publicize the national moratorium. The planned East Side protest, moreover, took on additional importance as a hot spring turned into a strangely cold summer. In early May, when 1.5 million college students were on strike and 100,000 protesters were camped next to the Lincoln Monument, it was easy to believe that this was a culminating confrontation, Congress would either force an end to the war, or a large part of the country's higher education system would shut down. But Congress postponed decisive action. AFL-CIO President George Meany and the conservative unions such as the construction trades and the Teamsters rallied to Nixon's side, and the administration, promising that all troops would be out of Cambodia in 2 months, and 150,000 more out of Vietnam altogether in a half year, successfully quelled the upsurge. Meanwhile, the peace movement on a national level had splintered into 2 hostile factions, one advocating business as usual, that is to say more peace marches, and the other calling vaguely and rather desperately for disruption. Neither was a realistic strategy for moving protest forward, and the liberal wing that had championed the original moratorium left the streets altogether in order to lobby Congress and work behind the scenes with anti-war Democrats. As Fred Halstead writes in his History of the Anti-War Movement, there was one major exception to the relative ebb in demonstrative anti-war activity during the summer of 1970. This involved the Chicano community, and the actions were organized under the name of the Chicano Moratorium. 35 buoyed by the successes of local moratoriums in places as diverse as Houston and Oxnard, the national organizers no longer fretted about the size of the turnout. The real problem now was, where would they find housing for so many amigas and amigos? 32. War on the East Side. The Chicano Moratorium, 1970. August 29 was hot, smoggy, and exhilarating. All week long contingents had been arriving from every point of the compass where people of Mexican descent lived. They spanned generations and represented scores of grassroots groups: Mayo, Mexican American Youth Organization, from Texas, the Black Berets from San Jose, Denver's Crusade for Justice, and so on. Over the summer, moreover, the moratorium had gained support and financial aid from a broad united front of home-ground organizations. Particularly important were the endorsements from MAPA, CSO, Community Service Organization, which had trained Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, the Congress of Mexican American Unity, local UAW locals, and the Peace Action Council. On the left, Angela Davis and the Che Lumumba Club were active supporters, as well as an array of campus anti-war groups. Munoz was particularly excited by the participation of older grassroots activists from the Zoot Suit days, such as Rudy Tovar, Rudy Salas, Carmen Vera, and Lilian Villegas. The only sour note during the buildup was the refusal of Jose Angel Gutierrez, the leader of Texas's Raza Unida party, to play an active role in the mobilization, presumably because of his enmity toward Corky Gonzalez, but other members of the party were avid supporters. In order to encourage ordinary East Side residents, especially families with children, to attend the moratorium, the organizers had given careful attention to keeping the event peaceful. Esteban Torres of the UAW, 12 years later a member of Congress, provided experienced union stewards to train MECHA members as monitors, while the organizers and older allies reached out to law enforcement. That meant Sheriff Peter Pitches, since the march route, starting in Belvedere Park and heading south on Atlantic before turning west on Whittier Boulevard, was entirely under his jurisdiction. Pitches, elected in 1958, had won his reputation as the head investigator for the FBI's LA office in the period of the Hollywood blacklist, and saw enforcement problems in East LA through a Red Scare lens that attributed an outsized role to secret communist infiltration of the Chicano movement. Moreover, his department was easily as ruthless in quelling protest as the LAPD on the other side of the city-county line. Earlier in the summer, sheriff's deputies had shot and critically wounded a Chicano high school student during a protest about 4 suspicious suicides in the holding cells of the East Los Angeles station. Munoz and others were thus naturally apprehensive about how the department, and specifically its seemingly out-of-control East LA unit, would react to the moratorium. They were surprised and reassured when the sheriffs readily agreed to keep a low profile as long as the organizers retained control of the marchers. However, Ruben Salazar, now news director for Spanish-language television station KMEX while retaining a regular column in the Times, warned that it might be a ruse. He was writing a book on police abuse and had developed some confidential contacts who provided information on law enforcement plans. Point 2 The night before the march he asked Bert Corona and 2 others to meet with him at the Century Plaza Hotel on the west side. Corona later wrote that Ruben came right out and told us that he really feared there was going to be police action against us. He had reason to believe that agent provocateurs had infiltrated both the moratorium committee and the Brown Berets and that we had better be on alert. He believed that the provocateurs would cause incidents to justify police repression of the moratorium. Rubin also said that he knew from some of his sources that top officials in Washington, including President Nixon, were quite concerned about the moratorium, since it would be the first large minority-sponsored demonstration against the war. The word out of Washington was, "What the hell is going on in Los Angeles? Why have officials there allowed things to reach this point?" Rubin concluded by telling us that he had all his evidence, including tapes, in his car. Someone had gone through his desk at the station. "And when this is all over, when it's history, I'll be able to share it with you guys." 3. The march certainly was history. 20 to 25,000 people. Munoz later estimated it was 85% Chicano and 15% from other communities marched down Whittier Boulevard, East L.A.'s main drag and cruising strip, in a colorful sea of banners and protest signs, chanting Raza Si, Guerra No. The atmosphere was charged with that special excitement that occurs when a group of people can see and visibly measure their potential power for the first time. Coalitions might be disintegrating in other parts of the country, but in East LA that Saturday, the anti-war movement crossed a new threshold as thousands of ordinary working-class people from one of the most patriotic communities in the United States marched for immediate withdrawal, thereby adding to the White House's ever-increasing paranoia. And the march was almost entirely peaceful. The sheriffs, seemingly true to their promise, diverted traffic and otherwise laid low on side streets along the route. As the marchers arrived at Laguna Park, the rally site located on the city-county borderline, they found a group of families and older people already gathered, those who had foregone the rigor of the 4-mile march. What struck me, remembers Munoz, was that the people who hadn't marched seemed to be families with small children, which only added to the festive atmosphere. It seemed typical of a weekend in the park in East LA, when families go to have a picnic or barbecue and let the kids enjoy the open spaces. On the stage, while marchers continued to arrive, musicians were warming up the crowd with revolutionary corridos while a group of girls in traditional costumes danced. The murder of Ruben Salazar. What happened next would destroy this triumphal mood and open a long season of unequal warfare between police and sheriffs on one side and activists and barrio youth on the other. There are several confused accounts of how it all started, but one of this volume's co-authors, M.D., was present at the scene and can recall the main details. "My wife and I were with the young grandsons of Sam Kushner, the People's World correspondent who, despite being blacklisted for his left-wing views, was widely admired by other journalists for his in-depth reportage on the farm workers' strike and the Chicano movement. 4 Sam was elsewhere on the route and was apparently one of the last people to talk to Ruben Salazar. Meanwhile we had found a place to sit on the periphery of the rally, and I went to get sodas for the kids. Someone told me there was a liquor store around the corner, on the city side of Whittier Boulevard. The store was packed with thirsty people, and there was some kind of confusion. A window was broken, which I assumed was just an accident. Rather than waiting in line, I decided to fetch the kids and take them for an ice cream back in Echo Park where we all lived. I was on the sidewalk outside the Green Mill liquor store when dozens of squad cars came roaring down the street at about 50 miles per hour. It was both astounding and terrifying. I remember thinking that this was LAPD Metro Squad, but reading other accounts, they were more likely sheriff's deputies. Scores, and eventually hundreds, of riot-ready helmeted cops and deputies poured out of the vehicles and jogged into the park clutching their riot batons. After a desultory warning that the rally was an unlawful assembly, they began pushing, prodding, and where there was any resistance beating people. Our little group, like most of the families, immediately retreated to our cars. Our evacuation was covered by a steadfast group of monitors and Mecha members, who tried to talk to the deputies, and when that failed, took blows that otherwise might have fallen on our heads. Other youth defending the speaker's stand threw rocks that were answered with volleys of tear gas. The next day, the Times printed the claim from the sheriff's department that their response was justified since at about 1:30 p.m. 300 persons stormed inside the green mill and began looting shelves. This was utter fiction meant to excuse an obviously well-prepared and blatantly massive attack designed to generate headlines about rioters and the subversive groups that controlled them. Police and sheriff supervisors exercised little tactical control over their troops, whose ranks soon went berserk. Skirmish lines disintegrated as deputies chased rock throwers, attacked unresisting people leaving the park, and then launched furious forays into the neighborhood streets on both sides of Whittier. Residents, including elderly women and men who had nothing to do with the moratorium, were attacked in their front yards and even on their porches when they failed to obey orders to go inside their homes. Tear gas saturated the streets, and eventually 3 square miles of the east side was transformed into a combat zone. 5 police barriers were quickly erected to cordon off the area, and 30-year-old Gilberto Diaz was shot and killed by deputies when he attempted to drive through one of the barricades. A 15-year-old brown beret from El Monte, Lynn Ward, was initially reported by the Times as critically injured by a gas canister, but after he died the sheriff's department claimed the cause was actually a homemade bomb. The Berets angrily contested this new account and acclaimed Ward as their first martyr, but his death was overshadowed by that of a third victim, also killed by tear gas projectile. 6. While cops and deputies continued to stoke community rage by skirmishing with residents and invading their homes, some of the afternoon's anger coalesced into window breaking and arson along Whittier Boulevard's business strip. It soon became the East Side's equivalent to what's 1965 Charcoal Alley. Jesus Trevino, who had filmed the march for KCET, left the rally before the attack to drop some friends at their car back in Belvedere Park. As he drove down Atlantic to Whittier, he was astonished by what he saw. As I looked west along Whittier, I saw a most incredible sight. The huge plumes of black smoke had increased, filling the sky. There was smoke as far as the eye could see, and flames crackled in nearly all the buildings within view. This was the scene later depicted by Chicano artists Willie Heron and Gronk in a famous mural in the Estrada Courts housing project. 7. Hundreds had tried to escape Laguna Park by backtracking along Whittier, only to encounter a pitched battle between local youth and angry sheriffs who made little distinction between window breakers and people just leaving the area. The KMEX news team Ruben Salazar, Guillermo Restrepo, Hector Franco, and Gustavo Garcia were among these refugees. They ducked into a bar cafe called the Silver Dollar to make some phone calls, use the toilets, and get drinks. The disruption of the moratorium had eerily confirmed Salazar's prediction to Corona, and he was nervous, suspecting that they were being followed. About a block before we get to the Silver Dollar, Restrepo later testified, he says to me, "Guillermo, I'm getting very scared." Soon after they entered the bar, deputies with drawn guns ordered 6 people who had been standing outside watching the inferno to go back inside. A little later Franco and Gustavo tried to step outside to check on the action but were shooed back inside by a deputy with shotgun. 9 For the time being, all the people in the Silver Dollar were trapped. Across the street, meanwhile, Raul Ruiz and Joe Razzo had arrived and were observing the deputies in front of the Silver Dollar. Denied press passes and long harassed by the sheriffs, the 2 La Raza editors were risking injury and arrest in order to document the conduct of deputies. Their curiosity was focused on a big deputy crouching next to the bar's open doorway with what looked like a rifle with most of its barrel sawed off. It was a tear gas gun in the hands of Thomas Wilson, a sergeant from the Montrose station who had volunteered for duty at the moratorium. He would later explain that another deputy told him that a witness had seen 2 men with guns go inside the Silver Dollar. The witness crucial to the sheriff's later defense of the shooting turned out to be a former LAPD reserve officer, bare shirt and wearing a red vest, who was helping deputies direct traffic, 10 Wilson claimed that he repeatedly yelled for the people inside the silver dollar to come out, but 11 of them later testified that had they never heard such an order. 11 After shouting the order, or not, Wilson got up and stood in front of the entrance with his weapon leveled at the open doorway. The interior shaded by a curtain. Ruiz snapped a photograph. An instant later Wilson fired through the curtain, reloaded, and fired again. Wilson left, and another sheriff's car arrived at the scene, having heard the account of gunmen inside but apparently unaware that the bar had already been cleared. 3 more projectiles were fired through the tattered curtain. Incredibly, neither Wilson nor the deputies in the second car bothered to enter the silver dollar to find out the result of their attacks. 12. Wilson's first round, in fact, was a high-muzzle velocity tear gas projectile known as a flight right, which was 9 inches long with fins and a weighted nose. It was specially designed for so-called barricade situations and was able to penetrate a door or a wooden wall. Flight rights were labeled by the manufacturer not for crowd control and contained toxic CS gas, secretly developed by the British Army in the 1950s and later banned in many places because of its lethality. Salazar was sitting closest to the entrance, nursing a beer. The projectile entered his head from the left and came out on the right, blowing up his brain. The others in the bar, their eyes and faces burning from the gas, fled out the back door. The KMEX crew was later interviewed by the Free Press's Sue Marshall, and she summarized their account of what happened after they stumbled out the back of the silver dollar. They were met in the back parking lot area by sheriff's deputies who had by now surrounded the bar. The crew showed the police their official press passes and Restrepo told them that the news director was inside and hurt. The newsmen were unable to get cooperation from either the sheriff's deputies or firemen at the scene, and no went in to help Salazar. The news crew was prevented from going in to get him at gunpoint by the deputies. Restrepo then phoned his station manager Danny Villanueva, who, over the course of the next several hours, made 10 separate calls to the sheriff's department, begging them to look for Salazar. They kept telling him they were too busy. Ambulances were sent to the scene, only to be turned back by deputies. Finally at 7:45, more than 3 hours after the shooting, a deputy in a gas mask entered the bar and found the body. At 10:30 they finally identified the victim as Salazar. 13. Salazar's friends at the Times and KMEX were well aware that he had been threatened by the LAPD and was undoubtedly under surveillance, perhaps by multiple agencies. His repeated warnings that both the moratorium and he himself were in some sort of danger were unsettling, especially in light of the LA-13 and Biltmore cases. East Side leaders called for a federal grand jury to investigate his possible assassination. The Sheriff's Homicide Bureau meanwhile conducted a hasty internal investigation, preliminary to the coroner's inquest. The records of this inquiry, kept secret and stored for years in the county administration building, were finally revisited in 2011 by the Office of Independent Review, a body established by the Board of Supervisors in 2001 after innumerable accounts of abuses by sheriffs in jails and elsewhere. Their report focused on 2 key issues. First, the original investigation's finding after testimony by the department's expert on tear gas and firearms that Sergeant Wilson had acted properly in using a flight right, and second, the failure of the homicide detectives to explore claims that Salazar was under surveillance or even targeted. On the first count, the 2011 investigators were incredulous. The obvious follow-up question about whether it was appropriate to fire into a darkened building through a door blocked by nothing more than a curtain was never asked. As for the second issue, the failure to focus on any aspects of the incident beyond the immediate question of how Mr. Salazar died, opened the door for decades of speculation about what the department may have been trying to hide. Detectives asked no questions about the more sinister theory being expounded, namely, that Mr. Salazar was targeted. As a result, responding deputies were not asked if they knew or had heard of Mr. Salazar, whether they knew he had been observing the march earlier, whether they had been assigned to follow him, and whether they knew he was inside the silver dollar at the time of the incident. And because the incident was not subjected to any sort of internal administrative review, no one was held accountable for performance that did not meet department expectations. Point 14. The desultory investigation of Salazar's death by the Homicide Bureau contrasted with the high-powered campaign immediately launched by Pitches to convince the public that the moratorium was violent from the beginning and under the control of violent left-wing groups. Hundreds of provocative acts were committed by known dissidents who came to the location to incite and foment trouble, he told the Board of Supervisors. The board's conservative members echoed the charge. The Mexican community was ripe for exploitation by confrontation-seeking agitators, Supervisor Ernest Debs, and what resulted was a very bad revolutionary situation, a well-planned conspiracy, Warren Dorn. Moreover, the sheriff had captured a notorious instigator, Corky Gonzalez. He and 25 members of the crusade riding in a big truck had been stopped by deputies as they were leaving the east side and charged with carrying concealed weapons and suspicion of robbery. Although the charges were soon dropped and the crusade people went home, the sensation generated by the arrests contaminated the public view of what had happened. Meanwhile, the FBI readily accepted Pitches's invitation to help hunt down other subversive forces behind the riot. His office soon publicized another telling piece of evidence, a seditious leaflet from the Progressive Labor Party. Eyes rolled in the movement, the PLP routinely leafleted every demonstration and had exercised no role whatsoever in the moratorium. The 16-day-long inquest into Salazar's death was broadcast live by a rotation of local television stations. The hearing officer, Norman Pitluck, gave the sheriff's home court advantage. For 3 days they were allowed to present carefully prepared and scripted testimony on the violence of the moratorium and the role of outsiders in fomenting attacks on law enforcement. The department's press officer showed a film that had been carefully edited to emphasize rock throwing and vandalism by protesters without a hint of the official violence to which these acts were the reaction. Eastsiders at the hearing were outraged, and Joe DeAnda from the new Chicano Studies program at Valley State got up and protested. This inquest was supposed to be confined to the circumstances directly surrounding Ruben Salazar's death. Instead, an attempt is being made to inculcate the public with the idea that the sheriff's deputies were justified in all their actions. The Chicanos in the audience, led by future Congress member Esteban Torres, twice walked out. When Raul Ruiz was finally called to the stand, Pitluck showed astonishingly rude disinterest in his testimony, repeating questions that already been answered and looking away in obvious boredom as Ruiz showed his photos to the jury and explained the sequence of events at the Silver Dollar. This was too much for Oscar Acosta, who began shouting at Pitluck, who in turn ordered Acosta removed from the courtroom, a process that involved considerable use of force by marshals after the stoutly built lawyer refused to budge from his seat. Salazar's family and his media colleagues were appalled by the conduct of the proceedings and the toothlessness of the verdict. A majority of jurors ultimately found for death at hands of another, a rebuke to the sheriff's case for mere accident, but the categories were vague and the verdict had no legal consequence. Still, it could have been used to support indictments for negligent homicide or manslaughter if Younger had been so inclined. He wasn't. The general election was imminent, and he was mining gold in the conservative white suburbs through his demonization of the Chicano movement. As a result, neither Wilson nor any of the other deputies involved in the deaths of Salazar, Diaz and Ward ever suffered so much as a departmental reprimand, much less criminal charges for what they did that day. The labyrinth of repression. August 29 was immediately followed by a curfew and the systematic harassment of the Moratorium Committee and other Chicano activists and community workers. Offices were raided, often without warrants, and individuals were arrested on bogus charges and then released after interrogation. The FBI increased its surveillance of the movement, while both the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department planted more informers and agents provocateurs. A plan to follow up the moratorium with a national meeting at Cal State LA had to be abandoned because of the arrests of Gonzalez and the Crusade people, as well as the sudden hostility of the school's administration. When Gonzalez was finally released, Munoz asked his advice about how to maintain the momentum of the moratorium in the face of growing repression. You have to get the Chicano middle class involved so that there's a more general community reaction to what the cops did, he answered. They're going to try to isolate you guys as violent and responsible for what happened. But if you can get the businessmen and the professionals to support you, this will help against those charges. 15 Accordingly, the moratorium decided to ask permission to march as a contingent in the traditional Mexican Independence Day celebration on September 16. All agreed that the highest priority was to put the movement back on streets with a show of support from older and more moderate community leaders. The organizers of the event, however, were under heavy pressure from Pitches to cancel the entire parade. With Esteban Torres as their forceful advocate, the moratorium, reiterating its commitment to nonviolence, finally persuaded them to hold the march and allow them to participate under their own banners. On that particular Independence Day, Raúl Ruiz was taking the stand at the coroner's inquest while 50 miles away, 100 young prisoners were shouting "Viva la Raza," and battling guards at a Chino juvenile facility. 33 of them escaped. 16 Several thousand moratorium supporters, meanwhile, formed the largest contingent at the East Side demonstration, peacefully reclaiming the streets they had been driven off of 3 weeks earlier. We literally took over the 16th of September parade and transformed it into an anti-war and anti-police march, said one organizer. At the end of the event, as marchers and monitors were dispersing, sirens, flashing lights and what sounded like gunfire alarmed the crowd still remaining at Belvedere Park. Some neighborhood youth pelted several passing sheriff's cars and were quickly met, according to one of the legal observers, by a great show of force by the deputies, about 50 strong, seemingly beginning a sweep of the avenue. The crowd headed toward them, hurling rocks, bottles and anything else that could be picked up. The monitors were doing a hell of a job, one of the lawyer observers told the Times. They might have succeeded if it hadn't been for the police presence. 17. This mini riot illustrated the intractable dilemma faced by the moratorium committee. No matter how much effort they made to ensure the peaceful character of their demonstrations, including bringing in outside lawyers, law students, and clergy, as long as the sheriffs treated protests as incipient riots and conspicuously displayed ranks of deputies visored and clutching their riot batons, some violence was inevitable. One of the successes of the Chicano awakening had been the politicization of many gang members and pintos, ex-convicts, who, as a matter of honor, would fearlessly fight cops and sheriffs even when the odds were overwhelmingly against them. Given an instigation by deputies or police or provocateurs, spontaneous combustion was assured. 18. The next demonstration, on January 9, became such a self-fulfilling prophecy. The moratorium had been having trouble with the East Side Berets, who had waved guns and forced them to surrender their office. David Sanchez was out of town, absorbed in building new chapters across the country, and the local leadership was assumed by someone whom Muñoz and others believed to be both psychotic and working for the FBI. Moreover, his own group was splintering in an outburst of factionalism incited by its official chair Frank Martinez, later to be exposed as an undercover ATF agent. The Berets and the moratorium had been sparring over the question of whether the LAPD or the sheriffs should be the principal target of a new mobilization against police abuse. In the end, 2 protests were planned. The first, called by the Berets and reluctantly supported by the moratorium group, took place at the Civic Center and was broken up by the LAPD with 40 arrests. This afforded Chief Davis, who loved to play one-upmanship with Sheriff Pitches, an opportunity to advance an even more startling explanation of the sinister forces behind the Chicano movement. Speaking to the Chatsworth Chamber of Commerce, the chief said that communist agitators and action by the Attorney General's office were responsible for the disturbance. 19 Back in July 1970, Ruben Salazar had enraged Davis with an exposé of the LAPD's execution of 2 unarmed immigrant laborers, the Sanchez brothers. Searching for a murder suspect in a Skid Row flop house, cops had broken down the wrong door and immediately opened fire on the innocent brothers. It was such an egregious killing that John Mitchell, Nixon's super-conservative attorney general, was forced to issue an indictment of the officers involved. Davis, proving himself to be one of Chief Parker's more demented protégés, declared this to be nothing less than collusion with East Side rioters. As for the Berets and their red puppeteers, Davis claimed that it was Father Luce who had spawned a group of Bolsheviks who were clearly identified in police photos of the Civic Center protest. He didn't mention that they were all over 60 years old. 20. The next demonstration by the moratorium returned the focus to Sheriff Pitches and his department. A series of spirited local marches organized by neighborhood beret groups in San Pedro, Venice, and San Fernando preceded the main event. To avoid the danger of a collision with deputies, La Marcha para Justicia on January 29 was planned to terminate in Belvedere Park rather than the nearby sheriff's station. Once again a well-monitored march went off smoothly, and at its end Rosalio Muñoz begged the 5,000 to 7,000 protesters to disperse peacefully. "I hope you're going to respect those who came a long way," she told marchers. "Don't go to the police station unless you want to get involved in a suicide." But a large minority, frustrated by the protests' failure to confront the sheriffs, took the risk and marched to the station on the east side of the lake, just across the Pomona Freeway. Some tore down a section of the chain-link fence surrounding the deputies' parking lot and broke a few car windows. Then, as the 2 Times reporters on the scene reported, it seemed for a moment that the situation might be saved when the crowd began to respond to a rally monitor's requests to go home, get away from here. The monitors and 2 young priests helped to put the fence back in place. 21. But the more angry or hot-headed members of the crowd broke away and, throwing rocks at the station as they passed, advanced on Whittier Boulevard. Deputies headed them off and, in the confrontation that followed, did not hesitate to open fire on the protesters. Raúl Ruiz, as usual, was on the scene documenting the confrontation. "Lots of people got shot," he reported afterward. "The cops fired live ammo. I was with the demonstration, but when I saw the contingent of deputies waiting for us as we turned into the substation, I left to a position where I could take better photos. I thought at the time that it was a wise decision, but it wasn't." He too was shot, although only a flesh wound on his back. 22 Altogether, 20 people were wounded, and a young Austrian student, enrolled in a Hebrew course at East LA College, caught a shotgun pellet or slug in the heart and died. Muñoz later said that the deputies' action could only be characterized as a firing squad, while Ruiz, reminiscing years later, compared the riot to a Palestinian Intifada. 23. The Belvedere Park bloodshed was a death knell for the moratorium and future attempts at peaceful mass demonstrations. Although the organizers, as the Times reporters had repeatedly underscored, were blameless for the violence, they nonetheless felt the wrath not only of the law enforcement establishment but also of conservative forces within their own community who equated protesters with gang members. "The attitude of the press changed noticeably," wrote Acuna. "Salazar's death was forgotten and the daily press dwelled on the violence." The Sun printed a letter from a disgusted Ella mother, who defended the police and condemned the marchers. 24 To make things worse, that is to say, to make the campaign against the movement more credible, a clandestine group calling itself the Chicano Liberation Front began bombing everything in sight, including Roosevelt High School, 7 banks, 2 supermarkets, a Chevron facility and City Hall. The group also warned that it had stolen rifles from a ROTC facility. The explosions were mostly small-scale and there were no injuries, but the aura of incipient urban terrorism was a splendid gift to the enemies of the movement. The falling plaster also dovetailed with the indictment of Los Tres, a trio of activists involved in a community campaign against drug sales, who were accused of shooting and paralyzing a notorious dealer who it turned out was a special agent for the Justice Department division that preceded the DIA. 25. Alarmed by the prevalence of touts and provocateurs, and convinced that any new protest would only repeat a tragic pattern, East Side activists turned to new arenas of activity. Muñoz and the moratorium veterans, allied uncomfortably with the Berets, initiated La Marcha de la Reconquista from Calexico to Sacramento, carefully avoiding the city of Los Angeles. Conceived as a protest against the Reagan administration that would also advertise the infant Raza Unida party, it quickly pushed relations between the two groups to the breaking point. David Sanchez, suspicious of the role of Marxists within the new party, refused to support the RUP and adopted a distant attitude toward the march. His followers on the march, meanwhile, grew menacing, waved guns, and generally intimidated Muñoz and the Moratorium people. It was their last collaboration, and the exhausting march produced negligible results. In the fall elections, however, a great burst of enthusiasm accompanied Raúl Ruiz's campaign as an RUP candidate against Democrat Richard Alatorre and Republican Bill Brophy in the 48 Assembly District in East LA. There was also a PFP candidate. Ruiz came in third with almost 3,000 votes, a credible effort, but he and the Anglo-PFP subtracted 4,000 votes from Alatorre and ensured the election of the Republican. Corona, although supportive of Ruiz, thought the RUP's rigid principle of never endorsing even the most progressive Democrats was a parochial error that arose from generalizing the situation in South Texas, where the party had first emerged. In the Rio Grande Valley, Tejanos were an overwhelming majority, and the Democrats had long operated as a machine representing Anglo growers and corrupt politicians. In some areas there were actually two Democratic parties, old and new. In many ways it was an ideal situation for the emergence of a third party of the majority that refused to play plantation politics. The situation in urban California was obviously different and, as Corona attempted to point to his younger amigos, required an inside-outside strategy that combined independent candidacies with support for authentic allies among the Democrats. But a friendly internal debate about RUP strategy was excluded by an explosive polarization between the supporters of José Angel Gutiérrez, the Texas leader of the original party, and those of Corky González. Although important issues were at stake in their rivalry, including differences over the relationship between electoral politics and community organizing, Raúl Ruiz thought the essence of the conflict mirrored the political history of Mexico, regionally based caudillos fighting for control of a national movement that never transcended the sum of its geographical components. I had the utmost respect for both Corky and José Angel. Both had done great work in their communities. But, at the same time, I had my doubts about both of them as national leaders. They were trying to be national leaders but in fact weren't operating nationally. They were quite sectional in their operations and in their perspectives. Curiously, the same thing could be said of Cesar Chavez. He focused almost exclusively on farm workers in California. We really had no national leaders. 26. The bitter leadership contest soon percolated down to the base in California, where it drove a wedge between many former compañeros and accentuated the political inexperience of a movement still in its early 20s. The RUP's trajectory was much like that of the Peace and Freedom Party. Both were the products of extraordinary campaigns, Bob Scheer's near defeat of a powerful establishment Democratic congressman in Berkeley, and the Texas RUP's clean sweep of political offices in the middling farm town of Crystal City, that generated hopes that such successes could be repeated elsewhere. In both cases, however, the state or national third parties that were formed ignored the special local circumstances of these initial victories, and they treated far too cavalierly the risk of playing the role of spoiler in elections where their voters could tip the balance in favor of much more reactionary Republicans. 27 As a result, both parties soon stumbled, lost their initial élan, and ended up squandering their unity in endless internal squabbles. Whereas the PFP ended up in a decades-long state of suspended animation, with a line on the ballot but no pulse, the RUP totally collapsed in the mid-70s, and Chicanos lost their best hope for a unifying national action framework. In 1972 one Chicano movement was in steep decline, while another, both more and less radical than its predecessor, was emerging. The social forces shaping a new phase of Chicano politics included, 1. An acceleration of undocumented immigration that was countered by a sharp rise in local nativism and INS repression, 2. The successful institutionalization of Chicano studies on a number of campuses and the creation of an array of new publications, 3. the embrace of hardcore Leninism or Maoism by a large cohort of 1968-69 activists, who were organized in two competing organizations, CASA and the August 29 movement, and, 4. The accretion of power by a union-funded economic development corporation, TELEQ, that would soon spawn a new East Side democratic political machine. The last three stories properly belong in another narrative, a movement history of LA in the 1970s. But La Hermandad Mexicana Nacional, another project associated with the leadership of the indefatigable Bert Corona, deserves at least a call-out since it started planting roots in Los Angeles from 1968 onward. It marked a debut of sorts for new immigrants as major social actors. Corona, who left the leadership of MAPA feeling that it was being taken over by middle-class lawyers, turned his attention toward the struggles of immigrant workers. In San Diego, the Hermandad Mexicana Nacional, formed in the aftermath of deportations in the early 1950s, had been successfully aiding the undocumented for years. It was a hybrid of a traditional mutual aid association, popular safety nets in immigrant communities of many nationalities with a legal defense group. Corona, together with crack union organizer Soledad Chol Alatorre, persuaded its leaders to let them expand the franchise to LA and elsewhere in California. By 1972 the new branches in East LA, the Harbor, and elsewhere counted several thousand dues-paying members and provided a constituency of more than 60,000 people with services ranging from legal aid to food and shelter. Hermandad's community centers were known as Centros de Acción Social Autonomous, CASAs, and welcomed volunteers with activist backgrounds. Corona and Alatorre, although focused primarily on grooming leadership among young immigrants, hoped that the new movement could also provide some of the blowout and moratorium veterans with a path toward class politics. Indeed, their work within the original CASA soon inspired the creation of the short-lived but seminal Marxist party, the Hermandad General de Trabajadores, which was the first of the Chicano New Left formations to build a serious relationship with the Mexican far left. 28 The name of its paper, Sin Fronteras, became an enduring slogan, but also signified a new strategic vision of the combined and uneven development of the Chicano and Mexican revolutions. Meanwhile the Brown Berets, the targets of ceaseless infiltration, surveillance, and prosecution, made a final attempt to reinvigorate their image by raising the Mexican flag on Catalina Island, 26 miles offshore. At the beginning of Labor Day weekend, 25 berets led by David Sanchez and dressed in casual clothing took a crowded holiday ferry to Avalon, an old-time resort town, then marched to the top of the bluff that overlooks the legendary casino. They changed into combat fatigues, raised their flag, erected tents, and began digging latrines. A rumor spread that the Mexican army had landed, but the berets, although stern-faced, were anything but menacing. Sanchez exchanged greetings with passing tourists, the mayor of Avalon, and the local youngsters, the Times reported. He told the interviewers that Catalina and the other Channel Islands had never been ceded to the United States by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, a claim that had some historical justification, and that they were liberating the island in order to bring attention to the problems of Chicanos on the mainland. They had not brought any provisions and were short of cash, so townspeople began to donate food, and some of the local Chicano families, traditional employees of the Santa Catalina Island Company, invited them home for dinner. The occupation lasted for more than 3 weeks and was tolerated by the sheriffs. Catalina was officially part of LA County, after they established that the berets were peaceful and unarmed. Their camp became a popular stop for the island's tour buses. As Sanchez had hoped, the action garnered much media coverage, but he was bitterly disappointed that it was mostly devoted to the comic opera aspects of the adventure rather than the substantive issues. After 24 days, the mayor, backed up by the sheriffs and the company's private guards, issued an ultimatum to leave. The berets, who for 5 years had been portrayed as fierce revolutionists and likely terrorists, made no protest and quietly departed. 29. A month later the berets' national office expelled Sanchez, claiming that he had killed another member, committed rape, and stole money from the organization. He immediately retaliated by dissolving the national office and the rest of the organization. All legitimate and official capacities of the Brown Beret National Organization, he told a press conference, have been dissolved. As Prime Minister, and founder of the Brown Berets, I resign my post, as well as membership. He said that factionalism within the organization, largely instigated by police agents, was on the verge of turning violent, as had happened to the Panthers. He denounced the collapse of discipline and leadership in the dissident chapters, a phenomenon he labeled hippieism, and deplored what that had done to the group's prestige. 30 Although some chapters outside of LA fought to survive as independent collectives, the Berets otherwise quickly disappeared, shocking Chicano activists and surprising the police agencies who had used the group as an invaluable prop in their scare campaigns. The formal certificate of death was an FBI memorandum the following summer telling local offices that since there had been no evidence of any Beret activity for the previous 6 months, they should end their investigations. 31. Part 8. Other liberations. 33. The Many Faces of Women's Liberation, 1967-74. On September 20, 1972, 7 LAPD officers and 3 state medical examiners raided the Women's Self-Help Clinic on Crenshaw Boulevard. They had warrants for the arrest of 2 staff members, Carol Downer and Colleen Wilson. The charge, practicing medicine without a license. The women weren't there. The police seized rubber gloves, syringes, IUDs, hypodermic needles, menstrual extraction devices, equipment for blood tests, pap tests, and urine analysis, and patient charts and records. The warrants charged Carol Downer with diagnosing a women's illness as a yeast infection and treating it with yogurt. Colleen Wilson was charged with 11 counts, including performing a menstrual extraction, giving pelvic examinations and testing for pregnancy. The right of women to know their bodies had been declared illegal by law enforcement officials. Feminist activist and author Barbara Ehrenreich explained the origins of this movement, the humiliation and helplessness women felt when doctors called them difficult for asking questions, or diagnosed them as neurotic for possessing a symptom for which the doctors did not yet have a disease. She remembered the secrecy and shame and then the excitement of hearing that 2 Los Angeles women, Carol Downer and Lorraine Rothman, had taught themselves to do cervical self-examinations, and that Downer was starting the first feminist women's health center. It began to seem possible, she recalled, that, with enough organizing, studying, and especially sharing, we might just achieve the right to control our own bodies too. Carol Downer's defense became a national cause célèbre. Her supporters included Congresswoman Bella Abzug, Gloria Steinem, Robin Morgan, and Dr. Benjamin Spock. The prosecution case rested on the testimony of 3 undercover agents who had gone to the clinic posing as patients, 2 female LAPD officers and a high school guidance counselor. The clinic collective decided that Wilson, who had so many charges against her, should plead guilty, and Downer should demand a trial, where the case for women's self-help could be presented to a jury. Wilson made a deal, pled guilty to 1 count, and was sentenced to a fine of $250, 25 days in jail, suspended, and 2 years of probation. 3. In the campaign leading up to the trial, Downer argued that the center does no more than teach vaginal self-examination. "We don't diagnose and we don't treat," she said. "We're in health education. We realize that women do not know their own bodies and haven't been given the kind of information they need to take care of themselves." The investigator for the state's Department of Consumer Affairs replied that the case has nothing to do with women's liberation. The trial lasted for 5 days, and the courtroom was packed every day. Downer's supporters gleefully called it the Great Yogurt Conspiracy, pointing out that the police had seized, among the other items, yogurt from the refrigerator. Medical experts for the defense testified that yogurt was used to cure yeast infections because bacterial agents in the dairy product work to combat bacterial agents spawned by the yeast infection. Downer's attorneys, Diane Wayne and Jeanette Christie, argued that application of the home remedy was no different than applying eye drops to an eye infection or a band-aid to a bruised knee. The deputy city attorney of LA replied, "Who are they to diagnose a yeast infection and prescribe yogurt for it? 5. Everything they were doing at the center," he said, "should have been done by a physician." The jury, 8 men and 4 women, found Downer not guilty. Women's self-help had won a huge victory. The trial and verdict also galvanized local feminists. One wrote, "What man would be put under police surveillance for looking at his penis? What man would have to spend $20,000 and 2 months in court for looking at the penis of his brother?" This case is a clear-cut version of the position of women in America, the lengths to which we must go and the obstacles which must be overcome to be free. 6. As the women's self-help movement grew, historian Ruth Rosen explains, male doctors became proxy figures for all male authority. Women refused to be passive patients, learned to be assertive, and to do their own research. As a result, the women's health movement turned women into feminists. 7. The year after the Downer trial, in 1973, Simon and Schuster published Our Bodies, Ourselves by the Boston Women's Health Book Collective, featured at first at places like Sisterhood Bookstore, founded in 1973 in Westwood by 2 sisters-in-law, Adele Wallace and Simone Wallace. Within a few years, the book became a national bestseller. 1973 was also the year the Supreme Court issued its ruling in Roe v. Wade. The course of history had changed over the space of a couple of years. Chicana feminism. Meanwhile, a different kind of battle over women's health was underway, with a different constituency. Instead of a fight for abortion rights, it was a fight against forced sterilization, and instead of a mostly white constituency, this movement was mostly Chicana. But the underlying issue was the same: women's right to control their own bodies. 11 Latin women file suit on sterilization. Read the page 1 headline in the LA Times, claim they were coerced or deceived into having operation at medical center. The case was a shocker. Dolores Madrigal, a married mother of 2 who didn't speak English, said she told the doctor and nurse and County USC hospital no when they suggested in 1973 that she submit to sterilization. But then, under the severe pain of labor, she said, she signed the consent form after being assured that the operation could easily be reversed. 8. There were more. Rebecca Figueroa said that in October 1971, when she went to County USC to deliver her baby and was bleeding profusely before delivery, nurses told her that birth control pills caused her sickness and that sterilization was the only alternative to death. She signed the consent form. Maria Figueroa said that she refused to have her tubes tied in June 1971, but in the delivery room and subjected to repeated solicitation and pressure, she agreed provided the baby delivered was a boy because she already had a daughter. It was a girl, but the doctor performed a tubal ligation anyway. A total of 11 women told similar stories. The court case had been preceded by more than a year of organizing, demonstrations, and publicity, organized by the leading Chicana feminist group in California, the Comisión Femenil Mexicana Nacional. It held its first conference in 1973 in Goleta, outside Santa Barbara. More than 800 women participated, representing farm workers, garment workers, trade unions, college campuses, grassroots communities, and professional groups. One of the key organizers of the Comisión, and later president, was Yolanda Nava, who had been a leader of Mecha at UCLA. The Comisión, Nava later explained, focused on grassroots activism in poorer communities, rather than consciousness raising. Their first projects involved child care, job training, and a rape hotline. 9 And they discussed abortion, which members regarded as a fact of life and a personal decision. That was a controversial position within the Chicano movement, where Cesar Chavez and other male leaders argued that smaller families would only diminish the numerical power of the poor and that the race should multiply in order to progress. 10. But the group's biggest and best-known effort was a campaign to stop forced sterilization. It began in 1973, when Bernard Rosenfeld, a medical resident at County USC General Hospital, had gone to the Center for Law and Justice, a legal aid center in LA, with confidential hospital records documenting forced sterilization. Antonia Hernandez worked at the center. She had just graduated from UCLA Law School and, along with attorney Richard Navarrete, she set out to find the women in Rosenfeld's documents, hoping to recruit plaintiffs for a class action suit. The attorneys for the class decided they needed an additional plaintiff, a larger group of women who received medical care at County USC. They turned to the Comisión as the organization that could represent that class of Latinas. Comisión President Gloria Molina and Antonia Hernandez, from their base at the Comisión's Chicana Services Action Center in East LA, raised funds, organized demonstrations, and distributed press releases to the media. 11. When the case was finally filed in 1975, the Times ran a story featuring a photo of two women, a stern and determined Gloria Molina, and a tearful Dolores Madrigal. The judge eventually ruled in favor of the doctors and the hospital, but the Comisión had won the political fight. The governor and the state legislature strengthened protections against unwanted sterilizations, providing for consent forms in languages other than English, a 72-hour waiting period for patients under 21, and a requirement that women be informed that their welfare benefits would not be terminated if they refused sterilization. The Madrigal case galvanized an emerging Chicana feminist movement, says historian Vicky Ruiz. And it drew some lines between men and women activists. 12 But the women led this fight and defined the issues. While these battles over women's health were being fought in Los Angeles, other strands of the new women's activism also emerged in LA, with distinct constituencies and issues. The earliest, beginning in 1963, was welfare rights organizing among black women in public housing. Welfare rights organizing. Black women's organizing in LA in the 60s has its own history, beginning in Watts with the remarkable Johnny Tillman, who helped found the first grassroots welfare mothers organization in the country. She explained what it was about in a memorable article in Ms. Magazine. Being on welfare, she said, was like being in a supersexist marriage. You trade in a man for the man, she wrote. But you can't divorce him if he treats you bad. He can divorce you, of course, cut you off any time he wants. But in that case, he keeps the kids, not you. The man runs everything. The man, the welfare system, controls your money. He tells you what to buy and what not to buy, where to buy it and what things cost. In ordinary marriage, sex is supposed to be for your husband. On AFDC welfare, you're not supposed to have sex at all. You give up control of your body. It's a condition of 8.13. Johnny Tillman was born in Arkansas in 1926 to a family of sharecroppers. She left her husband behind when she moved to California in 1960 as a single parent with 6 children. She got a job in a laundry doing work she had done in Arkansas and became the union steward for Local 52 of the Laundry and Dry Cleaning Workers Union. She applied for welfare in 1963, she later said, so she could stay home with her children, the oldest of whom had been skipping school while she was at work. She joined the community group in the housing project in Watts where she lived, the Nickerson Gardens planning organization. Nickerson Gardens was the largest public housing project west of the Mississippi, with 1,054 units. She also became active in local politics, working to elect Augustus Hawkins as California's first black member of Congress in 1962. The turning point for Tillman came one Sunday when she heard a neighborhood churchgoer disparage women on welfare as lazy. She organized 6 women to go to the manager's office to complain, and there, she says, she noticed a stack of folders on his desk marked ANC, identifying the women in the housing project who were receiving welfare. Aid to Needy Children was the official name of the welfare program. The manager agreed to give them the list, and they talked to more than 300 women and formed an organization they called ANC Mothers Anonymous. It was the first organization of women on welfare in the nation, and it was all black. It was anonymous because they didn't want their social workers to know they were members. 14. At first, ANC Mothers Anonymous worked to help women who were denied assistance or who wanted to complain about their social workers, especially about midnight raids on their apartments, where social workers searched for men staying the night. Any woman on welfare found with a man would not receive a check that month. The group also tried to help people being evicted, people not being able to get all their aid, people being cut off for whatever reason, Tillman later explained. We began finding out that we could appeal. A lot of people were afraid to. We encouraged folk, if what you need is not met, then these are the places that you write to. And then we found out that we could go with the recipient to ask for a fair hearing. We developed some resources where we could contact a person, maybe on the board of supervisors, or a person in the top administration, because most of your trouble comes from down at the bottom. 15. And, they demanded respect from caseworkers. The ANC mothers quickly gained supporters throughout what's L.A.'s first black TV journalist, Louis Lomax, featured Tillman and her work with ANC mothers on his show, the beginning of her rise as a national figure. Similar groups of welfare mothers soon formed in the Bay Area, and others in other parts of LA. The groups formed the California Welfare Rights Organization, with Tillman as the group's first president. At an April 1966 conference in Washington, D.C., she declared, "When the poverty program is over, the rich will be rich, the poor will be poor, and I will still get a welfare check." That got national publicity, and when Tillman and women from welfare rights organizations in other states formed the National Welfare Rights Organization in August 1966, she became a national leader. 16. Then Republicans, led by Ronald Reagan, then a candidate for governor, started attacking welfare recipients, calling them welfare queens, as the centerpiece of their campaign, along with attacks on Berkeley's free speech movement. Reagan won the election that November. The battle lines had been drawn. While much of the national welfare rights movement focused on defending the right to public assistance, Johnny Tillman had a different political agenda. Poor women, she argued, needed training to get good jobs so they could support their children, and they needed child care. She never wanted poverty program funding for ANC Mothers Anonymous and relied instead on private fundraising. Also, while ANC Mothers Anonymous was a black group, Tillman thought black and white poor women should belong to the same organization. She also welcomed lesbians to welfare rights groups. She always said the struggle for welfare rights was not between women and men, but between women and the man. LA. Now. The LA chapter of the National Organization of Women formed in 1967, a year after the foundation of the National Organization. A media-savvy group in one of the world's media capitals, LA. Now had a high-profile presence and from the start organized news-grabbing events. At their first demonstration, on Lincoln's birthday in February 1969, they picketed the Polo Lounge in Beverly Hills, which refused to serve women at lunch or dinner unless they were escorted by a man. The assumption at the time was that an unescorted woman at the Polo Lounge was probably a prostitute. The pickets made it a point to dress fashionably and look respectable to make it clear that they were suitable customers for the place. A week later, 4 members of Now staged a sit-in at the Polo Lounge, demanding to be served, a demand that was met, once the news media showed up. The next month, Now staged a sit-in at the bar at Trader Vic's in Beverly Hills. 17 9 years earlier, black students in the South sat in at lunch counters to protest segregation. Women in Now in LA were following their example, but in a way that opened them to the criticism that their action excluded almost all women, who didn't have lunch at the Polo Lounge on their calendars. The key person organizing LA Now was Tony Carabillo. Many of the founders and organizers of the different strands of women's liberation came out of the left. After years in the civil rights and anti-war movements, they concluded that women's liberation should be their first priority. But several others had not started out as leftist activists, and had no background in organizing. Carabillo was one of them. But, after moving to LA in the early 60s as a single, 30-year-old college-educated woman, she faced discrimination in her career in public relations. She had read Betty Friedan's Feminine Mystique, and in 1966 she saw an article in the LA Times about the formation of NOW. She wanted to join an organization that dealt with sex discrimination, although, she later recalled, she had no intention of getting involved, she just wanted to give money and have them deal with the problems she was facing. The next year, she went to a meeting called to set up an LA chapter, one of the first 5 local chapters. 100 women were there. Carabillo came out of the meeting as head of the Speaker's Bureau, the recording secretary, and the PR chair, and she soon started the LA Now newsletter. She later said the reason she did not attend the sit-in at the Polo Lounge was that she did not want to risk her job by appearing in public. She went on to serve as president of the LA chapter in 1969 and 1970, during that time the chapter grew from 30 members to 318. In June 1969, LA Now held an anti-Mother's Day event. The leaflet called it a general protest against hypocrisy which celebrates Mother's Day one day a year and exploits her year-round. Their demands included a living wage for all women, equal pay for equal work, free child care centers, rehabilitation programs for imprisoned women, ending the special oppression of black and brown women, and also a world without wars. 19 Clearly they had moved beyond demanding to be served at the Polo Lounge. LA Now also organized demonstrations that confronted enemies of feminism. On New Year's Day 1971, they picketed the Rose Parade in Pasadena, that international symbol of the glories of Southern California, protesting the presence of Billy Graham as Grand Marshal. He had recently published a piece in the Ladies' Home Journal, Jesus and the Liberated Woman, where he made the familiar argument that the Word of God teaches that the primary duty of a woman is to be a homemaker. 20. Now's biggest efforts in LA and nationwide, focused on job discrimination. In March 1971, LA Now demonstrated outside AT&T as part of a nationwide campaign against the Bell system, the largest employer of women in America, which discriminated in hiring and promotion, and 2 years later agreed to a $38 million settlement with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission that benefited 13,000 female employees. 21 In August 1973, LA Now joined a march in support of Chicana workers striking against Farrah Pants, the second largest employer in El Paso with 4,000 workers, all of whom were Latino and 80% women. 22 A third initiative targeted opponents of the Equal Rights Amendment, which was before Congress in 1972. That August, LA Now protested the AFL-CIO's opposition to the era by picketing their convention downtown at the Biltmore Hotel. 23 Now's less public work focused on lobbying for equal rights and equal pay. Now News, published by the LA chapter, consistently featured legislative issues and campaigns. In May 1970, for example, Now brought 50 women from LA to Sacramento in support of 4 education bills, one to require hiring more women faculty and administrators at the state colleges and universities, and another that would provide free, full-time daycare centers on campus for children of students, staff, and faculty. The third required elementary schools to adopt textbooks that portrayed women and men in non-stereotypical ways. 24 Now had been the starting point for Carol Downer, arrested at the self-help clinic in 1972. Her political life had begun on Mother's Day 1969, when Betty Friedan and other founders of Now demonstrated outside the White House, at the same spot to which suffragettes had chained themselves 50 years earlier. The Now group was demanding passage of the Equal Rights Amendment. Their slogan that Mother's Day was rights, not roses. 25 Downer, living in LA, had 6 children and a sick husband. Hoping to dig herself out of the hole in which she found herself, she went to a meeting not knowing what to expect and was very pleasantly surprised to find that the women there were very happy and ordinary. 26 At her first Now meeting in LA, she signed up for the group's abortion task force, an obvious choice, given her experience. She had had an illegal abortion, and also a legal one. To get the legal one, however, she had had to claim that without it she would commit suicide. Then she volunteered at the Crenshaw Women's Center, which had been founded in 1970. At the Women's Center, Downer helped women get abortions at an illegal clinic in Santa Monica. Women's right to abortion had been established in California by the state Supreme Court in 1969, but the law required that they be performed only by doctors and only in hospitals. Indeed, at that point only doctors could dispense the pill or provide women with contraceptive devices. At the Santa Monica clinic, Downer learned to use a speculum and to look at her own cervix. Her first idea was that a women's self-help clinic should run its own abortion service. At that point, abortion was still illegal in 44 of the 50 states, and Roe v. Wade would not become law for 2 more years. But she decided on another route, which turned out to be more radical: consciousness raising, meetings for women to learn about their bodies and about how to avoid relying on the medical profession. Point 27. On April 7, 1971, Carol Downer made history at an event at Every Woman's Bookstore in Venice by inserting a speculum into her vagina and inviting the other women who had come to this event to observe her cervix. Point 28. That was the beginning of women's self-help medicine. Now invited her to do the same demonstration at their national meeting 5 months later in LA, and then she did a national tour. Within a year, more than 2,000 women had attended similar self-help sessions at women's clinics across the country. Point 29. Lorraine Rothman, one of the founders of the clinic, also went on that national tour, demonstrating the procedure called menstrual extraction, which allowed women to perform very early abortions up to 2 weeks after a missed period by inserting a small plastic cannula into a woman's uterus and gently extracting the contents of the uterus into a small bottle attached to the cannula. 30. Rothman called the menstrual extraction kit the Del-M, and patented it, a unique move in the women's movement. With Downer, she then started the Feminist Women's Health Center in 1972. Rothman, like Downer, had neither been an activist nor come to the women's movement out of the left. Raised in an Orthodox Jewish family who moved to LA when she was 12, she traced the beginnings of her feminist consciousness to her refusal to have a bat mitzvah on the grounds that women were treated unequally in Jewish religious practice. As a young adult, Rothman had attended Cal State LA, receiving her teaching credential, then worked as a substitute teacher and raised a family while her husband worked as a biology instructor at Cal State Fullerton. In 1968 she had joined a consciousness-raising group on campus there, and then joined the Orange County chapter of NOW. In 1971, she helped form the Crenshaw Women's Center, and with Carol Downer visited the illegal abortion clinic run by Harvey Carmen on Santa Monica Boulevard in West LA to learn how Carmen performed abortions. It was there that she had decided that Carmen's manual vacuum aspiration equipment should be available for home use. 31. The Crenshaw Women's Center. The local NOW chapter became the first organization of 60s feminism in LA in 1967. Radical women, who wanted to go beyond NOW's focus on legislating equality, trace their organizational beginnings to an unlikely moment: Immaculate Heart College's hosting of a feminist conference in fall 1969. It led to the formation, in 1970, of the Crenshaw Women's Center, funded for its first 6 months by UCLA. The center organized consciousness-raising groups, provided abortion counseling, ran a legal clinic, published a newsletter, later, Sister Magazine, and in February 1971 started a food co-op and a free store for clothing exchange. The most lasting contribution of the Crenshaw Women's Center, after launching the women's health movement, was its work on rape, started by Joan Robbins. She had come to LA as a student at UCLA, where her goal, she said, was just to be an anti-war activist. She started working at the Free Press, and traces the development of her feminist consciousness to an interview she did for the Freep with prominent Chicago feminist Marlene Dixon in 1969.32. Robbins went to her first women's liberation meeting with Nancy Hollander, an early SDS organizer and feminist, and then with Dorothy Bricker she formed Women's Liberation I, a consciousness-raising group that met at the Haymarket, the leftist coffee house. She helped found the Crenshaw Women's Center, and edited and wrote for Sister Magazine throughout its existence. After a friend was raped while hitchhiking, Robbins organized the anti-rape squad in the summer of 1971. Their goal, she said, was to find rapists and confront them by spray painting their names on walls at the Venice boardwalk. They also launched a campaign to encourage women to pick up female hitchhikers, distributing bumper stickers that declared, "Sisters give rides to sisters." In 1973 they set up a rape hotline at the West Side Women's Center, staffed by volunteers, and named themselves the LA Commission on Assaults Against Women, LACAA. That June, they held a conference on rape, which was attended by 200 women. Their position from the beginning, she explained, was that rape was a political act of violence, not primarily sex, but men demonstrating their power over women when they might feel powerless in other areas. 33. The Crenshaw Women's Center closed on December 31, 1972, after some of its members and much of its energy shifted to the West Side Women's Center, which had opened its office that September. Shirna Gluck was one of the founders of the West Side Center and a key figure in the women's movement in LA. Unlike Carol Downer and Lorraine Rothman, she came to the women's movement from the left. Born in Chicago, she had gone to Berkeley in the 50s and joined the Student Civil Liberties Union, fighting to bring communist speakers on campus. While there, Gluck also became part of an anarcho-pacifist group, which demonstrated against ROTC. She later called it a precursor of Slate and free speech movement. She moved to LA to attend graduate school at UCLA, where she promptly joined an anti-militarism demonstration during an air raid drill on campus. Then in 1965 she took part in an anti-war demonstration organized by the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom work, which also led her to get involved with SDS. Gluck's turn toward the women's movement began in 1970 with her work on a radio program for KPFK called Feminism in Your Living Room. In 1971 she went to work with the Crenshaw Women's Center, where she did abortion counseling. She also wrote frequently for Sister magazine, and in 1972 founded the Feminist History Research Project, conducting oral histories with women activists from earlier eras. Later she recalled that her decision to participate in the women's movement was intellectual, and only later became personal. 34. The LA Women's Union. Jackie Goldberg followed a similar trajectory. Some of us, she recalled, were first leftists and then became feminists. A native Angelino, she had gone to college in Berkeley, became a leader of the free speech movement in 1964, and returned to LA in 1967. I was one of the left women who was going to go into these feminist organizations and raised their political consciousness, she recalled in a 2015 interview. Certainly there were women who were oppressed, I didn't deny that. But compared to African Americans and poor people and Vietnamese at the time, really, we said, come on. We needed consciousness raising. And that's what happened to me. Joan Anderson, who had been in the legal collective Bar Sinister, grabbed me and said, you need to come to this group. It worked. I began to think, maybe we shouldn't wait to do this until after the revolution. Maybe we need to do this right now. 35. Goldberg had already read Wages for Housework by Selma James. That really did impress me, she said. So she got involved in the Crenshaw Women's Center. She taught a class on women's economics and the law. Then a group of women organized a one-day conference at UCLA to set up a citywide organization around women's issues. She went and, as she remembered, a brilliant woman named Susan Rubinovich laid out a vision of what a women's liberation union might be able to do if we could actually organize across race and class lines. 36. So they started the LA Women's Union. Another leader was Jan Breidenbach. She would later describe the group's members as feminists who were coming out of the left but didn't want to reject the left. There were 3 socialist feminist women's unions in the country at the time, she recalled, Chicago, Oakland, and LA, all formed about the same time, all with the same mission to combine socialism and feminism. 37. At its height, Goldberg said, the LA Women's Union had a membership of 200. They organized different chapters. She and Breidenbach were part of an agitprop street theater group they called Bread and Roses. They performed at schools, universities, churches, unions, and conferences. Interviewed almost 50 years later, she could still sing a few verses of one of their songs to the tune of Maria from West Side Story, Stagflation. I just met a thing called stagflation, we did a fashion show of blouses from the oppressed nation of your choice, she recalled. We did a cheer, smash guilt, with pom-poms. 38 At performances they passed out a leaflet that read, we know that a guerrilla theater alone is not sufficient. Bread and Roses Theater gives voice to our anger, our values, and our goals. It gives visibility and force to the voices of women now being raised against the sexism and degradation of people. It is our hope to be part of the rising of the women. Another women's union chapter, called 9 to 5, agitated around workplace issues. We were bold and audacious, Goldberg recalled. We would call major companies in LA and tell them they had a problem with the way women were treated in their organization. We got some companies to meet with us. I don't know why, maybe because it was the right time and the right place. We showed them that women got paid less than men for the same jobs. We showed them that women had a harder time getting promoted. Some companies actually did something about it. And they started doing International Women's Day events. That was the best thing we did, she recalled, reaching out to black groups and brown groups, marching downtown and stopping outside the offices of corporations that oppressed women. 39. In early 1974, they helped set up the Coalition of Labor Union Women. They argued that not only did women need to be in the leadership of unions, but also that women's concerns needed to be part of contract negotiations. They worked with the women in the steel workers and the oil and chemical workers and the building trades because they were being harassed. Sometimes we were helpful, sometimes we did more harm than good, because we gave them a higher profile. They had a Women Against the War chapter. And of course, we started a million consciousness-raising groups. This was a tremendous life-changing thing for huge numbers of people. 40. The first West Coast Lesbian Conference. Lesbian feminists began organizing in LA around 1970, when lesbians in the Gay Liberation Front decided they had more in common with women, even straight ones, than they did with gay men. They differed with gay men especially on promiscuity. Meanwhile, lesbians in groups on the left decided they had more in common with other lesbians than they did with male radicals. Lesbian feminists worked in the women's health movement and the rape crisis centers, and they helped organize the historic West Coast Lesbian Conference at UCLA in April 1973. 2,000 women showed up, coming from 26 states and several other countries. It seemed to have been the largest single gathering of lesbians in history at that point. 41 UCLA had provided the space as a result of the work of Sheila Kool, a dean there at the time, though still in the closet. The conference was organized by, among others, a new magazine, Lesbian Tide, edited by Jean Cordova. Its masthead declared it was maintained by the pride, time, and efforts of a working collective of gay women. 42. The big blow-up that everyone remembers came in Robin Morgan's keynote address, when she attacked a trans woman in the audience, singer and activist Beth Elliott. Robin Morgan labeled her an opportunist, an infiltrator, and a destroyer with the mentality of the rapist. 43. The conference then voted on whether to allow Elliott to remain. 2/3 voted in favor, but, according to historian Susan Stryker, the anti-transsexual faction refused to accept the popular results and promised to disrupt the conference if their demands were not met. Elliott sang her song and then left. 44. The idea that trans women did not belong in women-only spaces, and in particular in lesbian spaces, Stryker reports, spread widely after the conference, and Robin Morgan's speech is recalled today as the opening of the bitter battle between some radical feminists and the trans movement. Trans women say that they are women because they feel female. Mainstream feminists accept that, but some radical feminists, following Robin Morgan, argue, as Michelle Goldberg explained in The New Yorker in 2014, that anyone born a man retains male privilege in society, even if he chooses to live as a woman and accept a correspondingly subordinate social position. The fact that he has a choice means that he can never understand what being a woman is really like. When trans women seek to be accepted as women, they are simply exercising another form of male entitlement. In response, trans women and their allies starting at that UCLA conference point to the discrimination that trans people endure. Although radical feminism is far from achieving all its goals, women have won far more formal equality than trans people have. 45. The LA Council of Women Artists. Many cities had now chapters, and many had radical women's centers and clinics, rape crisis hotlines, and welfare rights organizations. LA was distinctive for two contributions to the national women's liberation movement: not only the women's self-help health movement started by Downer and Rothman, but also the feminist art movement centered around Judy Chicago, who, with Miriam Schapiro, started the feminist art program at Cal Arts in 1971. Chicago and others organized the Women's Building, a mecca for feminist artists, in 1973, and Judy Chicago created the Dinner Party, an epic feminist artwork, starting in 1974. That story has been told often and well. 46. But there was also an earlier chapter that has received far less attention, the story of the LA Council of Women Artists. Joyce Kozloff explained their beginnings. She was an aspiring artist, the mother of a 1-year-old, and a faculty wife. She had come from New York with her husband, critic Max Kozloff, who was to teach at Cal Arts in its first year. She recalled a faculty party in 1971 where the wife of another faculty member said to her, "I'm starting a consciousness-raising group, would you like to join?" She replied, "What's that?" 47. The group was formed at the West Side Women's Center in Santa Monica. It wasn't a group like some of my friends' groups in New York, Kozloff recalled, with other artists. These were women who had different ages, different professions, different experiences. But it didn't matter. The basic consciousness-raising process works. She explained. You choose a subject for the night, and you go around, and each addresses it from her own experience. Then when everyone's done speaking, there's a discussion. And what you find out is the commonality of your experience. Your basic subjects: how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your mother? Very, very basic. And within a couple of months we were all totally radicalized. Because of the work in the CR group, I was angry all the time, Kozloff said. I was unpresentable at dinner parties. Some man would say something that would just tick me off, and I couldn't control myself. I would just blast the guy. I think that happened to a lot of women. She was invited by a friend to an all-women brunch, with women she had never met. Each of them described the project they were working on. When it came to me, I didn't have a project, she recalled. Her friends started yelling at me and saying, "All you do is talk about consciousness raising but you're not doing anything." I remember holding back the tears. She said, "Put up or shut up, I'm tired of this already." So I said, "What do you want me to do?" She was told, "You're going to organize the Women Artists of Los Angeles." Well, I didn't know any except the ones in that room. But everybody gave me lists. And everyone I called gave me more names. I believe I called 65 women. They held their first meeting in her small apartment in Ocean Park, Santa Monica. Everyone introduced themselves. I was told afterward that a lot of these women didn't know that some of the other women were artists. They knew them as wives of male artists. And some of them introduced themselves with their own names, and the others had only known them with the names of their husbands. 48. 10 consciousness-raising groups were formed out of that meeting. One of them would last almost 20 years. 49. One group decided to take on the LA County Museum. It was the only game in town at that point, Kozloff later said. Somebody brought the catalog of their new art and technology show, an expensive multi-year project. The cover of the catalog had a grid of 64 faces of the artists in the show, all were men. The women, Kozloff recalled, were absolutely enraged. The first action of the new Los Angeles Council of Women Artists was thus to publish a report on the exclusion of women artists from LACMA and to demand their inclusion. They counted the works by men and women on the walls of the museum, and in past shows 5 out of 800 were by women. The only solo show by a woman in LACMA history had been that of Depression-era photographer Dorothea Lange, decades earlier. "We are not seeking token acceptance into museums," the council's statement declared. "We want to change the structure. Our efforts are part of the efforts of women throughout this country to give full, meaningful status to women in every area of our society." They presented 12 demands, among them, that exhibits of contemporary art be 50-50 women and men. They demanded the same for the Board of Trustees, and for all jobs at LACMA. Finally, they demanded that LACMA do a show of women artists of the past. "We had a lot of media-savvy people in the group," Kozlov recalled. "We had a press conference. It was on the radio, it was in the newspapers, it was on the evening TV news. I think it was embarrassing for the museum. They were taken by surprise. And that's why they met with the group." 50. The museum did agree to one of the demands, the exhibition Women Artists 1550 to 1950, curated by Linda Nochlin and Ann Sutherland Harris. Though it took 5 years, it eventually opened in 1976.51. Women's Equality Day, 1973. The LA women's movement, like the national movement, was divided among liberals, radicals, and socialist feminists, and efforts to overcome race and class divisions were not consistently successful. But an impressive show of unity came in August 1973, when 25 LA feminist groups joined together to celebrate the newly established Women's Equality Day with a fair in Rancho Park celebrating the 52nd anniversary of women's suffrage. 52 Great Guts Awards were presented to Helen Reddy, who sang I Am Woman, tennis star Billie Jean King, and Representative Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman elected to Congress. Sponsors of the event included the La Comisión Femenil Mexicana, the Feminist Women's Health Center, Woman Space, a women's art gallery, and the League of Women Voters, as well as several local chapters of NOW. The entertainment featured a guerrilla theater presentation and an example of a consciousness-raising group by the Long Beach chapter of NOW. And, in keeping with the 1973-74 National NOW Action Against Poverty, the booths included one where attendees could write representatives in Washington and Sacramento in support of a minimum wage bill and other crucial legislation. The Great Guts Awards were followed by the presentation of class awards to women who had voted in 1920, 52 years earlier, and then to those who have filed sex discrimination grievances against employers. 53 That day connected past, present, and future. Taking part in the beginning of the women's movement in LA was an incredible experience, Joyce Kozlov of the LA Council of Women Artists said. "I've always felt I was very lucky to have participated in that moment. It doesn't leave you. It was a moment of such optimism and enthusiasm and energy. We thought we could change the world. The world doesn't change that fast. But we did change some things." 54. 34. Everybody wanted it. The Free Clinic, 1967-70. The counterculture famously celebrated sex, drugs, and rock and roll. The kids listened to Bob Dylan's exuberant "Everybody Must Get Stoned," and the Rolling Stones' irresistible "Let's Spend the Night Together." And some of the young people who got stoned and spent the night together ended up as patients at the LA Free Clinic. On a typical evening at the Free Clinic, on Fairfax, volunteers at the reception desk interviewed walk-ins, all young and white. One worried he had a venereal disease, another said he had crabs, and one guy said he feared the drugs he had taken contained rat poison. One wanted his rash looked at, another was concerned that he had had sex with somebody who had hepatitis. And one woman wanted a pregnancy test. Rock music was playing, and free cans of Coke were handed out. The hallways were packed with people. In an examination room, a guy with long, curly hair played his guitar and sang while a volunteer doctor waited patiently to begin the examination. 1. The first free clinic of the 60s had been organized in Haight-Ashbury, during the summer of 1967. The LA Free Clinic was the second in the nation, opening a few months later. Dozens and then hundreds would follow. In 1969 the clinic saw more than 1,200 medical patients a month, and counselors saw almost 200 people a month. Every night 30 volunteers came in to work at the medical and legal clinics. The professional staff, doctors, lawyers, and psychologists worked at the clinic mostly at night, after putting in 8 hours in their straight jobs. Young people came because of the free clinic's philosophy. The staff called it non-judgmental, but behind that term was a worldview. David Smith, founder of the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, explained that the free in free clinic refers more to a state of mind than to the absence of a cashier. Free means an entire philosophy of service, free of red tape, free of value judgments, free of eligibility requirements, free of emotional hassles, free of frozen medical protocol, free of moralizing, and last and least, free of charge. At the free clinic, addiction was not seen as a moral weakness and certainly not viewed as a crime. Gonorrhea was not a punishment for sexual activity. One of the hallmarks of the clinic, you can't tell the doctors from the patients. Their policy was to renounce impersonal standards such as credentials and uniforms as a way of relating to people. Finally, in the words of Smith, in 1967, healthcare at free clinics was seen as a right, not a privilege. Free also meant free of legal problems for the patients. The clinic had anticipated searches of patients' medical records by subpoena, which was legal. They understood that they would fail if young clients knew their medical records could get them in trouble with the police or the courts, so the clinic set strict limits on record keeping, especially on counseling records, which as a matter of policy made no reference to drug use or to the identity of underage runaways whose parents might be searching for them. 5. But that freedom for patients also meant that the staff were sometimes breaking the law on abortion, on medical exemptions for the draft, and on the enforcement of drug laws. And these acts of civil disobedience were particularly risky at a time of widespread hostility toward long hairs and hippies, not just from parents, but from Mayor Yurdi and Governor Reagan, who famously said, "A hippie is someone who looks like Tarzan, walks like Jane and smells like Cheetah," and of course, from the LAPD and the sheriffs, especially in the era of riots on Sunset Strip, just a few blocks up the hill from the clinic. Nevertheless, the free clinic became one of the counterculture's biggest and most successful institutions in LA. The beginning, however, was not auspicious. The free clinic had its first encounter with the LAPD 3 weeks after it opened, in November 1967, but the staff agreed with the police on that one. The clinic had opened that month on Fairfax near Santa Monica Boulevard, founded by John Duke and Leonard Malcolm. They called it the Albert Schweitzer Memorial Clinic, and the Times wrote a friendly piece about the new clinic and its founders, reporting that Duke and Malcolm were psychology PhDs. Malcolm was quoted saying that the homeless kids they saw don't want to be dirty. As if he was replying directly to Reagan, he called that idea another myth, explaining that they're dirty because there are no facilities for them. 6. The favorable press brought many new volunteers, including psychologist Murray Korngold, who taught at Cal State LA, the oldest volunteer, at 47, pediatrician Barry Leibovitz, 31, who worked for Kaiser in the San Fernando Valley, and lawyer Phil Deach, 37. None were movement activists, and none had any experience with social work. There was another person who read the article in the Times. He called the reporter, Noel Greenwood, and said he had been a cellmate of John Duke's at Soledad Prison in California and that Duke's claim to have a PhD was a lie. Greenwood investigated and then called Korngold, who later described the phone call in an interview with historian Rebecca Baird. Greenwood, Korngold recalled, told him that these guys were lying their heads off, they're peddling dope, fucking young girls who come in for treatment. Very nasty stuff. 7. The LAPD, he said, was about to arrest Duke for dealing in drugs while on parole for grand theft auto, forgery, and check fraud. On November 22, 1967, The police arrived at the clinic. They were met by Korngold, who let them in, and they arrested Duke for parole violation. Malcolm promptly fled the city, and the clinic closed. In the previous couple of weeks, Duke and Malcolm had made swift progress, recruiting 50 volunteers, including doctors, lawyers, and psychologists. The clinic had been seeing between 70 and 100 patients a night, and had been open less than a month. It was all lies, Korngold told Baird, but at the same time it was a great idea. 8. The motivation of Duke and Malcolm has never been clear. There wasn't much money in the clinic, so fraud seems unlikely. They had worked really hard to build it into something substantial. And they had gone to the trouble of getting Doctor of Social Psychology degrees from the Science Progressive Life Association in Kansas City. They said they actually had to take a written exam to receive that doctorate. Malcolm, who had recently earned a BA from Cal State, had described himself as a staff member of Gateway's psychiatric hospital, run by a Jewish welfare agency. His job in fact was caretaker. He didn't treat or advise any patients. The Times reported that the two were well-mannered and dressed conservatively in brown or charcoal gray suits and were well received before civic and medical groups where they gave talks on hippie medical problems. Duke wasn't available for comment after his arrest, but Malcolm told the Times, "I can walk down Fairfax Ave and 100 kids will recognize me. I know their problems. I enjoyed working with the kids. I wish this had not happened and I'm sorry it did. I feel I was an effective worker." 9. Leibovitz, Korngold, and Deitch decided it was up to them to reorganize and reopen the clinic as a registered nonprofit. All of them had full-time jobs, and none had any experience running nonprofits or doing fundraising. Korngold later said he felt like Charlie Chaplin in modern times, where he picks up a red flag that has fallen off the back of a lumber truck, and, trying to return it, inadvertently ends up leading a communist parade. The clinic's founders didn't want a board of directors, because they wanted policy decided democratically. But to comply with the law, a board was formed. Korngold, the psychologist, who was an LSD researcher and enthusiast; Leibovitz, the pediatrician, who was more conservative and conventional; and Deitch, the attorney. Korngold said he had dropped acid more than 100 times, with dosages ranging from 25 to 500 micrograms. At the clinic, Administrator Marcia Getzler told Baird, Korngold dressed in flowing robes like a guru. Leibovitz was the opposite. He dressed and acted more like a traditional professional. But, Deitch said, Leibovitz was the guiding light of the clinic. Everybody really respected him. 10. When the clinic reopened in early December, 18 doctors and 5 clinical psychologists were working under Leibovitz and Korngold. Favorable press from the Times. Korngold was quoted saying that volunteers shared a certain anguish at turning away anybody who is in trouble. Help recruit more volunteers. 11. But what they needed most was the right building in the right place. A building was for rent a few blocks down on Fairfax, across from CBS Television City Prime Real Estate that cost $800 a month. Leibovitz met the landlord down the block at Cantor's Deli, and, drawing on their shared Jewish heritage and the Jewish traditions of the neighborhood, he persuaded the landlord to do a mitzvah, a good deed, and rent the space for $200. The clinic moved into its new space just a few weeks after its brief closure. One of the first priorities of the newly reorganized clinic was to persuade the LAPD not to arrest anyone inside. Indeed, the police knew that many of the people who came to the clinic would be in possession of drugs. The more ominous problem was that the police saw the clinic as a magnet for people selling drugs. And the neighbors didn't like drug dealers, especially people at the Jewish Senior Center next door, and the store owners on the block didn't want stoned kids hanging around, much less dealers. So the neighbors sometimes called the cops. And sometimes someone visiting the clinic became violent or threatened staff members. Even in that situation, the clinic was extremely hesitant to call police. The executive director, Leonard Sommerg, explained at the time. The policy was to consider the welfare of the individual against the welfare of the clinic. And if the clinic was in danger, the preferred solution was to get the threatening person to leave the immediate area of the clinic. 12. So the clinic organizers told the police they should stay out because if the kids felt free of harassment at the clinic, they would feel more inclined to seek help, rather than hide their problems. And, Sommerg wrote in a 1971 history, committee members also made clear that any harassment by public authorities would be met with as much adverse publicity as the clinic could muster in return. 13. In a surprising move, the LAPD grudgingly agreed to a moratorium on arrests on the clinic premises, with one condition: no flagrant violations. And over the next many years the LAPD stuck by their agreement. They violated it only once, and it wasn't to arrest a drug dealer. In late summer 1968, 8 LAPD officers knocked on the front door of the clinic at 4 in the morning, saying they had received a call from a neighbor reporting a burglar on the roof. They were told that the burglar on the roof was actually the night watchman. Nevertheless, they came in and began looking through desk drawers, medical files, and cabinets. They found a girl who was living here while we were trying to find a place for her to live, the clinic spokesman told the media the next day. When she refused to show the police an ID, they told her, "You'll have to go to jail." They grabbed her and handcuffed her and roughly threw her down into a chair. Then they went through her purse. They handcuffed a second guy who had been outside hanging around and was freaked out on acid or something. One cop was laughing at him and thrusting his gun at him. The guy was screaming because he was scared to death. They handcuffed him to the railing outside and they were going to leave without freeing him. But finally they gave the key to the cuffs to a clinic staffer, and no arrests were made. The clinic filed a formal complaint: searches of a building are not permitted unless the police have a warrant or are in hot pursuit, but of course the LAPD did nothing. 14. Volunteers. 250 volunteers made up the warm heart of the clinic. All worked for no pay. They included MDs and PhD clinical psychologists and other trained professionals, as well as ordinary people who wanted to help. Many came, Sommerg explained at the time, because they were attracted by the excitement, controversy, and glamour of a significant new social movement. And there was another reason: many professional and lay volunteers, Sommerg calmly said, were interested in turning on. Many hoped to find someone who could introduce them to the psychedelic experience on a first-hand basis. 15. So there was more to volunteering than worthy social service. The free clinic served as a meeting ground for the straight world and the counterculture, where a middle-aged suburban do-gooder could encounter a real-life hippie, where ordinary people who were curious might find a guide to help them relax and float downstream. Of course, the kids were not looking for curious adults. In the beginning they came in seeking help for drug overdoses and sexually transmitted diseases. The medical services included birth control information and free access to the pill, donated by the pharmaceutical companies or by doctors in private practice. 16. And prenatal services, along with pregnancy and abortion counseling. Over the next 2 years the clinic added a dental office, a huge undertaking. The equipment was donated by the widow of a dentist, after staffers found his obituary in the paper and contacted her. 17. Legal help, mostly draft counseling, was available 5 days a week. They also offered free food every day. They called it a feed-in, and classes at what they called a free school 7 days a week. 18. Many of the kids coming in were runaways who needed help finding places to stay. At the other end of the spectrum, the clinic also had clients who were ambulatory psychotic, so they set up programs for them as well. 19. Drugs and the drug culture, of course, were a central factor in the free clinic's daily work. In the beginning, 1967 to 68, this meant psychedelics, which meant providing treatment for bad trips, sometimes caused by strychnine in LSD because it is similar to and often is contained in improperly manufactured LSD. To help kids avoid bad LSD, the clinic set up an anonymous testing drop-off bin for suspect drug samples, one user recalled, sort of like getting your photos developed. But instead of appearing in person to get your results, you would check the free press for your receipts number, next to which the paper would print an analysis of what was really in your sample. One writer found that his magic mushrooms were actually grocery store dried mushrooms laced with junk acid no one would take normally. 20. The biggest problem drug of the early years was speed. It was much worse than heroin, Korngold said, because the effects on the central nervous system are absolutely damaging and ultimately lethal. If the establishment would stop lying about LSD and pot, he argued, they could inspire the trust of young people, and warn them instead about the amphetamines, we'd be a lot better off. 21. Sommerg added that he told the kids speed had virtually no emotional or spiritual value. 22. By 1970 the free clinics' work with drugs of abuse shifted to heroin and barbiturates. The clinic view of the shift was that young people were turning to other drugs that served to help combat or avoid anxiety. The biggest problem was the Nixon administration's war on marijuana, Operation Intercept, which seized tons of pot coming in from Mexico. The shortage of a relatively mild psychedelic, wrote Sommerg, only led these frustrated people to use more dangerous drugs. 23. The problem was exacerbated by the fact that methadone treatment for heroin addicts, available in New York and Chicago, was not available in LA in 1971. As for barbiturates, the clinic blamed the drug companies, whose ads told kids, in Sommerg's words, that a tiny pill or two solved big problems immediately, and also parents, whose medicine cabinets made pills readily available to their children, and made hypocrites out of mothers and fathers who cry out against any and all drug use. Picture the effect on a child whose mother gets upset talking to her son about drugs and then pops a tranquilizer to calm herself. The clinic's approach was to focus not on the drugs, but rather on the feelings of the person involved. If these feelings changed, Sommerg wrote, a decline or abandonment of symptomatic drug abuse often follows. The clinic's drug counselors also distinguished between use and abuse. A person who used marijuana, who was aware of the legal dangers and was doing okay in life, was usually not considered in need of treatment. If he were, Sommerg said, then 80–90% of all the staff and patients would be lined up for counseling. 24. Draft counseling was also a big part of the work of the legal department. Mostly, Phil Deitch later said, people didn't come in until they had already been drafted, so the question for them concerned the legal consequences of refusing induction. They were told that could get them up to a year in prison. It all depended on the judge. 25. When clients needed more help, they would be given the phone number of local Quakers. Those who had not yet received an induction notice, but only been summoned for a draft physical, often came in to ask the doctors for letters that would get them a 4F medical exemption. Of course, it was a violation of medical ethics to make false statements in such letters, and the practice was controversial on the medical staff. Nevertheless, Leibovitz later told Baird, clinic doctors did it on a fairly regular basis, even the conservative ones. 26. The job co-op focused on short-term employment, often one-day jobs. One that was frequently available was work in a local horseradish factory. Although the pay was good, a staff member explained, the smell made it less appealing. 27. The clinic's free school ran 7 days a week, with free classes in guitar and ceramics, among other things. Stephen Stills of the supergroup Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young showed up to teach at the guitar workshop at least once. 28. And the free clinic workshop aimed to rehabilitate the jobless and directionless youth of the area with classes aimed to teach skills that could get them jobs. The first were a photography lab, a sewing clinic, and a sandal making shop. 29. Money was a huge problem, even though only a handful of staff were paid. The monthly budget was between $4,000 and $5,000. The only paid staff were a clinic administrator, 4 assistant administrators and the night watchman, but, as Sommerg admitted in 1971, even the minimal salaries offered by the clinic were sometimes not paid. 30. And the stress of managing 250 volunteers and thousands of clients meant the turnover in paid staff was great. Few lasted more than 2 years. The clinic by definition provided services without charge, so the money to run the place had to come from somewhere else. The city of LA, the county, and the state of California were all suspicious of the clinic and unwilling to provide support. and the clinic staff were suspicious of contributions by individuals interested in their own self-aggrandizement, refusing any funding that would set conditions or compromise the clinic's receptive atmosphere of the confidentiality of its clientele. 31. The initial funding came from the Monterey Pop Festival of 1967, $5,000. And there were many benefit rock concerts, at the Kaleidoscope, a short-lived club on Sunset Boulevard. The 1969 bill included Linda Ronstadt, Frank Zappa, and the Mothers of Invention, Chicago, and others. 32. And a September 1968 benefit concert at the Rose Bowl had an astounding lineup: Joan Baez, the Everly Brothers, Big Brother and the Holding Company, the Byrds, Country Joe, Junior Wells with Buddy Guy, and Wilson Pickett. But the Rose Bowl concert lost money, despite the fact that the musicians all performed for free. Not even enough tickets were sold to pay the Union Cruise. 33. And celebrities contributed. James Coburn threw a fundraising party at his Hollywood Hills home, the Smothers Brothers contributed, and so did George Carlin. The LA premiere of Hair was a clinic benefit. The greatest moment, though, came when Elvis stopped by with a check for $10,034. End of the carnival. By 1971, 4 years after the free clinic's founding, the clientele was changing. Originally virtually all white and all young people, by 1971 almost a third of the patients were black. And the clientele was shifting away from those identified with the youth culture. Increasingly it was people who were simply poor. Sommerg explained why that had happened. The end of the carnival on Sunset Strip brought a decline in public youth culture. The glory of the creation is over, Sommerg said, and a lot of hard work remains for those who are really committed to the new values and lifestyles. Many of those really committed young white people had moved to rural areas to build communes. More poor people, more black people, and older people were coming in for the dental services, according to Sommerg, because they saw that the clinic understood that they had the right to be heard, and that clinic staff were listening and responding understandingly and appropriately, which indeed was what the clinic did. 35. Part of the clinic's success was due to changes in the law. In the beginning, 1967 to 68, the clinic helped thousands of young people who had contracted STDs, were pregnant, or wanted birth control pills, all of which, by law, required parental consent. Thus, the clinic policy of treating them without parental consent amounted to civil disobedience. But the California legislature changed the law in the fall of 1968 to eliminate the parental consent requirement, after which 24 private and public clinics in LA began treating kids for those afflictions. Abortion was another area of legal change. In June 1967, Governor Reagan signed the Therapeutic Abortion Act, which liberalized abortion in California by permitting abortions when a doctor determined that pregnancy endangered the physical or mental health of the mother. Before that, abortion had been a crime unless the life of the mother was in danger. The clinic was one of the few places, by then including the Crenshaw Women's Center, that provided information about abortions and abortion law. 36. By the end of 1970 the free clinic could claim some amazing successes. Murray Korngold later recalled that there was no such thing as a gradual growth, little by little. One day there was nothing, a few months later they were around the block and we were talking on the phone to people who wanted to start a free clinic in Long Beach or Simi Valley. It wasn't something that one had to labor for. Everybody wanted it. 37. The Brown Berets opened the Barrio Free Clinic in East LA in May 1969, modeled on the one on Fairfax, with the help of the LA chapters of Psychologists for Social Action and Physicians for Social Responsibility. The Peace and Freedom Party helped start the Long Beach Free Clinic in July, and in December 1970 the Panthers opened a clinic in South LA, headed by Marie Branch, a black professor of nursing at UCLA, and Terry Kupers, an activist doctor who was white, both members of the Medical Committee for Human Rights. The Panthers named it the Alprentice Bunchy Carter Free Clinic, after the LA Panther who had been shot and killed at UCLA by U.S. members a year earlier. The Panther Clinic was 2 doors down from the party's LA headquarters, the scene of the massive police attack on December 8. Despite lingering traces of LAPD tear gas, the clinic opened on December 27. The Free Press quoted Terry Kupers as saying the clinic would educate people to what kind of health care they are entitled to. 38. The first county-run free clinic for young people opened in December 1968, a few blocks from the Fairfax Clinic. It was expected to treat some of the people who had been going to the free clinic, and also to provide drugs to the free clinic, and possibly some medical staff. County Supervisor Ernest E. Debs, the clinic's key backer, told the Times that for a politician, this isn't easy, you know. The sentiment is all against the hippies. 39. By 1971 the Southern California Council of Free Clinics had 15 members, and in addition, LA County sponsored close to a dozen tax-supported public clinics, which used the free clinic's non-judgmental approach. Equally amazing, the LA County Board of Supervisors adopted a declaration commending the free clinic for its work. 40. And in 1971, the clinic won recognition as a place where conscientious objectors could do alternative service. 41. Also by 1971, both Korngold and Leibovitz, the founders of the revived clinic, had departed by mutual agreement, in the interest of promoting democratic decision-making by the staff. 42. Korngold moved to San Francisco in the fall of 1969, where he continued his private practice. Leibovitz left the clinic in 1970, moving to New York City to work at a health center on the Lower East Side providing services to heroin users and the homeless. 43. By 1971 the free clinic was seeing 42,000 patients annually. 44. In the decades that followed, the clinic not only survived but moved into the mainstream. That move was completed in 2008 when Cheryl and Haim Saban, Israeli-American philanthropists and major Democratic Party donors, gifted $10 million to the clinic, which was renamed in their honor. By its 50th anniversary in 2017, the Saban Community Clinic had 220 paid employees and an annual budget of $22 million, and saw more than 100,000 patients a year. 45. The flowering of the free clinic into the Saban Community Clinic provides a neat encapsulation of how some projects from the 60s brought the margins into the mainstream and also allowed figures like Saban to sprinkle their establishment profiles with countercultural stardust. 35. Gidra, Asian American Radicalism, 1969–74. Asian American radicals started out in the 60s supporting organizations rooted in other ethnic groups. Shania Ono, born in Japan, attended Columbia and then joined the Weathermen. Wendy Yoshimura, born in the Manzanar internment camp, went to Berkeley and then joined the Symbionese Liberation Army. Grace Lee Boggs, a Chinese American, got a PhD from Bryn Mawr and then spent her life working with the Black Left in Detroit. 1. Organized, self-conscious Asian American radicalism appeared for the first time, dramatically and unmistakably, in 1968 at the San Francisco State Student Strike for the first ethnic studies program. In LA several months later, a group of Japanese American students at UCLA started publishing a monthly newspaper they called Gidra 2. It became the voice of the Asian American movement. 3. Gidra was an odd name for a newspaper, historian William Way later wrote, because at the time it had no known meaning. The absence of meaning gave it an existential appeal. Some, however, knew Gidra to be the three-headed dragon in Japanese films who was the archenemy of Godzilla. 4. Gidra No. 1, the first issue of the first Asian American movement newspaper, dated April 1969, led with a quotation from John F. Kennedy, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable." The front page described a new kind of group on college campuses, bringing together Afro-Americans, Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, and other people of color to form what they called Third World organizations. Writing as students, the authors declared that we will not be educated to sustain, rationalize, or justify an expansionist, capitalist, imperialist society. Thus, from the start Gidra identified not only as Asian American but as part of a multi-ethnic, revolutionary, anti-capitalist struggle for self-determination. 5. Truth is not always pretty, Gidra declared in its first editorial. Not in this world. When it comes to disturbing realities, Americans try hard to keep from hearing about the feelings, concerns, and problems of fellow human beings. That is why Gidra was created. Gidra is dedicated to truth. The honest expression of feelings or opinions, be it profound or profane, innocuous or insulting, from wretched or well-off, that is Gidra. 6. Gidra had been conceived in February 1969 by 5 students, led by Mike Murace, who were all third-generation Asian Americans and volunteers at UCLA's Asian American Studies Center Office. 7. They tried to get school funding for a community-oriented publication featuring the sentiments and ideas of the students, one that would both address socially relevant topics and also provide a vehicle for creative expression. But the administration didn't buy it. So they decided to start their own paper, even though none of the 5 had any actual experience in journalism. On March 31, 1969, the maiden issue of Gidra rolled off the presses, a modest 4-page tabloid that had consumed the full energies of 10 people for over a week. 8. They went on to publish 60 issues over the next 5 years, with almost 250 people working on the paper over that period. It became the largest circulation Asian American movement publication in the nation, inspiring other movement publications and setting a high standard for writing and reporting that was non-sectarian, politically engaged, and sometimes visionary. If the lead article in the first issue of Gidra advanced a revolutionary third world perspective, the second article on page 1 did the opposite. It was a defense of L.A.'s celebrity coroner, Thomas Noguchi, who had just been fired, charged with 62 counts of wrongdoing, including charges that he smiled at news of disasters, and that he had botched Robert Kennedy's autopsy. 9. Gidra argued he had been a victim of racism, as did many others, including Noguchi himself. 10. Noguchi had been in the news a lot, as coroner to the stars. He had done the autopsy on Bobby Kennedy in June 1968, and on Marilyn Monroe in 1962. In 1969, the charges against him included drug abuse and mental instability, and he was appealing his termination to the County Board of Supervisors. Gidra's point was that even the most prominent Japanese American professional could have his career destroyed by racism, and that Noguchi was setting an example and disproving a stereotype by refusing to accept his fate. What was missing from Gidra number 1 was even more striking than what was there. The first issue, and several that followed, had nothing about Vietnam. Nixon had taken the oath of office 3 months earlier. By April 1969, U.S. combat deaths in Vietnam exceeded the total for all of the Korean War, 33,000, and more than 50% of Americans thought the war was a mistake. Indeed, April was the month the number of U.S. troops in Vietnam peaked, at 543,000. The war and the anti-war movement were everywhere else in the mainstream media and the alternative press. 11. Gidra's claim to be part of Third World liberation made its initial silence on Vietnam all the more puzzling. Gidra number 2, dated May 1969, also had nothing on Vietnam, but it did bring up the San Francisco State strike, with a report that 75 students from UCLA, USC, and Cal State Long Beach picketed S.I. Hayakawa, the right-wing head of San Francisco State, who had tried to crush the strike there. He was the featured speaker at the Japanese American Citizens League, JACL, conference in Anaheim. To the delight of the pickets, Hayakawa, in his speech to 600 people, held up a copy of Gidra and denounced it as errant nonsense. 12. Vietnam did not appear in Gidra until issue number 8, in November 1969, in a news report on the Vietnam Moratorium Day events at Cal State Long Beach. Gidra correctly described the National Moratorium Day, October 15, as the largest anti-war demonstration in the history of the U.S., and declared that the peaceful demonstration was a form of protest that has thus far been ineffective in changing U.S. military policy in Vietnam. The Gidra piece didn't talk about the effect of the war on the Vietnamese, but rather its effect on Japan. It quoted Warren Furutani of the JACL, who said that on account of the Vietnam War, the United States had made Okinawa the largest military base and ammunition depot in the Pacific. He declared, "We must cut off the ugly tentacle of imperialism that reaches to the Far East." 13. That focus reflected the fact that the Gidra collective was overwhelmingly Japanese American. The next issue, however, in December 1969, explained the situation with Gidra and Vietnam. No Asian American group in Los Angeles had come out publicly against the war until very recently, when Asian Americans for Peace made its first public appearance, on November 15 in San Francisco, at the second nationwide Vietnam Moratorium Day. 300 Asian Americans marched together, Gidra reported in its lead article, and history was made that day with the group breaking the characteristic silence of Asian Americans. 14. The paper announced that the organization would soon make its first public appearance in LA at a march in Little Tokyo. The first rally in LA of Asian Americans for Peace was held on January 17, 1970, and Gidra led its February issue with a report, "The Silence of the Quiet Americans Was Broken," when over 200 Asian Americans marched through the business district of Little Tokyo, to petition the government to cease the illegal and immoral military action in Vietnam immediately. Their signs read, "No Vietnamese ever called me a fat Jap," "Asia for Asians," and "Remember Manzanar." One of the speakers, Yuji Ichioka, Associate Director of UCLA's Asian American Studies Center, recalled how an Iowa housewife said that the recent My Lai massacre involved a bunch of worthless Asians in a part of the world that's already overpopulated anyway. It's no real loss. 15. Ichioka said a lot of people felt that way when the bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. The Japanese connection once again. The same commentator also noted a significant shift in the theme of this march compared to previous ones, an emphasis on Vietnamese casualties. 16. Comics. Gidra followed the example of the rest of the underground press and included comics and humor in every issue. Each of the first several issues had a 4-panel strip, Stereotypes, with wonderful cartoon characters. 1 Japanese is a gardener, 2 Japanese is a karate match, 3 Japanese is a sneak attack, 4 Japanese is a relocation camp. In issue number 2, the Stereotypes strip read, 1 Chinese is a laundry, 2 Chinese is a restaurant, 3 Chinese is an immigration quota, 4 Chinese is a population explosion. 17. Indeed, much of the material published in Gidra critique stereotypes. The very existence of a publication like Gidra, the editors declared, belies the stereotype of the Asian American as a taciturn, unfeeling, and unresponsive individual. 18 articles attacked Asian Americans who pursued the model minority image. Jap, chink, and gook are racist words, and some of you Uncle Toms are saying what a great nation we live in. 19. And a lot of Gidra was about Asian American studies at UCLA. For instance, the battle for office space for third world student groups was covered closely. The students demanded, and eventually got, Campbell Hall, but the negotiations revealed the administration's reactionary, colonialist mentality through its lies and obstruction. The paper also critiqued the creation of an Asian American Studies Center with a first-year budget of $100,000. Gidra had several complaints. The center was not a department, not a separate college, and thus subject to annual renewal. It was under the control of the faculty and administration, rather than the students. And, they noted, UCLA got an Asian American Studies Center without a struggle, whereas at San Francisco State no center had been established despite a lengthy strike. Obviously UCLA is benefiting from the sacrifice of the Northern strikers, Gidra declared. This was intended to split the movement for statewide student power unity. UCLA students should have demanded equal financial treatment, of all campuses. 20. A unique demand in this era. Thomas Noguchi continued to receive regular coverage in Gidra. Each of the first 6 editions carried an update on his battle to get his job back. Perhaps this was not surprising, the issue became a huge one in the Japanese American community in LA. Activists had presented the County Board of Supervisors with a scroll 200 feet long containing 7,000 signatures in support of Noguchi, Gidra reported in August 1969. The spokesman for the Noguchi Defense Committee, Japanese United in Search of Truth, reminded the County Civil Service Commission that 110,000 Japanese Americans were sent to concentration camps during World War II, concluding, "We will no longer be a meek and silent minority." Just placed a full-page ad in the Times in July, which Gidra described as blasting the county's handling of the Noguchi case, and concluding this is a time when silence is betrayal. 21. Then, in August 1969, Noguchi won his appeal and got his job back. It had taken 7 weeks of hearings by the Board of Supervisors, followed by another 5 weeks of deliberations by the County Civil Service Commission, which ended up voting unanimously to restore him to his former position. The September 1969 issue of Gidra featured a front-page story about a testimonial dinner celebrating the victory, attended by 500 people, at the Biltmore Bowl, the banquet hall in downtown L.A.'s most luxurious hotel that had been the site of the Academy Award ceremonies throughout the 1940s. The master of ceremonies was George Takei, already famous for TV's Star Trek and for episodes of The Twilight Zone and Mission Impossible. Gidra quoted Takei as telling Noguchi's attorney, Godfrey Isaac, "You have helped create a new Japanese-American community, actively involved in the democratic process." 22. Subsequently, Gidra drew on the Noguchi defense campaign as a model of political mobilization, writing in December 1969, "The Asian community has shown once before during the Noguchi hearings that it is no longer a quiet minority. It is hoped that all Asian Americans opposed to the war in Vietnam will join the march, and not support the silent majority of President Nixon." 23. Already by issue 5, the mostly Japanese American Gidra Collective was trying to expand its focus, running articles on the history of the Chinese, Koreans, and Filipino immigrant in LA, along with a directory of community organizations for each group and statistics on population, education, and income. In LA and Long Beach in 1965, there were 81,000 Japanese, more than any other city in the United States, 30,000 Koreans, 20,000 Chinese, and 13,000 Filipinos. The list of members of the Gidra Collective for that issue, however, was again about 90% Japanese names. The statistics in the piece itself suggest why the Gidra Collective was mostly Japanese American. They were by far the biggest Asian immigrant group in LA, and the only group where the median number of school years completed exceeded 12. That was higher than the median for whites, and significantly higher than for Chinese Americans. The UCLA Asian American student population from which the Gidra Collective was drawn was overwhelmingly Japanese American. 24. As Gidra's first year came to an end, the editors changed its focus, from the campus to the community, from Asian identity to Asian unity, and from what happened to what we can do. 25. The change included moving from Uckless Campbell Hall to an office in the Crenshaw district. Political events played a big role in the shift. May 1970 was the month of Nixon's invasion of Cambodia and the National Student Strike, during which 4 students were killed by National Guardsmen at Kent State. At UCLA, a massive police force came on campus for the first time that May, clubbing and arresting dozens of students whose only offense had been demonstrating in support of the student strike. Gidra people became leaders of the student strike and, for the first and only time, missed their next scheduled issue, June 1970, as a result. By its second year, Gidra was reporting on the full spectrum of activism across Southern California: Angela Davis's speech in Oceanside at the GI's Against the War March, the Valley State Building occupation and trial, the Panthers, the campaign to free the Soledad brothers, the Chicano moratorium, the grape strike. It also featured serious coverage of Asian issues, U.S. war crimes in the Philippines, incipient fascism in South Korea, the American military's occupation of Okinawa, the revival of Japanese militarism. And every issue had beautiful art on the cover. The Manzanar Pilgrimage. Gidra focused a lot of its reporting on the World War II internment of Japanese Americans, at a time when Manzanar and the other camps were not well known, even on the left. One of Gidra's first big pieces on Manzanar was written not by a member of the collective, but an academic authority sociologist and UC Davis assistant professor Isao Fujimoto. As a child he had been sent from his home in rural Washington state to the camp at Heart Mountain, Wyoming, with his family. He was 8 years old. After that he had been taught by his parents to make the most of a bad situation and push ahead, to refrain from speaking about their wartime experiences. Point 26. Then he met Dorothy Day, the anarchist founder of the Catholic Worker newspaper. She told him she had protested the internment and picketed one of the urban assembly centers, where Japanese Americans were held before being shipped to remote camps. I had never met anyone who had done this, Fujimoto recalled. He asked where. When Day replied, outside the Portland Livestock Pavilion, he wrote, I looked at her and felt a strange bond of comradeship. My family and I had been inside the Portland Center, detained there for several weeks, with thousands of other Japanese Americans from Oregon, living in livestock stalls, their first stop on the way to Heart Mountain. In the same essay, Fujimoto also lodged a cutting critique of the 1967 revision of the McCarran Internal Security Act, which included a provision for the establishment of new detention camps in the event of a national security emergency declared by the president. The Japanese-American experience in World War II, he argued, showed how quickly the government could round up and hold 100,000 people, and, equally important, how few Americans protested the denial of basic democratic rights. The first anniversary of GIDRA marked a historic moment for the Japanese-American community of Los Angeles, the first Manzanar pilgrimage. On December 27, 1969, 150 people, ranging from the ages of 3 to 80, traveled to the camp in a caravan of 1 bus and 20 cars, both to pay tribute to the memory of those who had been interned there, and to dramatize the efforts of the JACL to repeal the detention camp section of the Internal Security Act. All that was left of the camp, abandoned in 1945, was 2 guard towers, 6 graves, and a monument. The pilgrims, GIDRA reported, immediately set to work. One group cleared the fenced-in area of dead trees and shrubbery with hoes, knives, shovels, rakes and hands, while another refurbished the huge monument. Others planted and watered trees, restored the graveyards, and placed flowers and wreaths on the graves and on the monument. Then food was served, followed by a Buddhist ceremony. One of the pilgrims remarked, "When people ask me, how many people are buried in this cemetery? I say a whole generation is buried here." 27. The centerfold of that issue was a photo of the Manzanar Monument, a white obelisk in the desert with tall mountains in the distance. Photographer Bob Nakamura surrounded that image with the faces of pilgrims. That GIDRA photograph was later reproduced as a poster, historian Karen Ishizuka reports, which wallpapered the dorm rooms, hallways, and offices of Asian America. 28. Women's Liberation. GIDRA published a Women's Liberation issue in January 1971.29. That issue opened with a declaration in which the authors identified themselves as Third World, Asian sisters who were united to oppose this capitalistic society which confines the role of women to a cheap labor force, or to mindless bodies completely influenced by Madison Avenue propaganda. They pledged that they would resist the degrading images that a racist society has imposed on both ourselves and our brothers and struggle with our brothers against male chauvinism. The declaration concluded, "In no way is our struggle different from the struggle for the liberation of all people." 30. The women of GIDRA made no mention of the subordination of women in traditional Asian and Asian American cultures. It all came from capitalism and Madison Avenue. GIDRA's women's liberation statement was missing one big thing. In nearly every racialized group, historian Ruth Rosen writes, women discovered that their status in New Left or liberation or independence movements was one of subordination. 31. Of course, that came first of all in the work of white women, who emphasized that women were oppressed not just by capitalism or by Madison Avenue, women were oppressed by men, including men in the movement. The women of GIDRA, in contrast, did not embrace that idea. Rather than condemning, putting down, separating from, fighting with, men, we should instead direct our energy towards giving constructive criticism to the brothers, because it is the existing system, capitalism, which perpetuates the oppression and exploitation of women. The piece quoted from Engels in Origins of the Family, Marx in Capital, and the quotations from Chairman Mao on women, concluding that male chauvinism came from the ruling class which exploits and oppresses men as well as women. The way to abolish women's oppression thus was to abolish the system of private ownership. 32 Thus Gidra's feminism came from orthodox Marxism, rather than from the new women's liberation movement. The Gidra women's issue opened with a piece on GIs and Asian women in Vietnam, 2 articles on working-class Asian immigrant women in sweatshops, 1 on war brides, and a lot on demeaning stereotypes of Asian women as submissive. One piece, by Wilma Chen, argued that some Asian American men feel they have been so emasculated by white racism that they cannot stand to see women in roles of equality or leadership in the movement. This view was critiqued as a rather subjective understanding, and the author quoted Lenin and Mao on the objective importance of women in liberation struggles. The concern about emasculation of men of color in a white-dominated culture was characteristic of minority women's liberation. The women hesitated to further threaten their sense of manhood, Rosen writes, but they were also not willing to turn themselves into mere followers. Wanting to support their men, but unwilling to defer to them. Creating and then sustaining egalitarian relationships in these movements, she reports, proved extremely difficult. 33. The issue included a male perspective, arguing that the woman's struggle is so much more than simply women's liberation. The women's struggle is the liberation of men. Men, the author said, won't have to be tall, dark, strong, aggressive, competitive, rugged, or independent, any more than women will have to be small, delicate, passive, artistic, or dependent. 34 Robin Morgan was familiar with that argument. In the long run, she wrote in Goodbye to All that in 1970, one of the defining works of the era, women's liberation will of course free men, but in the short run it's going to cost men a lot of privilege, which no one gives up willingly or easily. 35. Perhaps the most original and remarkable thing in the women's liberation issue was the photograph of the contributors and editors as a group, which filled half of page 3. The other half reproduced an advertisement for a book about how to meet Japanese girls in the US, including how to obtain Japanese ladies and girls for maids, domestics, housekeepers, cooks, female servants. Below that was the photo of 10 Gidra women, looking directly at the camera, serious, determined, unsmiling, and one of them giving the finger apparently to the ad, but also to the viewer, presumably male. Of the image, historian Laura Pulido wrote, the fact that the women even thought to have a picture of themselves taken reflects a higher level of collective feminist consciousness than existed in either the Latina Casa or the Black BPP. 36. Connecting with Vietnamese women was an obvious goal for the women of Gidra. The May 1971 issue included a multi-page report on a week-long conference in Vancouver where 200 women from across the western United States, including 120 Asian Americans, met with 6 Indochinese women at the Anti-Imperialist Women's Conference, held at the University of British Columbia. The Indochinese women came not only from North Vietnam but also from the Patriotic Women's Association and the Women's Union for the Liberation of South Vietnam. Gidra published statements from the conference by the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberation of South Vietnam, and from a woman who spent 6 years imprisoned in the tiger cages of South Vietnam, both recounting how they became revolutionaries. Asian American women from LA who attended the conference also wrote about it for Gidra, including one Nisei, born in the US of Japanese parents, who said she was one of 3 oldsters who formed our own caucus for self-preservation. In other words, we needed more than the 3 or 4 hours of sleep on which the youngsters thrived. She described the 6 Indochinese women as physically small, sincere, friendly, often appearing extremely tired. Yet, whenever one spoke, it was with such clarity and with a background of personal involvement that the meaning of a people's revolution became a reality. 37 One of the youngsters later wrote, "One weird feeling I had in Vancouver was that I was so much ashamed of being from the United States. Meeting Indochinese women who had seen their land destroyed, their people suffering, and their families die because of the US, I now see the importance of our struggle being in the belly of the monster itself, and I am only ashamed when I know I am not doing all that I can for the liberation of mankind. 38. A year after those meetings, in May 1972, GIDRA was invited to send one of its staffers to China as part of an official Asian American people's delegation. Evelyn Yoshimura was selected, and when she came back in the fall she spoke to many community groups and wrote a series of articles for GIDRA. China at the time was in the middle of the Cultural Revolution. Her first report began with a street scene in Shanghai, where, waiting for the delegation bus, she found herself being stared at by about 24 children, curious about the unusual sight of a foreigner. Then a far-out thing happened. A small, but very determined-looking girl about 11, with a red armband, came over to the crowd of kids and began dispersing them, telling them that it was impolite to stare at foreign guests, and that they should leave me alone because it would make me feel uncomfortable. The children slowly began to disperse, except for one boy about 7 or 8. He turned and said something and raised his hand threateningly. The little red guard took hold of his arm, ignoring the threat, and took him aside. Some other children came over and began to explain very calmly and seriously how the little girl was right, and that he should learn to listen and to think of others, not only himself. 39. The women's liberation issue was the first of a series of topical issues. One of the most remarkable was a street issue that came out of work by high school students whom GIDRA had hired and paid, the only paid staffers in the 5-year history of the paper because of a poverty program grant through the Neighborhood Youth Corps. Probably the most powerful of the special issues was on the middle generation. It amounted to a public avowal that the radicals of GIDRA had, in the words of William Way, finally come to appreciate their parents' struggles. 40. Shania Ono's Asian Nation. One of the most remarkable things GIDRA published was an unsigned 1971 essay titled Asian Nation, written by Shania Ono. Born in Tokyo just before Pearl Harbor, he said he had a very American Nisei mother and a liberal Japanese father who was killed in the war. He was older than the rest of the GIDRA collective, and new in LA when the piece appeared. He had a long history of leftist study and activism, starting in 1960 at Columbia, where he went to classes at the New York School of Marxist Studies taught by the C-Piece Herbert Aptheker. Then in 1963 he joined the editorial board of Studies on the Left, the first New Left journal in America, where he worked with Eugene Genovese, Stoughton Lynd, Tom Hayden, William Appleman Williams, and other leading left historians and intellectuals of the period. He organized in Chinatown with the Teachers Union, and then in 1969 joined the Weatherman faction of SDS, taking part in their ill-fated days of rage in Chicago, which led to his 6-month imprisonment in the Cook County Jail. It was during that time in jail that he wrote Asian Nation. When he got out in January 1971, he moved to LA, where he decided to serve the people for at least 10 years. That included joining the GIDRA Collective. One of the longest pieces GIDRA had ever published, Asian Nation, appeared with a line at the end, written and revised by 2 members of the collective. 41. Ono identified himself as the author only in 2001.42. Asian Nation opened by explaining how Asian Americans were both united and divided. United because they were all targets of racism in America, and all had roots back across the Pacific, where people are carrying out a fierce and valiant struggle against the same white, imperial America. And divided because in fact they came from diverse national backgrounds, making them a group with opposition and contradiction a part of its character. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Filipino, Indian. He did not list Vietnamese, Thai, or Cambodian. They would arrive in the United States during the 70s, speaking many different languages, some recent arrivals, and some coming from families that had been in the United States for several generations. And, he wrote, historically the differences have been greater than the unity. 43. His central arguments were against sectarianism and in favor of building parallel and alternative institutions. He was against the sectarian idea that there was a single correct strategy for organizing Asian Americans. The sectarian, he wrote, becomes destructive to our movement, and to himself he will make the less advanced or less committed people feel trashed, and cause splits and make people want to drop out of things. I speak here from personal experiences, having been a sectarian myself. He argued that the Asian American left should affirm and embrace all activities, because, he said, every form of activity, struggle, and digging each other, makes us feel more powerful and human. His examples were wide-ranging, everything from a dignified peace vigil, a scholarly teach-in, Asian studies, community cultural festivals like Nisei Week, and even family softball games, martial arts, dances, and even trying to relate to people at Holiday Bowl, a famous Japanese-American bowling alley and coffee shop in the Crenshaw district. 44 It will be a long time before we could even guess which of these different seeds we plant would bear the largest number of fruits. The only people who should be excluded from this broad effort, he wrote, were those Asians among us who have actively participated in strengthening the oppression we are being subjected to, and who refuse to turn over a new leaf after sincere efforts to warn them. 45. Thus the biggest task of the Asian American movement, Shinai Ono argued, was to create a new culture that would bring peace to our soul while also serving as a valuable tool for our movement. It should build parallel institutions and alternative institutions in the media, the professions, and social services. His list was long and rich: legal, medical, and social service clinics, daycare centers and liberation schools, food co-ops, garages to repair cars and trucks, pioneer centers where our grandparents can share their experiences and skills with the rest of us, community newspapers, magazines, radio, TV shows, films, art centers and theaters, and last but not least, our own farm communities in the country where we can learn agricultural skills from, yes, Issei and Nisei gardeners and farmers, where we can grow our own organic crops, along with rest and recreation centers for brothers and sisters working in the cities, and where our children can dig on a righteous and real nature trip. Obviously he had been thinking about the countercultures, rural communes and urban food co-ops and the underground press. The essay concluded that building an alternative culture also meant releasing all that anger, hurt, frustration and love that we have been holding in for so long. 46 It was probably the richest and most far-reaching political statement Gidra published in its 5-year life. The finale. Most of the 60s underground and alternative press faded away in the early 70s, or disintegrated after factional fights, or was transformed into something else. Gidra was different. It planned and scheduled its final issue, dated April 1974, a massive 80 pages filled with essays and personal statements about the life of the publication and its successes and failures. One of the things that wasn't at all evident from reading the regular monthly issues of the paper was the behind-the-scenes debates and efforts among the editorial staff about defeating hierarchy. They took the LA Free Press as a negative example. It had a publisher, Art Kunkin, and a management system not too different from capitalist publications. Gidra tried different things to promote equality within the staff. At one point, they decided that high-ranking members would not participate in the decision-making process. That failed, so in an effort to develop leadership and organizational qualities among everybody, a system of rotating monthly coordinators was set up in July 1971 and they stuck with that until the end. 47. Of course, the staff debated the political direction of the publication. Some readers complained that the paper was too grim, that the staff was too negative in their interpretation of history and too subjective in their analysis of current conditions. Some readers wanted articles with a more tolerant and hopeful outlook. 48 The editors agreed, but the result, Murace wrote, was a hodgepodge of recipes for ethnic foods, directions for a vegetable garden, tips on how to buy a used car, and instructions for sewing your own pants. They thought they were pursuing the idea that the skills and knowledge within society ought to be shared for the benefit of the people. But other readers scowled at these articles, labeling them petty bourgeois or calling them imitations of white hippie counterculture. 49. The Gidra editorial staff continued to meet regularly after they stopped publishing, at first, twice a week. They considered publishing a new weekly focused more narrowly on community issues, They also considered publishing a series of pamphlets on specific issues, or a literary anthology, or starting an Asian American news service. They didn't do any of those things, but they did publish a 20th anniversary issue in 1990, a remarkable achievement for a movement publication started in the 60s. 36. L.A.S. Blackwood Stock, What Stacks, 1972. It was the biggest all-black gathering in American history, 100,000 people at the LA Coliseum in August 1972. The event was not a civil rights rally, instead it was a celebration of blackness on the 7th anniversary of the What's Uprising, the What Stacks Music Festival. Organized by Stax Records, the Memphis soul label, it featured the Staple Singers, doing a stirring version of Respect Yourself, the irresistible Rufus Thomas, wearing a pink cape, pink shorts, and shiny white disco boots, for whom thousands of people poured out of their seats and onto the football field to do the funky chicken, and for the finale, the brightest star of Stax, the blaxploitation superstar Isaac Hayes, wearing gold chains over his naked chest and singing Shaft, who is the man / that would risk his neck for his brother man. It had been a bad 7 years for Black LA. Charcoal Alley 103 RD Street, 7 miles south of the Coliseum, remained in ashes, and some of the main streets around the stadium, especially Vermont Avenue and Broadway, also still had deep scars at sites that had been torched in August 1965. The LAPD campaign to kill the Panthers that had started 3 years after What's had been vicious and effective. The effort of liberals to elect a black mayor, Tom Bradley, had been defeated. In 1972 Sam Yurdi remained mayor, and the LAPD continued its reign over the streets. So the first requirement of the What Stacks Festival was that the LAPD wouldn't be allowed inside the Coliseum. And the organizers, led by Al Bell and Larry Shaw of Stax Records, insisted that the security force inside had to be all black and unarmed. Al Bell later said the thing he was proudest of was that there were no guns. No guns inside. Security with no guns. And no incidents. 3. Tickets cost $1 for the 6-hour festival, which meant virtually all of What's could afford to go. The event opened with the national anthem, but in the stands virtually no one stood, or sang, most people were talking or just sitting. Then came a speech by Reverend Jesse Jackson. In 1971, the year before What Stacks, he had founded Operation Push, People United to Serve Humanity, in Chicago. 4 On stage at the Coliseum, with a big afro and wearing a dashiki, he declared, "This is a beautiful day. It is a day of black people taking care of black people's business. Today we are together. 'Cause when we are together, we've got power." Then he declared, "In What's, we have shifted from burn, baby, burn, to learn, baby, learn." He called on the audience to stand, raise their fists, and repeat after him. "I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody. I am black. Beautiful. Proud." Then came a call and response. "When we stand together, what time is it? Nation time. When we say no more yes sir, boss, what time is it? Nation time." Next, Jesse announced that Sister Kim Weston, whose Take Me in Your Arms had topped the R&B charts, would sing the Black National Anthem. What followed was a stirring and powerful performance, lift every voice and sing / till earth and heaven ring / ring with the harmonies of liberty, while Jesse, Al Bell, and Larry Shaw stood silently behind her with raised fists. Thousands in the stands stood and joined in singing. The uniformed security officers in the stands had taken their hats off for the national anthem. Homer Banks, a Stax producer who sat in the stands, recalled that when they did not do the same for the Black National Anthem, people in the audience asked them, "Would you please pull your hat off?" It was amazing. 5. The concert was the finale of a 7-day festival that had been held annually since the uprising, founded by Ted Watkins of the What's Labor Community Action Committee, who had been a UAW activist. The concert had been preceded by a parade featuring Isaac Hayes as Grand Marshal, plus other Stax stars, actors, and activists Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee, as well as local marching bands. The festival, described by the LA Times as the only event sponsored for Black people by Black people, included booths in Will Rogers Memorial Park selling food, clothes, jewelry, and art, along with organizations like the Veterans Council and Guidance Center, where activists passed out literature about racism in the military, challenging the nearby recruiting booths of the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force, and a Tehachapi Prisoners Organization booth. 6. During the 6-hour concert at the Coliseum, Stax presented more than 24 groups. Some, like the Staple Singers, brought an explicit message of Black empowerment. Booker T. Jones of Booker T. and the MGS later explained that "Respect Yourself" became an anthem for every Black ghetto in America, like a ship come to save drowning dark-skinned sailors from self-loathing. Released the previous year, it had reached number 2 on the Billboard R&B chart. The Staple Singers had started out as a gospel group, and then crossed over, but always with a political message before it was commercial, Robert Christgau reminds us. 7. The music had started with gospel. Jimmy Jones, who had performed at the Newport Jazz Festival, sang "When I Am Lonely and Filled with Despair," followed by a big group singing "Gimme That Old Time Religion." Then announcer Richard Roundtree, who had played Shaft in the 1971 movie, said, "We all know what we're here for. We're here to commemorate a revolution that started a movement, and was one of the milestones in Black pride." He was talking about the What's Rebellion. Some folks may find it a little strange that we laugh, we sing, and we joke. But we're doing our thing, the Black way, to commemorate. Later, Rufus Thomas came on stage, in that pink cape with pink shorts and high boots. He sang "Do the Funky Chicken." Many people in the stands were dancing, and some kids jumped the chain-link fence protecting the football field. Rufus said, "Now when I tell you to get on the field, then you get on the field. Then I just might get out on the field with you. All right, here we go." Thousands charged onto field, dancing wildly, the field where the Rams were to play a game the next night. The organizers had promised to keep people off the playing field as a key provision of the insurance policy negotiated with Lloyd's of London, so this was a moment of anxiety for the concert promoters. This was quickly explained to Rufus Thomas, who stopped the music and changed his tone. "Wait a minute," he said. "We all together out here, we all gonna have some fun, but you ain't supposed to have your fun on the ground, you're supposed to be in the stands. All of you, will you please go to the stands, please, with a capital P. Might be a little slow, but you just got to go. So, how about it, brother? Power to the people that go to the stands." For the finale, Jesse Jackson introduced Isaac Hayes. As he strode onto the stage with his shaven head, dark glasses, cape, gold chains, and bare chest, his band started into the unmistakable hi-hat riff and the wah-wah rhythm guitar from the theme from Shaft. Already a triumphant anthem of the soul era, the song had spent 2 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100, then won a Grammy, followed by the Academy Award for Best Original Song. 8. No doubt many in the audience remembered the moment the previous year when Hayes had won the Oscar. For many African Americans, writes historian Rob Bowman, that was an event comparable to Joe Louis's knockout of Max Schmeling in 1938. It was a victory for all of Black America. At the ceremony, when his name was announced as the winner, he walked down the aisle with his 79-year-old grandmother. The audience gave the two of them a standing ovation. After the Academy Awards ceremony, Hayes and his grandmother went to Chicago, invited by Jesse Jackson. Oscar in hand, and press in tow, they spoke at an Operation Push meeting and then went around to hospitals and jails, taking the Oscar to the people, letting them see and touch it, symbolically giving the Oscar back to the people. 9. Later, the Staple Singers told the story behind their appearance at the Coliseum. Although they were one of Stax's top acts, they had not been on the program for LA, because they were performing 2 shows a day in Las Vegas as the opening act for Sammy Davis Jr. but Davis told them he was canceling one day's shows in order to campaign for Richard Nixon, who was running for re-election that fall. When he got the news, Pop Staples, patriarch of the family group, called Al Bell and told him we can make it to what stacks. Mavis Staples later said, "They got us there. We flew in, did our songs, stayed a while, and flew back to Las Vegas. That was the biggest crowd any of us had ever seen." 10. As for Sammy Davis Jr., that was the day he hugged Nixon on live TV. The concert was filmed, with legendary documentary producer David Wolper providing financial backing. He later produced the TV show Roots, and instead of a narrator, director Mel Stewart used men on the street interviews. He explained that we hired a whole bunch of very gifted young black cameramen, and they went into the barbershops and the schools and the churches. What Stacks had songs about gospel, so they asked about gospel. What Stacks had songs about love, so they asked about love. And slowly, from that footage emerged a soulful expression of the black experience. 11. In the film, the interviews were interspersed with the on-stage performances. In the film's opening scene, 3 black men on the street are talking about the What's uprising 7 years earlier. The first man recalls, "That's what we did in 1965, we all got crazy and went out, and started burning up our own neighborhood and shit. That brought the man on our own land, man." The second replies, "The thing about it was, it did something constructive for the whole community. That's the only beautiful thing that went off. Thank you, Whitey. That's the only way we communicate with Whitey, man. You've never seen in the community as many markets. They've opened up a Dr. Martin Luther King hospital. There's more black people in Watts, that were formerly on county and state aid, that are employed right now. Like your mama. Your mama got a job for the first time in 10 years. Dumbass motherfucker. I'm talking about black people like you, nigger." The third interjects, "Shit ain't getting better. They're still putting officers into the area, man, shit. But look, brother, you'd be surprised how much that particular building will satisfy so many niggers. Pacify them a little. Make them think it's progress." Up until the point that we had a riot, everybody said, "Those niggers are all right, they're doing fine." Then when we had a riot, then the white man said, "Something's wrong, 'cause these suckers are burning down my store. Now I got to give these niggers something, because I thought they was happy." But what did he give them? An older black man offers his conclusion, "They've changed some for the best, in an awful lot of cases, for the worst, and some they have not changed at all. There's no difference in what's now than what's 65. Epilogue. Sowing the future. The Urde era ended with a whimper in the May 1973 general election. A year earlier, the mayor, who had already run for more offices than any politician in American history, had astounded political observers by launching his 20th campaign, this time for the Democratic presidential nomination. Utterly unknown in most of the country, he campaigned on promises to stop school busing, continue the war in Vietnam, and make George Wallace his running mate. The Times disgustedly accused him of making L.A. a national joke. In the event, he won only 1.4% of California's votes cast, coming in far behind Shirley Chisholm, the first black woman to contest a presidential primary. Elsewhere, Urde was almost invisible. In Rhode Island, for instance, he received exactly 6 primary votes. Despite his buffoonery and exorbitant malapropisms, in a national debate he introduced himself as mayor of the third largest city in Los Angeles. He still managed to win a majority of white votes in his mayoral rematch with Tom Bradley. But Bradley increased his own proportion of the white vote from 37% in 1969 to 46% in 1973 and won 51% of a Chicano vote that had gone strongly for Urde in 1969. The result was a 4-point victory over Urde. 2. In key respects, however, this was a different Bradley than the progressive candidate of 1969. Although the core cadre of the old coalition middle-class blacks, Jews, and Japanese Americans from the 10th Council District remained influential as allies and advisors, the conduct of the campaign itself was turned over to a clique of powerful white business leaders and political professionals. Nelson Rising, a corporate lawyer and future megadeveloper who had managed John Tunney's sensational 1970 Senate race, became campaign chair, while Max Palevsky, the fabulously rich founder of computer firm Scientific Data Systems, coordinated the finances, including his own series of large loans to the campaign. Together they convinced Bradley to hire David Garth, who had invented the modern television-based political campaign in 1965 on behalf of New York's John Lindsay. 3 Garth's strategy, as Raphael Sonnenschein later explained, inverted the key elements of the 1969 crusade. It had become more professional and less ideological. The emphasis would be on mass media, backed by grassroots campaign, rather than the other way around. For the ad blitz focused on Bradley's police career and his political moderation. A very reserved and well-spoken man, Bradley radiated strength and conciliation while Yurdi simply acted berserk. His attempts to race and red-bait Bradley gained less traction than in 1969, in part because the streets and campuses were tranquilized. The last big anti-war demonstration, protesting Nixon's second inauguration, was held downtown on January 20. A week later a ceasefire was called in Vietnam. At the same time, the Nixon administration suspended the draft. Robert Hahn, an education professor at Cal State LA, announced he was ending the silent vigil that he had conducted weekly for 7 years in protest of the war. 5 Meanwhile, the LA Panthers, US, SNCC, SDS, the Brown Berets, Che Lumumba, the Chicano Moratorium Committee, and even the Peace Action Council were now either extinct or moribund. 6 The threat of school busing, on the horizon as the federal court finally moved toward resolution of the ACLU's 1963 Crawford lawsuit, roiled white voters. Particularly in the Valley, but Garth ensured that the Bradley campaign steered clear of controversies about school integration. Likewise, when Bobby Seale in Oakland endorsed Bradley, the candidate publicly rejected his support. 7 Bradley's victory was unique and would remain so for many years, a black mayor elected by a multiracial coalition in a city whose black population share was actually declining. The greatest rewards, however, did not go to the neighborhoods or jobless youth as the 1969 campaign had promised, but to white men in office towers gathered around ambitious plans for downtown redevelopment and multibillion-dollar expansions of LAX and the port. Bradley's election ended the organic crisis of elite governance that had arisen in the wake of Yurdi's surprise victory in 1961 and the schism between liberal West Side and conservative downtown power structures. With his electoral base stabilized by liberal rhetoric and patronage, mediated by his arch supporter Reverend Brookins, his relationship with West Side moguls, big developers, major banks, and the Times's Otis Chandler grew more intimate and eventually more corrupt over the course of 20 years in office. In historical retrospect, Bradley's greatest accomplishments were not his attacks on residential segregation or direction of public investment to have-not neighborhoods, but rather the rebirth of downtown property values and the creation of a state-of-the-art infrastructure for the globalization of the metropolitan economy in the 1990s. Despite public expectations, he was no more successful than the early Yurdi in controlling the LAPD or changing its leadership, which continued to be passed on dynastically to protégés of Chief Parker such as Daryl Gates. Moreover, the department continued to blackmail politicians and occasionally destroy their careers, as in the case of Maury Wiener, Bradley's progressive conscience and deputy mayor, who was arrested in 1975 for supposedly groping an undercover vice officer in a Hollywood theater. Wiener's real sin was not that he was gay but rather that he was still urging the mayor to tame the cops. Although Bradley made a number of key Chicano hires at City Hall, he was soon accused of betraying his East Side supporters by not endorsing Chicano candidates for the city council, particularly for Royball's old seat, at the time held by Gilbert Lindsay. Only in 1985 and running in another, white voter majority district would Richard Alatorre finally restore a Spanish surname to the council roster. Instead of fully integrating Chicanos into his coalition, the new mayor gave priority to meshing his policies with the plans of the major power players in the business community, who in turn guaranteed the campaign finances that made Bradley's tenure unassailable. Otherwise he might have been more vulnerable to political challenges within the black community that arose from his invasion of the turf controlled by allies of Mervyn Dimmoly, now Lieutenant Governor, and Jesse Unruh. Their respective political bases in 1973 were roughly defined by Vermont Avenue. West of Vermont, Bradley's support was rooted in stable black working and middle-class neighborhoods whose relative prosperity was based on expanding public employment opportunities, for which the mayor claimed much of the credit. East of Vermont, in the 1965 riot zone, Dimmoly loyalists represented a population that was more likely to be badly housed, dependent on low-wage private employment, and served by the worst schools. 8. Far from experiencing a community renaissance under the new regime, the riot zone neighborhoods in the 1970s lost the little ground they had gained through the war on poverty and temporary youth employment schemes. Watts, in particular, once a symbol of hope and black pride, was now a pit of despair. In 1975, on the eve of the 10th anniversary of the uprising, Times reporters surveyed the district and came to the grim conclusion that conditions were considerably worse than in 1965. Unemployment is now higher in the Watts area, welfare rates are climbing and housing continues to deteriorate. Ron Karenga, interviewed in prison, told the Times that people view the 60s as a failure when in fact the 60s were not a failure but a transitional period in our long struggle. We can't look at the temporary disarray that we find ourselves in and be dispirited. Yet most of the people who talked to the Times were dispirited and expressed little hope that the Bradley administration, particularly in the absence of federal support, would reverse the decline. As Walter Bramond, the former chair of the Black Congress, put it, the system whipped the shit out of us. 9. During the 1980s, moreover, a wave of closures shuttered the auto assembly plants, aluminum mills, steel plants, and tire factories that had symbolized Greater L.A.'s prowess as the nation's second-largest manufacturing center. Although thousands of older white workers were victims of this industrial collapse, it hit especially hard at the young blacks and Chicanos, many of them Vietnam veterans who, thanks to federal consent decrees, had recently acquired access to more of these unionized high-wage jobs, and in some cases risen to union leadership. Many leftists in the 1970s had envisioned the big plants as the new power bases for continuing the black and Chicano liberation struggles. Deindustrialization, whether or not an inevitable response to global competition, was the asteroid that destroyed Marxist dreams. City Hall, so proactive on behalf of exporters, land developers, and financial sector, did nothing to stanch the hemorrhage of good jobs. Bradley and the council, for instance, could have led a coalition of the region's industrial cities and suburbs to pressure Sacramento and Washington. Meanwhile, gang violence, largely quelled in the wake of the '65 rebellion, returned to the streets of South Central in a new and more deadly form. A few months after Bradley's inauguration, investigators were warning his office of the existence of 27 chapters of a new, heavily armed gang nation that called itself the Crips. 12 additional gangs later to be known as Bloods had been formed in self-defense against the expanding Crip empire. 10 Gang membership would steadily increase through the 1970s, then grow exponentially in 1980s as crack cocaine, imported from Colombia and retailed by neighborhood gangs, became the ghetto's alternative economy. The connection between the decline of black radicalism and rising gang violence may have escaped the notice of the white media, but it was widely acknowledged and mourned in the community. The Crips were indeed, as Clee Sloan titled his film made in the wake of the 1992 uprising, the bastards of the Black Panther Party. But it was laws that remained ground zero in the struggle for equal opportunity. Waves of immigration from Mexico as well as Central America and South Korea reshaped the city's demography and added their own baby boom to the school-age population. But new immigrants were typically years away from citizenship, so a chasm opened up between the active electorate and voteless immigrant parents. White voters, their children now grown, had little inclination to vote for school bonds but were enthusiastic for Proposition 13 in 1978, which ended the financing of schools through local property taxes and inaugurated an era of permanent fiscal stress and declining quality of education. The conservative Valley was the cradle of this statewide tax revolt and soon became the principal school desegregation battleground. The Valley-based New Right activists who in 1976 organized the Bus Stop Anti-Busing Group, claiming 30,000 members, went on to win positions on the school board and even a seat in Congress. They also helped lead the rebellion of local homeowners associations against apartment construction, and in 1994 they were catalysts in the passage of anti-immigrant Proposition 187, Save Our State, ultimately ruled unconstitutional, which among other provisions ordered school districts to expel undocumented children. Their underlying political raison d'etre, reincarnated today in the Trump administration, was to deny immigrants and children of color the opportunities that high levels of public spending on education in 1950s California had provided for their own kids. The fires of April 1992 that followed the not guilty verdicts in the trial of the cops who beat Rodney King illuminated the city's continuing landscape of inequality. South and East LA were still policed ruthlessly by the LAPD, but the uprising of angry black youth and poor Latinos also presented a price tag for the failures of reform in the 1960s. From this perspective, one might conclude that all the dreaming, passion, and sacrifice of that era had been for naught. But the 60s in Los Angeles are best conceived of as a sowing, whose seeds grew into living traditions of resistance. Movements rose and fell, to be sure, but individual commitments to social change were enduring and inheritable. Thousands continued to lead activist lives as union organizers, progressive doctors and lawyers, school teachers, community advocates, city employees, and, perhaps most profoundly, as parents. Memories of Black Power, draft resistance, the high school blowouts in South Central and the East Side, the Great Boycott, Gidra and the Asian New Left, the Free Angela movement, the mass arrests at Valley State in the struggle for black studies, the Black Cat Tavern riot, the women's movement, the 1970 Teamster Wildcat, the endless battles to free Venice and free the Strip. All of this was transmitted intergenerationally, sometimes providing icons of protest during the massive renewal of labor, activism and immigrant rights organizing in the 1990s. The turning point came after California voters approved Prop 187 in 1994. It won almost 60% of the vote statewide, passing in LA County by a 12-point margin. 11, but it spurred a massive Latino backlash. Miguel Contreras, a son of migrant farm workers who had picked grapes as a child, became the first Latino head of the County Federation of Labor. He set to work making unions a vehicle for mobilizing LA's vast Latino community. A massive door-to-door registration drive was followed by a Get Out the Vote operation in support of progressive candidates allied with Latino labor. They reshaped the city council and LA's delegations to the state legislature and Congress. In LA, labor also organized the Living Wage campaign, which in 1997 became one of the first in the nation to succeed at raising the incomes of workers on publicly funded projects. Next came the Latino-led Justice for Janitors campaign, which, after protracted struggle, mass arrests and police beatings, won a huge citywide strike in 2000.12. And the LAPD was finally required to change its ways in 2001. After decades of litigation by the ACLU and protests organized mostly by activists in South LA, the federal courts forced dozens of major reforms on the department and imposed a court-appointed monitor to supervise compliance. The decree wasn't lifted until 2013. And history was made in the streets. On May Day in 2006, 500,000 people marched down Wilshire Boulevard demanding rights for undocumented immigrants. Most of them were Latino, and most were young. The march had been called by labor unions and immigrant rights groups, and endorsed by the pro-immigrant Cardinal Roger Mahoney and the city's first Latino mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa. And then on January 21, 2017, the day after Trump was inaugurated, an estimated 750,000 protested downtown at the LA Women's March, perhaps the largest in California history. But the 2019 LA teachers' strike was perhaps the most dramatic example of the renewal of activism. A coalition of the classroom and the community, it focused on the same issues of overcrowded schools and educational disinvestment, now aggravated by the drain of resources to charter schools, that had contributed to the student uprisings in 1967–69. Moreover, thousands of the Latino students who boycotted classes and joined teacher picket lines were proudly aware that they were following in the footsteps of Sal Castro, Gloria Arellanes, Bobby Elias, Carlos Munoz, and all the others who had made time stop in March 1968. The Union then capped its victory by recalling from retirement LA's most irrepressible 60s veteran, Echo Park's Jackie Goldberg, and electing her to the school board where she had fought so hard for integration and quality education 30 years earlier. For more than a half-century, the right has waged a relentless campaign against the goals and achievements of the 60s movements for racial, social, and economic equality. From Reagan to Trump, there has been an endless hammering away at caricatures of dopey hippies, traitorous peace protesters, bra-burning feminists, dangerous black radicals, and commissars of political correctness. However, as this book's two authors have discovered in myriad conversations with their students and other young comrades, this rewrite of history from the standpoint of wealthy white men has had minimal impact on the social consciousness of the young people of color who are Los Angeles's future. If anything, their own experiences of nativism, discrimination, sexual harassment, and blocked mobility ensure that they will be genuine successors to grandmothers and grandfathers who so long ago raised their clenched fists and demanded power to the people. To keep that circle unbroken, this book was written. Acknowledgements. The indispensable source for the history of radical movements in LA is the Southern California Library for Social Research. Our deep thanks to Michelle Welsing for all her help. We thank the UCLA Library Center for Oral History Research for access to their collection on women's activist lives, especially their Dorothy Healy interviews, and also UCLA's Young Research Library special collections for help with the Don Kalish papers, and with the LA Times Photographic Archive. The One National Gay and Lesbian Archives at USC is the indispensable source on L.A.'s LGBTQ history thanks to Michael C. Oliveira and Loni Shivwayama there. The LA Public Library holds the Los Angeles Resistance Archive collected by Bob Zaw, and also the LA Herald Examiner photo collection. At Cal State Northridge, the Oviatt Library University Archives has a valuable collection of interviews with activists in the SDS and BSU protests there thanks to April Feldman, archivist, for assistance. Cal State Long Beach has an extensive oral history archive, the 60s, Los Angeles area social movements/activists, and women's history in the virtual oral history archive, assembled in part by Sherna Gluck. Cal State LA has a Peace and Freedom Party collection. Azalea Camacho, University Library archivist, provided assistance there. Swarthmore College hold the Women's Strike for Peace records thanks to Wendy H. Mielewski, curator of the Swarthmore College Peace Collection, for guidance there. We relied on the activist video archive for the stories of many LA people thanks to Julie Thompson and Brogan DePayer for that. And Lena Pulishin, Director of Development at Friends of the Sabin Community Clinic, provided archival help, including a copy of the UCLA student video made in 1968 by Bob Eberlein and Paul Deason. Interviews with 60s activists were an essential part of our research. Special thanks to Rudy Acuna, Gordy Alexander, Jan Breidenbach, Ellen Brahms, Mark Cooper, Ed Cray, John Densmore, Bill Garraway, Sherna Gluck, Jackie Goldberg, Levi Kingston, Mark Kleiman, Paula Litt, Leo Mouton, Spencer Olin, Irving Petlin, Paul Rosenstein, June Solitsale, Sabina Virgo, Jack Weinberg, and Bob Zaw, who provided not only an interview but also access to the archives of the draft resistance movement in LA, and even free Xeroxing. Marilyn Katz and Karen Jo Kunin wrote wonderful memoirs for us of their LA movement days. Victor Cohen provided a copy of his extensive interviews with Ed Pearl. We had research assistance from Jonas Oppenheim and Alex Jacobi, from Renee Reynolds, who did magnificent work on our photo section, and from Amanda Beebe at the Swarthmore Women's Strike for Peace collection. At Verso Books, Andy Shio did superb work editing our chapters and generally keeping ducks in line. Sam Smith is a great copy editor. Thanks to production editor Duncan Ranslam and the rest of the Verso team, Ann Rummerger, Ben Mabey, and Julia Judge. John Wiener thanks Judy Fiskin for editing all of his chapters and telling the truth, gently, about which ones needed more work. And Mike Davis apologizes to his daughter Roisin for breaking his promise to stop talking about the goddamn 60s. About the authors. Mike Davis. From shortly before the Watts Rebellion in August 1965 until late October 1966, I was the Los Angeles regional organizer for Students for a Democratic Society. My assignments from the Chicago National Office were to help build a draft resistance movement in the city. I had burnt my own draft card the previous March and was waiting to see whether or not I would be prosecuted, and to assist two brilliantly eloquent SD-Sirs Margaret Thorpe at USC and Patty Lee Parmalee at UC Irvine in raising hell on local campuses. The most hell was generated by a wonderful group of high school activists from Palisades, University, and Hamilton High Schools, one of whom, Mark Kleiman, would later become SDS's national high school organizer. The teenagers, along with some recently minted college SD-Sirs, Ross Altman from USC, Walt Crow and Doug Layfield from Pasadena City College, Doug Norberg from Whittier College, and others, met regularly at the ramshackle SDS office cum crash pad that Margaret and I had rented near USC. Betty Karstens, a veteran of Freedom Summer who was finishing a degree at UCLA, soon moved into the house and made us a trio. We all shared the astute mentorship of Levi Kingston, a former merchant seaman and coffee house manager, who was then organizing the Freedom Draft movement in South Central LA. Bob Duggan, the charismatic leader of the local Dubois clubs, would show up episodically to lead forays, including a trip to the notorious Imperial Valley to meet beleaguered farm workers and a late-night raid on USC that left the conservative campus spray-painted from stem to stern with anti-war graffiti. As new SDS chapters sprouted at surprising speed, regional-scale actions became possible, kicked off by a rather nightmarish anti-war march from the Claremont colleges to Cal State LA that included a stoning by pro-war locals. This was followed by the first major protest against the manufacture of napalm at Dow Chemicals plant in Torrance. As a new crop of local SD-Sirs took over regional leadership, I left LA in 1967 to work briefly with SDS in Texas, returning to California later that year to begin real life as an apprentice butcher in San Diego and later as a heavy-duty truck driver in East LA. While in Austin I missed the Century City Massacre and most of the Sunset Strip battles, although I marched in the final and exultant Strip protest in 1968. I joined the Southern California branch of the Communist Party that year because of its bold opposition to the Soviet murder of Prague Spring, as well as its multiracial membership. Thus began years of dueling with Dorothy Healy, who, despite our chronic disagreements over the Democratic Party, Trotsky, and other issues, became the major and enduring intellectual and moral influence in my life. In the remaining years covered by this volume, from late 1968 until 1973, I was active in the Teamster rank and file movement, and a face in the crowd, and sometimes in jail, in almost all of the big protests of the period. In the course of the 60s I witnessed tragedies, but also social miracles and innumerable instances of unheralded courage and defiance. It is fitting to acknowledge some of my local heroes of that era: Franklin and Kendra Alexander, Tommy Ashton, murdered at the University of Texas in 1966, Rudy Acuna, Art Karstens, Mary Clark, Ken Cloak, Angela Davis, Ben Dobbs, Jimmy Garrett, Tim Harding, Ray Hewitt, Jonathan Jackson, Karen Coonan, Hugh Manes, Roger McCready, Ed Moritz, Ed Pearl, Nelson Pirri, Judy Perez, Ron Ridenour, Sue Romo, Paul Rosenstein, Barry Sanders, John Shannon, Paul Shanoff, Frank Spector, Gary Vogan, Adele Wallace, Jean, Judy, and Ron Warren, Deborah Weber, Sabina Virgo, and Edith and Mild Zaslow. From 1968 onward, Ron Schneck has been a compadre in many reckless but character-building adventures. John Wiener. Like so many others, my 60s began when black students started sitting in at Woolworth's lunch counters in the South in 1960. I was a student at Central High School in St. Paul, and joined my first picket line outside a Woolworth's downtown. For reasons I've never understood, I got recruited by Princeton, and the first month of freshman year brought the Cuban Missile Crisis, when I joined my first protest march. Then, with Mike Lipsky, a grad student, we organized Friends of SNCC, honoring our heroic classmates who went to Mississippi, especially the wonderful Bob Cover, and after Mississippi Freedom Summer, we organized a memorable fundraiser featuring the parents of Mickey Schwerner, who had been killed a few months earlier in Neshoba County. At Princeton I had some great left-wing teachers, Maurice Zeitlin, a sociologist who had just gotten back from Cuba, Arno Meyer, a historian who lectured about the counter-revolution, Everett Gendler, the amazing town rabbi who had been part of the movement in Birmingham and Selma, and, most of all, Michael Walzer, who had organized that national Woolworths boycott and now taught Marx and worked on dissent, an activist and writer. I decided that's what I wanted to be. A turning point came when we organized Princeton SDS and brought Tom Hayden down from Newark to talk strategy. Then came Vietnam, with Bob Edelman and others. We went to the first anti-war march on Washington, organized by SDS in spring 1965, we made a banner that said "Even Princeton." I wrote my first activist/journalist piece for New Left Notes, the national SDS newspaper, about the Madam New/Vietnam War protest at Princeton. Then LBJ came to campus in spring '66, and we ended our college years with a big anti-war march, wearing suits and ties for the occasion. After that LBJ didn't appear on campus again. Then to Harvard for grad school, where during the first month of classes, Robert McNamara visited the school but refused to appear in a public forum, so we, 800 SDS members, surrounded him as he was leaving a secret appointment and demanded he answer questions. I wrote about that for New Left Notes, too. The next fall, on the spur of the moment, Dave Rubenstein and I drove down to D.C. for the March on the Pentagon. And then my main Cambridge mentor, the brilliant student organizer Mike Ansara, hooked me up with Ramparts magazine and its activist/journalist editor Robert Scheer to do research for their exposé on CIA funding of cultural organizations. Michael Walzer, now at Harvard, recruited me to help organize the Cambridge Neighborhood Committee on Vietnam, which aimed at getting the anti-war message off campus and into the community, and we got an initiative on the ballot calling for immediate withdrawal, and ran a door-to-door precinct campaign. We got 39%, not enough. Then Mike Ansara put me to work on the Old Mole, one of the more political underground papers of the era, alongside two inspiring guys, Nick Eagleson and Vernon Grizzard, and my dear friends Linda Gordon and Danny Schechter, the news dissector, another great example of an activist journalist. And when Harvard students went on strike against the war and for Black Studies, occupying the administration building, we published some interesting correspondence of the deans, liberated from the office of the university president under the triumphant title "Reading the Mail of the Ruling Class." I arrived in LA the summer of 1969, thanks to my girlfriend and political partner Tema Kaplan, who had gotten a job teaching history at UCLA despite having been arrested in the Harvard strike. We became immediate friends and comrades with Bob and Johanna Brenner. Bob also taught history at UCLA, and brought us into the political scene. My ambition was to write about LA for Liberation News Service, LNS, which provided twice-weekly packets to more than 200 underground and college newspapers around the country. There was plenty to write about. A few weeks after we arrived, the Regents fired Angela Davis. Then came reporting on the LAPD campaign to kill the Panthers, campus anti-war mobilizations, GI organizing at Camp Pendleton, the Teamsters Wildcat strike, and the battle for Venice Beach with unforgettable acts of heroism and moments of exaltation. For one of my first LNS articles, about the arson attacks by gusanos, right-wing Cuban exiles, on movement centers, I interviewed a local organizer named Mike Davis. He was intense, eloquent, and a little intimidating. We didn't become friends until more than a decade after that.